Chapter 23, 35 Then Let's Fight. Chapter 23, 35 Then Let's Fight. The statue cracked open and an ethereal figure appeared here. It was a middle-aged man in an embroidered robe. He was tall, and he carried a dignified air. It was the founder of White Emperor City, White Emperor. A long time passed before he opened his eyes slowly and looked up into the sky. His gaze seemed like it could see through the entire eternal border. Ancestor. The city governor knelt down. White Emperor withdrew his gaze and said, "Why has my White Emperor city fallen to such an extent?" The city governor hesitated for a moment and replied, "We once had two extraordinary ancestors in our clan, but they had different thoughts and started to engage in internal strife." The city governor gradually explained what had happened many years ago. Internal strife. White Emperor closed his eyes slowly. Fools. The city governor didn't dare to say anything in response. Both of them were his ancestors, so he had no right to judge them. The White Emperor looked up into the sky. For true world realms and a world lord. No, he hasn't truly formed a world within himself, so he's just half of it. A half-step world lord. Interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, a white-robed old man appeared before him. The old man had a tiny character on his left chest. The old man glanced at White Emperor and said, "Senior White Emperor, my immortal estate isn't acting against White Emperor City. We just want Yang Yi. If you hand him over, we'll leave immediately." While he was a half-step world lord, he was nothing before the White Emperor who once commanded great power. Yang Yi. White Emperor gazed at the city governor. The city governor hesitated for a moment and said, "My daughter's husband, a member of White Emperor City." White Emperor looked at the old man. White Emperor City may have fallen into decline, but it isn't something just anyone can bully. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and the world shook violently. After that, an invisible wave of pressure slammed down upon the old man. Hiss, 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 hiss. The space around the old man was suddenly ignited, and then strands of faint flames enveloped the old man. In just an instant, the old man had instantly turned ethereal. The old man was horrified, igniting the quintessence. As soon as he said that, a golden scale appeared above him, but it only took a moment for it to start burning. However, the scale had emanated a ray of dazzling golden light that enveloped the old man. At the same time, the old man turned around and vanished into the sky. White Emperor glanced at the burning scale. While it was burning, it hadn't been harmed at all. White Emperor spoke softly, "The primal true dragon. His luck isn't bad to have obtained a scale of its." He looked up slowly as he spoke. Meanwhile, some experts in the shadows vanished. White Emperor closed his eyes slowly. "Show yourself." Bang! A powerful aura suddenly surged out far away in the sky, and then the ethereal face of a middle-aged man appeared there. At the end of the sky, a face looked down at White Emperor and smiled. "I didn't expect this trivial matter to alarm you, Brother White Emperor. I'm quite curious myself." White Emperor spoke softly. "What did this son-in-law of my White Emperor City do to make the former second on the divine rankings show himself? Godless heaven. Godless heaven." The city governor's expression instantly changed when he heard White Emperor. All those years ago, it was a name that everyone in Eternal Border knew. Hundreds of years ago, Godless Heaven had attained the World Lord realm, and he was probably even stronger now. Godless Heaven smiled. "Brother White Emperor, your son-in-law isn't ordinary at all. He annihilated all the experts at the true Dao realm and above from the 6 clans, and he even killed a true world realm expert of my immortal estate with a single attack. His natural talent is something that even we can't compare to. After all, he's only at the progenitor realm right now." A progenitor killed a true world realm expert? White Emperor frowned slightly, and then he looked down at the city governor. The latter nodded slightly. A trace of interest appeared in White Emperor's eyes. "Where is he? Let me take a look at him." The city governor replied solemnly, "A half-step world lord heavily injured him, and he's recuperating now." He paused for a moment and continued, "That half-step world lord was heavily injured and fled in defeat too." At this moment, the more outstanding Yang Yi was. the greater his chances to survive would be. Because if Yang Yi was a useless piece of trash, then not to mention White Emperor, even he wouldn't help. Saving a useless piece of trash by risking the entire White Emperor city? Only an idiot would do that. White Emperor nodded slightly. He sounds quite capable. He looked up at godless heaven. I presume your immortal estate fears him, right? Sort of. Godless heaven smiled. We have to fear geniuses like him. All right, let's stop the chit-chat. Our main bodies aren't in this world, so it's impossible for us to fight. How about you just hand him over, and my immortal estate will leave immediately. We won't step foot into White Emperor City again, all right? Hand over Yang Yi and White Emperor City lives. That was what godless heaven meant. Meanwhile, godless heaven added, of course, if your main body comes here, my immortal estate will naturally leave. Unfortunately, your main body probably won't come here at a time like this, right? White Emperor closed his eyes slowly. The city governor's face fell. Obviously, White Emperor was giving it thought. Protect Yang Yi? If he could, he would naturally try to protect a genius like that. But could he? Had only left a strand of his soul here, and driving away that old man from before could be said to be his limit. It could be said that if they had no other trump card, White Emperor City would be buried with Yang Yi. If it was impossible to protect Yang Yi, yet he still insisted on doing so, then he would clearly be quite stupid. A long time passed before White Emperor slowly opened his eyes again. He was about to speak when a young man in a green robe suddenly walked out slowly from a hall down below. The man walked quite slowly, like an aged old man. There was a blood-red saber in his right grasp. The saber was being dragged against the ground. Besides that, there was a gourd by his waist. At this moment, everyone gazed at him. It was none other than Yang Yi. Not too far away within the hall, a woman was staring at Yang Yi's back without blinking. She was by Zhixian. The city governor glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Had done everything he could. White Emperor sized up Yang Yi and asked, "You're Yang Yi?" Yang Yi stopped, looked up at White Emperor and said, "Thank you for what you did just now. However, allow me to deal with the rest." "You?" White Emperor chuckled. "Young man, how will you deal with it? Do you know that there are at least 3 true world realm experts and a half-step world lord out there? Besides that, there are other hidden auras watching from the shadows. I presume all of them have you as their targets. I'm really curious, how will you deal with it?" Yang Yi cracked a smile, then "Senior, what do you think I should do?" White Emperor shook his head. "There's no answer to this situation. None at all. If my main body was here, there would be a chance. Unfortunately, it's too far away." Yang Yi smiled. "No matter what, thank you for what you did earlier. Now, it's my own business, so let me deal with it." Yang Yi walked slowly out of the city. "Yang Yi." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. It was by Zhixian. Yang Yi stopped. He didn't turn around and said, "Zhixian, you've done enough. Now, leave the rest to me. You must realize that protecting White Emperor City is your duty too. You can't allow it to fall into a hopeless situation just for me." Yang Yi walked out of the city. White Emperor closed his eyes slowly. He didn't stop Yang Yi. If he were being honest, he quite admired Yang Yi's actions. Being able to take responsibility like that at a time like this was what a true man would do. If his main body was here, he would definitely try to protect Yang Yi. But the problem was that his main body wasn't here. So, taking action now would make no difference, and it would cause the destruction of White Emperor City instead. Because the immortal estate would have a just reason to annihilate them. They feared him, but they were not terrified of him. If it really came to it, Immortal Estate would definitely dare to slaughter White Emperor City. In the beginning, he thought it was just a small conflict, but now that had seen even godless heaven here, he knew that it wasn't that simple. It wasn't that he refused to help, he couldn't. Just like that, Yang Yi walked out of White Emperor City while everyone watched him. At the moment he stepped foot out of the city, countless divine senses locked onto him. In the sky, godless heaven sized up Yang Yi and said, "A true young genius. How about we do this? If you're willing to submit to my immortal estate and hand over the primordial acts of creation, then I can allow bygones to be bygones. What do you think?" Yang Yi looked up at him and smiled. I think that a person should always keep their back straight. He closed his eyes slowly at this point. I, Yang Yi, would rather die standing than live on my knees. He suddenly opened his eyes at this point, and then he pointed his blood-red saber at godless heaven. If it's a fight that the immortal estate wants, then a fight it shall have. Chapter 23:36 The True Tao Realm. Chapter 23:36 The True Tao Realm. If you want to fight, then fight we shall. His voice rumbled like a thunderclap through the clouds. Godless heaven's eyes narrowed slightly. They were right. You must die. Brother godless heaven. Suddenly, White Emperor spoke abruptly. We haven't met in a long time, so let's have a long chat. He waved his right hand once he finished speaking. Bang! The entire layer of clouds in the sky was obliterated. White Emperor and godless heaven vanished on the spot. Obviously, White Emperor had decided to act in the end. However, he left some room to maneuver. If he didn't help and godless heaven acted against Yang Yi, then Yang Yi would have no chance, not even the chance to flee. But if godless heaven couldn't act against Yang Yi, then the latter would have a tiny chance. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then a faint red light arose around him. Meanwhile, a droplet of blood was ceaselessly flowing around invincible. Slaughter. Actually, Yang Yi's slaughter intent was more suited to his saber and not his sword. After all, the saber in his grasp was a saber of slaughter. Bang! Meanwhile, a terrifying aura pressed down from above, and it seemed like the sky was collapsing. It was absolutely suffocating. Using the aura to pressure him, Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot down. Bang! The space beneath his feet collapsed, and he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot up into the sky. After that, a ray of saber energy shot down from above. Life isolation. The saber energy was over 3 kilometers long, and it slashed through everything in its path as it shot down. Boom! A dazzling ray of golden light suddenly flashed out from a point in space, and then it shot up into the air toward Yang Yi's saber energy. Boom! As soon as they collided, they exploded apart, and the aftershock of their collision rippled through the world. An old man and Yang Yi stood in confrontation from afar in midair. The old man was the same half-step world lord from the immortal estate who'd been driven away by White Emperor earlier. Once they knew how strong Yang Yi was, the immortal estate would naturally not be foolish enough to send true world realm experts. It could be said that besides half-step world lords, even true world realm would only be giving their lives away if they fought Yang Yi. However, the old man's face was solemn right now, because he noticed that the young man before him was much stronger than had expected. Suddenly, the old man's pupils constricted, and a ray of blood-red light flashed before his eyes. It was Yang Yi. The old man squatted down slightly, and then he flipped both his palms upward. Bang! In an instant, the space before him was lifted up, and then the blood-red saber energy which had just arrived before him was flipped up as well. A moment later, he twisted his right hand. Bang! He slammed a punch forward, and an energy fist surged out. Everywhere it passed, space was obliterated, inch by inch. At the same time, the powerful energy it emanated instantly caused the sky to tremble violently. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then a figure was blasted away. It was Yang Yi's figure. Once he pushed Yang Yi back, the old man didn't stop. His figure vanished on the spot. Hiss! 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 Once he vanished, the entire sky was torn open in layers. The rifts grew larger and larger, and their target was Yang Yi's position. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He took Invincible in both hands as he took half a step forward with his right foot, and then he stomped it down. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light flashed. Slash! A furious howl resounded in the sky, and then a dazzling ray of blood-red saber energy flashed down like a bolt of lightning. Boom! As soon as it descended, the space in the sky collapsed and was obliterated. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's expression changed because numerous strands of powerful energy were surging toward him from the surroundings. In the black hole, Yang Yi raised Invincible slowly with both hands, and then he swung it down. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted away again. At the instant that happened, the old man appeared within his vision again. The old man glanced coldly at Yang Ye's flying figure, and then a golden flying blade suddenly appeared in his right grasp. An instant later, it shook violently and transformed into a ray of golden light that shot at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was shocked because he sensed a strong sense of danger coming from it. He didn't dare to act carelessly. Yang Ye's profound energy circulated madly. At the same time, his profound primal energy circulated madly too. It didn't take long for his profound primal energy, and slaughter intent to surge into the saber. Meanwhile, the golden flying blade had arrived before him. Yang Yi raised his saber with both hands and chopped down. Clang! An ear-piercing explosion resounded. Crack! A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Ye's arms suddenly cracked open, causing blood to spray. At the same time, his figure was blasted away with his saber. Swoosh! Meanwhile, the golden flying blade shot after Yang Yi again. At this moment, the space in the surroundings had been repaired by some sort of laws. However, once the flying blade shot through it, the newly repaired space actually collapsed, inch by inch, again. Everything was blasted into bits. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and stopped in midair. He closed his eyes slowly as he gazed at the flying blade that was shooting at him, and then he suddenly placed his right hand on his waist when it arrived just around 3 m away. Swoosh! An expanse of light rippled forth. Hidden blade. At this instant, 100 rays of saber energy slammed against the flying blade. Madness saber technique. The reason he used hidden blade was that he was utterly incapable of using madness saber technique with invincible. It stressed upon speed, but invincible stressed upon power. Most importantly, he wasn't able to fully control invincible yet. While he didn't have the madness intent anymore, the attack had forcefully stopped the golden flying blade. But it wasn't easy for Yang Yi because his arms were trembling right now. Suddenly, another ray of golden light flashed. Yang Ye's expression changed drastically. He stomped his right foot down and moved 300 m back. Meanwhile, a ray of golden light had arrived before him. Another flying blade. Yang Yi swung hidden blade madly with his right hand. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly, but every single explosion pushed Yang Yi at least 300 m back. Just like that, it took less than a breath of time for Yang Yi to be pushed almost 10 kilometers away by the flying blades. Once he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yang Ye's mouth. The old man raised his palms, and the two golden flying blades immediately appeared there. They just floated quietly above his palms. The old man gazed at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. Yang Yi, do you know what they are? Yang Yi looked up at the old man, wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and remained silent. The old man laughed coldly. These two flying blades were made from the bones of a primal true dragon. They are unbreakable, and they possess the strength of the primal true dragon. Such power isn't something a tiny progenitor like you can resist. Right? Aren't you strongest with the sword? Come, let me see if your sword can stop this move of mine. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 strands of golden light surged out from within him and entered the flying blades. A moment later, they shook violently and transformed into rays of golden light that shot at Yang Yi. Hiss! Hiss! 2 long rays of golden light appeared in the sky. Everywhere they passed, space couldn't endure them at all and was instantly obliterated. However, Yang Yi still showed no intent to draw his sword. Suddenly, a white and fluffy little head emerged from Yang Ye's chest. Snowy. Snowy gazed at the golden flying blades, blinked, and then stretched out her paws. The old man frowned as he wondered what the heck Yang Yi was doing. The flying blades grew closer and closer, but Yang Yi still showed no intent to attack. However, he clearly had his guard up, and powerful fluctuations of energy were rippling around him. Just like that, the blades arrived before Yang Yi and Snowy. After that, everyone watched with astonishment as they stopped just an inch away from Yang Ye's forehead. Meanwhile, a pair of paws grabbed them. Everyone was stunned by this scene, including the old man. Snowy glanced at the blades in her grasp, and then she struck them together. Clang! Clang. They emanated 2 strands of golden energy, but they didn't harm Snowy at all. Snowy played with them for a moment, and then she put them by her waist and fled into the primordial pagoda. The old man was stunned on the spot. The old man wasn't the only one. All the experts in the surroundings were stunned. Those 2 flying blades were gone just like that? Impossible. Meanwhile, a ferocious expression appeared on the old man's face. Impossible. That's impossible. I spent almost 100 years nourishing them. They became one with me a long time ago. They would never betray me. Never. You. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of the old man. At this moment, the hidden blade had been exchanged for the sword supreme. At the same time, the sword gourd on Yang Yi's waist suddenly emanated a wave of powerful sword intent that surged into Yang Yi's body. Boom! A wave of powerful sword intent suddenly swept out from Yang Yi and surged into the sword supreme. True Tao Realm sword intent. Moreover, a powerful aura surged out of Yang Yi with the sword intent. The sword domain. Yang Yi's attack hadn't even descended fully when another attack descended. 2 attacks. 2 overlapped attacks. Bang! As soon as his sword descended, the space in a huge area collapsed. An expanse of pitch black filled the surroundings. The old man was astounded, and disbelief filled his eyes. He didn't have the time to think, so 2 golden scales immediately appeared above him. At the same time, countless rays of golden light surged out from him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's attack descended. Bang! The scales above him shattered while the golden light around him collapsed as well. After that, the old man was blasted flying. In the air, his body collapsed, inch by inch, and it took just an instant for just his soul to remain. The surroundings fell silent. A moment of silence ensued before a low voice resounded. That isn't the progenitor realm, it's the true Tao realm. Chapter 23, 37 Immortal Estate. I'm coming. Chapter 23, 37 Immortal Estate. I'm coming. The true Tao realm. At this moment, Yang Yi wasn't at the progenitor realm, he was at the true Tao realm. It was just a single realm, but it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth to Yang Yi. The old man didn't flee. He stared at Yang Yi and said, "You really hit it well. You only exposed it at the last minute." Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and just waved his sword. Swoosh! A ray of light pierced through the old man's soul. The old man's soul collapsed, but it didn't take long for Invincible to completely absorb it. Once it finished absorbing the old man's soul, Invincible immediately started trembling violently. Yang Yi gazed at Invincible with shock, and he wondered what the heck was going on. Invincible was trembling more and more rapidly. In the end, it actually struggled free of his grasp. Bang! A ray of blood-red light flashed through the surroundings. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. In the sky, Invincible was trembling more and more rapidly, while countless vengeful spirits surrounded it. Just like that, the aura it emanated gradually grew stronger and stronger. Finally, it arrived at a breaking point. Bang! Countless rays of blood-red light rippled out, and then the sky was instantly dyed red. A pseudo-divine treasure. Meanwhile, a voice resounded in Yang Yi's ears. Yang Yi looked over, and he saw White Emperor. But at this moment, White Emperor's body was extremely ethereal, and his voice was very weak. Yang Yi spoke softly, "Senior." White Emperor shook his head slightly. "Since you're with a descendant of mine, so you're considered a member of my White Emperor city, and I can't just stand by idly. However, I can't do much. It's more than enough for me." Yang Yi replied softly. If White Emperor hadn't kept Godless Heaven away, his current strength would probably be insufficient to deal with Godless Heaven. White Emperor grinned, and then he gazed at Invincible. There are 2 types of treasures in this world. One of them are divine treasures, and they are mostly treasures that were born naturally in the world, those that are born together with the universe or even before the universe. Every single universe is able to give birth to such divine treasures. Of course, some don't. There is naturally no need to explain how strong they are. I'm ashamed to say that after living for so many years, I've never possessed a single divine treasure, and I only have a pseudo-divine treasure. He paused for a moment at this point and continued. As for the other type, they are sacred treasures, just like these two sabers and that sword of yours. They are sacred treasures, and they were created by man. They can't be compared to natural divine treasures, but their might is extremely extraordinary. As for your saber, it has improved. Improved? Yang Yi was puzzled. They can improve? White Emperor nodded. Why can't they? Everything in the world can cultivate. Some flowers, plants, or even trees can cultivate to the point of gaining intelligence, let alone these sacred treasures. However, it's very, very difficult for them to improve. If I'm not wrong, this saber of yours absorbed the blood of countless experts and innumerable vengeful spirits in the past, and it may have even absorbed the blood of a primal demon. Otherwise, just the blood and soul of a half-step world lord wouldn't be sufficient for it to evolve into a pseudo-divine treasure. Yang Yi waved his right hand and Invincible immediately flew into his grasp, and a smile curled up on his face as he gazed at it. It was different indeed. Now, it felt like it could slash open the world. Meanwhile, White Emperor suddenly said, besides the immortal estate, you must watch out for. Swoosh. White Emperor's ethereal body exploded apart. He shot a glance to the side at the instant his body exploded. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced at the surroundings, but he discovered nothing. Yang Yi chuckled and said, I don't care what power you're from, how powerful that power is, or what kind of experts you have. Ferocity covered Yang Yi's face at this point, and he continued, I'm telling you right now. I, Yang Yi, am not afraid. I never ever think that I'm killing too many. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi entered White Emperor City. No one hiding in the shadows attacked. Attack? Yang Yi had just killed a half-step world lord. While Head played some tricks, it was still his strength that allowed it to happen. It could be said that no one would dare to act against him now until they had a foolproof method. They had only eliminated White Emperor because they were afraid that he would expose them. It didn't take long for the countless experts in the shadows to leave. At this moment, they didn't dare to act arbitrarily. In the sky above White Emperor City, the city governor fell silent. He knew that this wasn't the end. Before Yang Yi arrived, the powers of Eternal Border had balance between them, and it could be said that there was an invisible system between them. But after Yang Yi arrived, had broken the balance and destroyed the system. One who challenged the system was like a commoner who tried to rebel against the emperor. What was the system in Eternal Border? It was compromise and the lack of tolerance to resistance. But Yang Yi had resisted them. White Emperor City. In the Primordial Pagoda. Once he returned to the Primordial Pagoda, Snowy immediately appeared before him and pounced into his arms before ceaselessly rubbing her head against his chest. Yang Yi felt quite lucky as he gazed at her. As far as Sword Scroll, Jianyu, and the others were concerned, Yang Yi was absolutely fortunate to possess Snowy, but they didn't know that being able to meet Yang Yi was Snowy's absolute fortune too. A short while later, Snowy suddenly stretched out her paws before him, and the two golden flying blades were on them. They were the flying blades she took from the old man just now. Yang Yi's face was quite solemn as he gazed at them. They weren't ordinary. If Snowy hadn't taken them away just now, the old man may have been able to survive the battle with him. Because those flying blades were on par with Hidden Blade and Invincible. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and took them. Flying blades were still a type of saber. After he took them, he turned around and gazed at Su Qingshi and the others. All of them were here. Su Qingshi, Xiao Yushi, Qin Siya, Lu Weiner, Zhuang Weiran, Yang Yinxiu, and Yang Yao. He hadn't accompanied his family for a very, very long time. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi suddenly said, Go to Jixian. By Jixian. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded, all right. Outside the Primordial Pagoda, Yang Yi went to a hall, and within it was a woman in a white dress. By Jixian. Yang Yi walked over to her side. He didn't say a word and just wrapped his arm around her waist. Bai Zixian's figure stiffened. A long time passed before she spoke softly. I thought you would thank me. If you did, then our relationship is over. If Yang Yi said thank you, it would be a form of insult to her. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. I remember everything that happened in the secret realm. Bai Zixin couldn't help but blush. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, I have to leave White Emperor City. She suddenly turned around. Yang Yi spoke softly, if I stay, White Emperor City will become the battlefield. So, I must leave. She fell silent. Yang Yi pulled her out of the hall, and then he looked up at the distant sky. White Emperor City has Senior White Emperor, so they will think twice about attacking. But if I stay, they won't worry about Senior White Emperor. So, I must leave. As for you, you can't stay either. They know about our relationship, so you'll be in danger if you stay. He gazed at her and continued, So, are you willing to leave with me? He had to take her with him. He couldn't rest at ease knowing she was here, and her presence would be a calamity to White Emperor City. Go with him. Meanwhile, a voice came from the side. Bai Jixin looked over and saw her father. The old man spoke softly. After what just happened, staying is very dangerous. Of course, staying with this kid is probably not safe either. But it's better than staying here. Those powers would fear Yang Yi, but they wouldn't fear White Emperor City. After all, White Emperor wasn't here. Bai Jixin suddenly asked, What about the rest of you? The old man chuckled. If both you and Yang Yi aren't here, they won't come. Bai Jixin thought for a long time and nodded. Just as they'd said, White Emperor City would be in greater danger if she stayed. Just like that, Yang Yi's group left White Emperor City. Su Qingshi and the others remained in the primordial pagoda. Outside White Emperor City, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he vanished into the sky. Once Yang Yi left, numerous auras immediately left the sky above the city. An hour later, the sword ruins. A ray of light descended, and it dispersed to reveal Yang Yi's figure. Yang Yi walked over to Jinyu. She was seated cross-legged on the ground with the huge sword stabbed in the ground by her side. Besides that, she was emanating a strand of powerful sword intent. True Dao Realm sword intent. It was actual true Dao Realm sword intent. Yang Yi gazed at her in silence. A long time passed before she spoke softly. The estate, 2 cities, 3 sects, and 6 clans of Eternal Border aren't all the powers here. There are some others that remain hidden. However, they aren't interested in most things within Eternal Border. They are only interested in the Eternal River. My Jin clan was once one of them. My personal suggestion is to avoid offending them. Offend them? Yang Yi smiled. I didn't offend them. They are offending me. Look, even my Bodhi tree is gone. Bear with it. She looked him in the eyes. You don't have the strength or ability to fight them now. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slowly. I can't bear with it. Jinyu stood up and walked over to him. My Jin clan has declined. But to be honest, if my Jin clan decides to kill you, then we're definitely capable of accomplishing that. You can't even overcome my Jin clan. So on what basis are you refusing to bear with it? Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Even if I bear with it, do you think they'll spare me? Even if I give them all the treasures I have, do you think they'll spare me? She replied, Then run. Yang Yi chuckled. And be a coward? She closed her eyes slowly. You'll die if you don't run. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time. In the end, he smiled. What's there to fear? Forget life and death. Just fight if you're unhappy. Immortal estate. Am coming? Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Chapter 2338 Is Yang Yi still alive? Chapter 2338 Is Yang Yi still alive? The sword ruins. Jinyu fell silent for a long time before sitting down slowly. Flee? Actually, she was very well aware that the more Yang Yi tried to flee, the worse it would be for him. Those people who feared him or wanted to take his treasures would never allow such a genius to escape from their fields of vision. If a genius like Yang Yi was allowed to cultivate behind closed doors for 10 years, could anyone endure his revenge? Moreover, even if Yang Yi fled, he had nowhere to go, unless he went to the other side of the Eternal River. However, if Yang Yi did that, he would be giving his life away. A hopeless situation. Yang Yi was in a hopeless situation right now. Far away in the sky, Yang Yi shot through the sky on his sword, and space was torn open in his wake. The immortal estate. His destination was the immortal estate. Flee? If fleeing could solve problems, he wouldn't mind doing so. But he was very well aware that he had nowhere to run, unless he fled back to the large universe. However, how would he accomplish that without a teleportation formation? And what could he do upon returning? So long as he refused to hand over the primordial pagoda and primordial acts of creation, those powers, including the immortal estate, would never let him go. He understood the situation that he was in, and his choice was mutual destruction. A sword howl resounded incessantly through the sky. Suddenly, a ray of sword energy appeared in the distant sky. Yang Yi frowned and stopped. A moment later, an old man appeared before him. Yang Yi was surprised. You? The old man was the governor of Sword Sky City, Fentianyu. Fentianyu sized up Yang Yi and smiled. Long time no see, brother Yang. Yang Yi sized up the old man and smiled. It isn't wise to come see me now. Fentianyu shook his head slightly. It's fine. I'm here because I have something to give you. Huh. Yang Yi was quite curious. What? Fentianyu grinned and tapped his finger forward. A black rock appeared before Yang Yi, and then a ray of dark light dispersed from it. A short while later, a dark screen of light appeared in front of Yang Yi. On the screen was an expanse of clouds. Around 3 breaths of time later, 2 figures flashed through it. Yang Yi's expression instantly changed. He recognized those figures. It was a Nanjing and the martial emperor. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Where are they? Fentianyu spoke solemnly. World Mountain. Yang Yi asked, What's that? Fentianyu replied solemnly. A teleportation formation that leads to all worlds. Yang Yi was puzzled. All worlds? Fentianyu explained. You should be aware that the powers in Eternal Border are from various different universes. Like my Sword Sky City is from a universe called the Eternal Stream Universe. World Mountain is a teleportation formation the great powers of this world jointly built to teleport to all the worlds. The Shiwan clan participated in it too. In other words, it can reach the large universe as well. Yang Yi asked, Which universe did they go to? Fentianyu replied solemnly, Divine Martial World. Obviously, he knew Yang Yi had never heard of this world, so he took the initiative to explain. You probably haven't heard of it. In the beginning, Eternal Border didn't have its divine rankings, the divine martial rankings, but it appeared later on because of a man called Xiao Shunwu. He was from Divine Martial World, and he challenged the experts of Eternal Border once he arrived here. In the end, he practically defeated all of them. Yang Yi asked, What happened after that? Fentianyu said, He created the Divine Martial Rankings, and he ranked himself at the 2nd position. Yang Yi asked, So that no one would dare to call themselves the first? Fentianyu, that's what he intended. He can be said to be a legend of Eternal Border. Actually, if you can around 10 years later, you would probably create another legend. Unfortunately, you're too young right now. Yang Yi grinned and spoke softly. Where did Xiao Shenwu go in the end? Fentianyu replied, The Eternal River. Yang Yi glanced at the sky and said, Don't forget to tell me if you get more information about her. Fentianyu nodded, Of course. He hesitated for a moment at this point and continued, Young brother Yang, are you going to the immortal estate? Yang Yi nodded. Fentianyu spoke softly, Based on your current strength, if you take a step back now, the immortal estate won't be able to stop you in the future. Yang Yi grinned. That's what the immortal estate and all those fellows in the shadows think. Farewell. He transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Fentianyu was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed bitterly. He understood now. Everyone knew that if Yang Yi fled, no one could stop him once he returned. He was very terrifying now, but he would be even more terrifying in the future. So, if Yang Yi fled now, they would all join forces to kill him. They would never give him a chance to flee. But what if Yang Yi didn't run? They wouldn't join forces, and they would just watch as Yang Yi fought the immortal estate. And they would only step forward to reap the rewards once both Yang Yi and the immortal estate were heavily injured. So, Yang Yi would definitely die if he fled, but he had a huge chance to survive if he didn't. Fentianyu sighed softly and left. Actually, he hadn't just come here to tell Yang Yi about a Nanjing, had come for another reason, and it was to reveal World Mountain to Yang Yi, so that Yang Yi would flee there and use the teleportation formation there to escape. Yang Yi would be more useful to Sword Sky City while he was alive. Unfortunately, this matter was much more complicated than Head ever imagined. 2 hours later, Immortal Source Abode. Immortal Source Above was where the immortal estate resided. It was called the Immortal Source Above because it had a spirit vein, a massive spirit vein here. The presence of this spirit vein made the spirit energy in the immortal estate far surpass any other place in both purity and amount. Moreover, there was a rumor in Eternal Border that the immortal estate's spirit vein might be on the verge of advancement. Spirit veins were divided into different levels in all universes. In Eternal Border, they were divided into spirit veins, sacred veins, immortal veins, and divine veins. Divine veins only existed on the other side of the Eternal River, because it was impossible to give birth to divine veins without eternal energy. Of course, it wasn't an absolute law. The spirit vein possessed by the immortal estate was a sacred vein, and it would become an immortal vein if it advanced further. If it really did advance into an immortal vein, then it would be a source of great fortune to the cultivators of the immortal estate. Cultivation required 3 things: resources, backing, and talent. If the sacred vein really became an immortal vein, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinary resource. At the very least, the starting point of the experts from the immortal estate would be much, much higher than the cultivators from the other powers. Once Yang Yi arrived at Immortal Source Above, he sensed how extraordinary the spirit energy here was. The spirit energy here may be unable to compete with his primordial violet energy, but it was much, much better than the spirit energy available anywhere else. If a person cultivated in such a place from birth, that person would be starting at a much, much higher position than others in the path of cultivation. Meanwhile, Snowy emerged from Yang Ye's chest. She glanced at the surroundings, blinked, and seemed to be searching for something. Yang Yi grinned, patted her on the head, and said, "Head inside for now. Come out again once I'm done with my business here, all right?" Snowy blinked, and then she pointed into the distance to display that there was a treasure over there. Yang Yi glanced in that direction and smiled. "We'll steal it late." "Oh, no, I meant we'll take it later." Snowy hurriedly nodded to display her agreement, and then she returned within the primordial pagoda. Once Snowy entered the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi looked off into the distance. There was a mountain there that towered into the sky and was surrounded by clouds. Mysterious beasts frequently flew by it, and endless streams of water descended from the edge of its peak. They were like water dragons that painted a magnificent sight. Around the entire mountain were flying swords that frequently shot by as they circled the entire mountain. Yang Yi could faintly see an estate at the top of the mountain. A golden estate. The immortal estate. That was the number 1 power on the surface in the Eternal Border. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and a long time passed before he walked slowly toward the mountain. He walked very slowly as if he was an ordinary person. Suddenly, countless divine senses descended upon him from time to time. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped and turned around. "They'll kill the next person who sweeps me with their divine sense." He glanced coldly into the distance and walked toward the immortal estate. No more divine senses swept toward him. Once Yang Yi left, a voice came from a point in space. "How arrogant." "Arrogant? Hee, then why don't you go fight him one-on-one?" "What? You don't dare?" Someone spoke abruptly. "He's just an ant." The first voice spoke coldly. "Let me see how hell turn this hopeless situation around." Someone asked, "What if he really can?" "If he succeeds, I, Yi Tianhua, will eat 5 kilograms of shit." The voice added, "The watery kind." Everyone was speechless. Yang Yi got closer and closer to the mountain, but no one stopped him. Just like that, Yang Yi got closer to the immortal estate. Meanwhile, extremely far away at the initial grounds, one of the teleportation formations shook violently, and then a black shadow flashed out from within it. The black shadow was Ling Su Hood gone to the large universe. He was also the one and only remaining true Dao realm expert of the Shiwan clan. Once he emerged, he howled with fury, "Patriarch! Elders! Quickly deactivate the teleportation formation. Hurry, now." However, he received no reply, because they weren't here anymore. Meanwhile, a young girl suddenly walked out of the teleportation formation. Ling Zu's countenance turned pale from the sight of her. She glanced coldly at the surroundings, and then she waved her right hand. Bang! Ling Su exploded apart and was obliterated. Countless experts of the Shiwan clan were shocked by this. The young girl closed her eyes slowly, placed her hands behind her back, and remained silent. A long time passed before a powerful aura enveloped the entire area, and then she suddenly asked, "Is Yang Yi still alive?" Chapter 23, 39 Snowy. Get them. Chapter 23, 39 Snowy. Get them. Yang Yi? The old man was stunned and hurriedly said, "He's alive. He's alive." The young girl asked, "Where is he?" The old man replied, "He should be at the immortal source abode, the base of the immortal estate." At this point, the old man hesitated for a moment and added, "It's best if you go soon, because his life is probably in danger." The young girl opened her eyes. The old man lowered his head slightly and didn't dare to meet her gaze. She glanced at the surroundings and said, "Which way?" The old man quickly pointed to the right. A moment later, she vanished on the spot, and the powerful aura that enveloped the Shiwan clan vanished without a trace. The entire Shiwan clan heaved a sigh of relief. That pressure had been too terrifying. It wasn't something the Shiwan clan could resist at all. The immortal estate. At this moment, Yang Yi was at the foot of the mountain, and he still encountered no obstruction. Suddenly, Yang Yi kicked with his right foot. Hiss! He shot up into the air like a shadow, and it only took him an instant to reach the peak of the mountain. As soon as he descended there, Yang Yi drew the saber on his back, and the mountain shook violently. He looked up at the immortal estate and laughed ferociously. "Didn't you want to kill me? I've come to you. So where are all of you? Come kill me." His voice was like a thunderclap that surged through the area. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear before Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, you should be aware of the current situation. Why benefit others just for a moment of satisfaction?" Obviously, the immortal estate was aware that the others were waiting for Yang Yi to drag the immortal estate down with him. Benefit others? Yang Yi laughed coldly. "In any case, I'm dead. So, I naturally plan to kill everyone who once harmed me before I die." Yang Yi, the middle-aged man's face turned cold. "Are you? Cut the crap. I'm here to kill, not to talk." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi appeared before the middle-aged man, and then a blood-red saber slammed down at the man's head. A ray of blood-red light rippled through the surroundings. The middle-aged man's face turned gloomy when he saw Yang Yi attack, and he stomped his foot down and moved 300 and back. The saber struck the ground. Bang! The entire mountain shook violently, and a very long rift appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't stop after missing. He transformed into a ray of blood-red light that charged at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to fight Yang Yi at all, and he immediately tapped his right foot down and moved around 300 and back again. But as soon as he stopped, a golden flying blade appeared in front of him. His eyes opened wide when he saw the flying blade. Hiss! A ray of golden light flashed through his forehead. Blood sprayed. The middle-aged man's figure stiffened on the spot. A golden flying blade floated quietly behind him. Yang Yi walked over to the middle-aged man and put the flying blade away, and then he walked off into the distance. Suddenly, the entire mountain shook violently, and then the flying swords that circled it shot up into the air before descending upon Yang Yi in succession. Yang Yi stopped. Meanwhile, a flying sword had arrived above him. Yang Yi raised the saber with both hands and swung it upward. Violent and simple. Boom! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was pushed backward repeatedly while Invincible trembled in his grasp. It wasn't just Invincible that was trembling. His arm was shaking too. However, that wasn't the end of it. Another flying sword had arrived before him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he hurled Invincible with both hands. Hiss! The saber shot forward. As soon as the sword and saber collided, a wave of powerful energy rippled out, and then Invincible was blasted backward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi soared up into the air and kicked Invincible. Bang! It stopped on the spot while the sword arrived before it. Meanwhile, An expanse of saber energy surged forward. Madness Saber Technique. Almost 100 rays of saber energy descended upon the tip of the sword, and it was forced to a stop. However, it didn't move an inch back. Meanwhile, 2 more rays of sword energy flashed, and they shot toward Yang Yi's left and right while obliterating everything in their paths. Yang Yi frowned when he sensed this. These 3 swords weren't being controlled by a person, they were being controlled by a formation, and the strength of this formation far surpassed his expectations. Yang Yi didn't have the time to think because the swords had arrived. A sword howl suddenly resounded. Yang Yi swiftly stabbed his sword both left and right, and they forced those flying swords to a stop. However, all 3 flying swords suddenly shook violently, and then they overlapped together. A short moment later, a ray of sword energy appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned and stabbed his sword forward. The sword domain. But it was just one swing. The swords stabbed against each other's tips. Bang! Countless rays of sword energy sprayed, and the space around Yang Yi instantly cracked open, causing sword energy to ripple toward the surroundings and tear open everything in their paths. Yang Yi held his sword against the 3 swords that were now one huge sword, and the 4 swords gradually started to tremble. It didn't take long for the 3 swords to start spinning abruptly. Yang Yi's expression instantly changed. Sword intent. True Tao Realm sword intent had suddenly appeared within them. Bang! An explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted off the mountain. But this wasn't the end of it. 3 rays of sword energy flashed out and stabbed at him. At the same time, sword intent converged incessantly to them from all around the mountain. It was endless. However, the sword didn't move to strike him. Yang Yi. Suddenly, a voice resounded from deep within the mountain. Yang Yi looked up, and the voice resounded once more. This formation was created by the number 1 sword sect of the primal era, and these 3 swords are pseudo-divine treasures. You can't overcome them alone. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and leave immediately. The voice spoke solemnly. Yang Yi, my immortal estate can stop looking for trouble with you if you leave. Yang Yi frowned. Something felt off to him, because they were actually making a compromise. Suddenly, soft laughter resounded from the sky. Don't believe him. Yang Yi looked up at the sky, and he could faintly see a woman far above in the clouds. Meanwhile, she said, Young brother Yang, the immortal estate is buying time because their master is rushing back here. If he gets here, you'll probably have no chance to survive. Yang Yi glanced at the woman, and then he looked toward the depths of the mountain. I can leave if you want. Give me the heads of all your experts at the True Tao realm, and that old man in the half-step World Lord realm who tried to kill me, then he'll leave. He still remembered the old man who'd fought him in the sword ruins. Yang Yi, don't go too far. The voice resounded abruptly. My immortal estate isn't letting you leave because we fear you. We just don't want to be used by others. If you refuse to come to your senses, then my immortal estate, that's exactly what I'm doing. Suddenly, Yang Yi spoke ferociously. Let me tell you, everyone who hunted me down or took advantage of the situation I was in must die. If worse comes to worse, let's just die together. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of powerful sword intent swept out from him. The voice ridiculed, Die together? You? Die. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 swords shook before Yang Yi. A sword howl resounded through the sky, and then they shot at Yang Yi. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly and patted his chest. A moment later, a fluffy little head emerged from there. Snowy. Yang Yi pointed at the 3 swords. I want them. Snowy, get them. Snowy blinked, and then she gazed at the swords that were shooting at them. A moment later, she leaped out and stretched out her paws. Countless watched with astonishment as the swords stopped just a few inches away from Yang Yi's forehead, and then the sword intent and sword energy on them dispersed before they laid firmly on Snowy's paws. All 3 of them were trembling and seemed to be excited. Snowy looked down at them and was slightly curious. She knocked them lightly with her paws, and clear and melodious sword howls resounded from them. After playing with them for a while, Snowy seemed to have thought of something, and she summoned the sword gourd on Yang Yi's waist. After that, She pushed the 3 swords into it. In the beginning, the sword gourd was slightly against that, and the sword seemed to fear it. However, it was no problem. Once Snowy glared at them, the sword gourd was obedient. Snowy placed the 3 swords into the sword gourd, and then she flew over to Yang Yi and cracked a smile before hanging it on his waist. When it came to treasures, hers was Yang Yes, and Yang Yes was Yang Yes. That was what Yang Yi had taught her, and that was what she thought was right. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head, and then he smiled, "Go back inside." But Snowy shook her head. She glanced at the surroundings, and then her eyes lit up. She was about to fly into the depths of the mountain when Yang Yi swiftly grabbed her in his arms. However, she seemed to be very excited, and she kept pointing into the distance with her eyes wide open. Moreover, she kept kicking with her tiny legs and seemed like she insisted on going. Chapter 2340 Tragedy. Chapter 2340 Tragedy. Impossible. Suddenly, a voice of disbelief resounded from deep within the mountains, and then a white-haired old man suddenly appeared 300 m away from Yang Yi. The old man gazed at Snowy while disbelief filled his eyes. Snowy glanced at the old man. Meanwhile, Yang Yi slapped her butt, and she immediately turned around and rubbed her head incessantly against his chest. She was quite embarrassed. In the end, Yang Yi forced Snowy into the primordial pagoda. But when the little fellow went inside, she shot one last reluctant gaze into the distance. Impossible! The old man stared at Yang Yi. How could she have possibly taken those swords? That's absolutely. Yang Yi suddenly asked, "What do I cultivate in?" The old man slowly clenched his fists. Yang Yi said, "Why isn't it possible? See? I'm a sword cultivator. They felt that my natural talent is extraordinary and acknowledged me as their master. Isn't that very normal?" Bullshit. The old man cursed. Yang Yi, stop flattering yourself. There's definitely something wrong about that sprite lord of yours. Make her show herself. I want. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared before the old man, and then a ray of sword energy descended. The old man's expression changed slightly, and his profound energy circulated. In an instant, 2 strands of flames appeared on his arms, and then he raised them. Bang! The old man forcefully clamped down upon Yang Yi's sword. But he was pushed around 1 kilometer back by the force of the collision. As soon as he stopped himself, a golden flying blade arrived before him. The old man's expression changed drastically from the sight of this, and he crossed his arms and slammed them forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the old man was instantly blasted away. At the same time, a pair of arms flew off into the air while accompanied by pillars of blood. They were the old man's arms. The old man hadn't even stopped himself when the sound of air being torn open resounded, and then a ray of sword energy pierced through the old man's forehead. Hiss! Blood sprayed. Yang Yi lowered his sword behind the old man. Wasn't it nice to hide? You just had to show yourself. The old man's eyes were opened wide as he stared into the distance, and a short while passed before they gradually dimmed down. Once he killed the old man, Yang Yi walked slowly into the distance. Suddenly, an ethereal figure appeared near Yang Yi. It was the woman who'd warned him that the immortal estate's master was on the way back. There was a thin layer of black mist around her, so it was impossible to see her appearance clearly. A strand of sword intent swept out from Yang Yi. Meanwhile, she suddenly said, "Don't misunderstand. I have no intention to stop you." She paused for a moment and continued, "I'm just curious about that cute pet of yours. I wasn't able to see it clearly earlier, so can you make her show herself so that I can have a good look?" Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. I'm really just curious." She continued, "Just let me see it, all right?" Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword and didn't say a word before walking toward the immortal estate. When he arrived near her, she looked at him and said, "How about we make a deal? I don't want your other treasures. So long as you give that little fellow to me, then not only will I refrain from trying to seize your other precious treasures, they'll even give you a pseudo-divine treasure in exchange. Moreover, I will stop targeting you too. What do you think?" Yang Yi stopped and gazed at her. "Are you trying to give alms to me?" She smiled. "Of course not. Yang." She stopped abruptly at this point because a strand of sword energy had arrived before her. Bang! It dispersed, and she was pushed over 300 m back. Yang Yi glanced coldly at her. I don't have time to waste on you. Disturb me again, and I'll kill you first before I deal with the immortal estate. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. A powerful aura suddenly swept out from her, but it didn't take long before it shrunk back again. Her icy cold voice resounded. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Yang Yi ignored her and just sped up. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop. There was an estate before him. It was huge, like a small city, and it was extremely quiet. Meanwhile, the door of the estate suddenly opened, and then 5 mysterious black-robed experts flashed out with spears in their grasps. A moment later, 5 spears appeared in front of Yang Yi. True Void Realm experts. All 5 of them were at the True Void Realm, but their auras were linked together like they were a single person. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Bang! A ray of blood-red light surged up into the air from within Yang Yi. An instant later, Yang Yi drew the saber behind him and swung it. It was a sweeping swing that carried an overbearing force. As soon as it descended, a wave of powerful energy rippled out of Invincible, and the 5 black-robed experts were instantly pushed back repeatedly. Yang Yi, on the other hand, was pushed around 30 m back too. 5 spears suddenly tore through the air at him when Head just stopped himself. Yang Yi grabbed Invincible with both hands and hurled it forward. At the same time, a saber that was as thin as a cicada's wings appeared in his grasp. The hidden blade. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of saber energy. An instant later, countless rays of saber energy enveloped the black-robed men, and golden light frequently flashed through the saber energy too. The flying blades. 2 flying blades. Hiss, 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 hiss. Horrifying sounds of slicing resounded throughout the area. Just like that, this went on for around 10 breaths of time, and then the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Now, only one person remained there, Yang Yi. Invincible was by his side, and Hidden Blade was in his grasp. Blood was dripping down incessantly from both sabers, and there were 10 corpses around him. Every corpse had been sliced into 2, and that was why they were considered as being 10. All 5 of them were dead. Yang Yi put the saber back on his back and walked toward the estate. Meanwhile, a beautiful woman appeared at the estate's entrance. Based on her outward appearance, she seemed to be around the age of 30. She wore a beautiful violet dress and had a very alluring and voluptuous figure. She glanced at him and said, Yang Yi, what do you want? Yang Yi didn't stop. Don't ask such a stupid question, all right? She stared at him. You've practically killed all the experts of my immortal estate who hunted you down. So will you still not stop? Practically all? Yang Yi chuckled. Young, so don't lie to me. I still remember an old man at the half-step World Lord realm. According to my knowledge, he's still alive, right? The woman's face turned gloomy. He is alive, but you heavily injured him. He can't pose a threat to you without recuperating for a few dozen years. After all, he doesn't have primordial violet energy. So, can't you spare his life? Spare him? Yang Yi stopped and looked her in the eye while ferocity covered his face. Why didn't your immortal estate try to spare me? She remained silent. Don't tell me that I'm going to extremes and leaving no room to maneuver. Meanwhile, Yang Yi started walking toward the estate. So long as that old man at the half-step World Lord realm, and all the true Tao realm, true Void realm, and true World realm experts of the immortal estate are dead, I can spare the immortal estate and leave. The woman's face instantly became unsightly. Yang Yi, you want the lives of all my immortal estate's experts? Do you really think we fear you? Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of her when he appeared again. An instant later, a ray of sword energy descended straight down. The woman's expression changed drastically, and she retreated back into the estate. Boom! A bottomless hole appeared before the estate. An instant later, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and shot up into the air. A moment of silence ensued, and then a 3 kilometers long ray of saber energy shot straight down from the sky and sliced through the world. If one looked up from below, it was like the sky had been chopped apart. Suddenly, a huge barrier of light surged up from the estate down below, and it slammed against Yang Ye's saber energy. Boom! The saber energy shook violently, and then it exploded apart with the barrier of light, causing the entire sky to ripple. Meanwhile, a blood-red saber descended from the sky, and a blood-red mark was left in its wake. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept out from within the immortal estate. Someone spoke softly from a certain point in space, so they used it in the end? Another voice replied, the immortal estate would probably be gone if they don't. He's amazing for being able to force the immortal estate into such a corner. Indeed, at the immortal estate. Along with the appearance of the terrifying aura, Yang Ye's blood-red saber suddenly stopped in midair and seemed to have been stopped by some sort of force. A moment of silence ensued, and then a woman in an aqua-blue dress walked up into the sky from within the estate. Every step she took caused space to tremble, and the sky gradually turned ethereal before her. It didn't take long for her to arrive before the blood-red saber. She glanced at it, and then she flicked it. Clang! A clear and melodious clang resounded, and then invincible cracked open. Countless shrill cries resounded from within the saber. It was the shrill cries of the vengeful spirits within it. Chapter 23:41. Who do you think you are? Chapter 23:41. Who do you think you are? Yang Yi slowly descended from high above in the clouds. Meanwhile, the woman in the aqua-blue dress gazed at him. She sized up Yang Yi in a gaze of superiority, true superiority, like a human looking at an ant. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and invincible returned to him. He fell silent as he gazed at the cracked saber before him, and a few breaths of time passed before he waved his hand and put it within the primordial pagoda, the true Tao realm. Meanwhile, the woman spoke abruptly. A true Tao realm cultivator actually forced my immortal estate to such an extent. She looked down at the estate below and said, "Who's the current estate master?" The beautiful woman from before appeared and bowed slightly to her. "Founding ancestor, the estate master isn't here. But I've notified him, and he should be on the way back." She glanced at the estate below and continued, "Is there no one capable left in the immortal estate?" Her voice was icy cold, and without any emotion. The beautiful woman was terrified, and she quickly lowered her head and didn't dare speak a word. The woman glanced coldly at the estate. In the end, she glanced at the sky. "What are all of you doing here?" Scram. She waved her hand lightly as she spoke. Bang. The space in a huge area shook violently, and then countless explosions resounded. At the same time, auras retreated like a receding tide. In just a few breaths of time, only Yang Yi and her remained in the sky above the immortal estate. She gazed at Yang Yi. "This clone of mine can only be summoned thrice. I've been summoned twice now, and the last was because of someone called the initial emperor. He was quite the figure, but you seem to be much weaker than him." Yang Yi chuckled. "I've been to the 6 clans, and I've practically met all of their ancestors. But I never expected even the immortal estate to have one. Sigh, it's really nice to have backing." Backing. All along his journey, his greatest backing had always been his father. Unfortunately, his father was gone now. Of course, he wasn't complaining about that because had always believed in one thing all through his journey. The best thing to rely on is always oneself. The woman placed her hands behind her back. "Come, let me see if there's anything special about the geniuses of this era." Yang Yi nodded, "All right." Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. A ray of sword energy flashed while a sword howl surged into the sky. Everywhere it passed, space was torn open, and a huge rift was opened up in the sky above the immortal estate. The sword domain. Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly or underestimate the woman, and had immediately used the sword domain. The woman's face remained indifferent, and it was like she was looking at an ant. There was no disdain, only indifference in her eyes. When Yang Ye's sword was around 3 m away from her, she suddenly stretched out 2 fingers. Clang! Along with a clear and melodious clang, the sky suddenly fell silent. The tip of Yang Ye's sword had stopped half an inch away from her forehead, and 2 fingers had clamped down on the tip of his sword. Yang Ye's powerful attack had been forcefully stopped like that. She glanced at him and flicked lightly. Yang Yi was instantly blasted over 30 kilometers away with his sword. Crack! The space behind Yang Yi exploded apart as he flew through it, and the cracks were stretching rapidly toward the surroundings. The entire sky was like a spiderweb. The experts of the Immortal Estate were visibly delighted from the sight of this. No matter how strong Yang Yi was, he wasn't stronger than their founder, even if their founder was just a clone. The woman glanced at her hand, and there was a tiny mark on her finger. An extremely disdainful smile appeared on her face when she saw that, and she looked up at Yang Yi. "Are you that weak?" Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked down at the sword supreme. There were cracks all around it. While they were tiny cracks, they were still cracks. The number 1 sword of the large universe. This number 1 sword of the large universe had never been harmed, yet now it had. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Strong. While she was just a clone, her strength far surpassed him. An expert like this wasn't someone he could fight at all. Moreover, if her main body was here, then even Anti-Veg and Wang Aria's grandfather would probably be no match for her. Flee? Yang Yi abandoned that thought as soon as it appeared to him. At the moment he chose to come to the Immortal Estate, had never thought of fleeing. He couldn't flee either. He was really in a hopeless situation. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then a strand of powerful sword intent swept out from him. True Dao Realm Sword Intent. With the Sword Gourd's help, Head improved his sword intent to the True Dao Realm, and this sword intent surged incessantly into the Sword Supreme. The Sword Supreme trembled, and a sword howl resounded through the sky. True Dao Realm Sword Intent. The woman spoke indifferently, coupled with your sword domain. It does make things a little interesting. I hope you don't disappoint. Suddenly, a ray of sword energy flashed. An instant later, it arrived above the woman. The sword domain. The sword domain combined with True Dao Realm Sword Intent, and it was even 2 overlapped attacks. This time, Yang Yi had executed 2 overlapped strikes. It was simply capable of obliterating the world. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, yet she still didn't dodge. At the instant Yang Yi's second swing descended, a pair of pure white hands suddenly clamped down upon his sword. Shed caught his sword, but she was pushed 3 steps back, and every step back she took caused the space beneath her to be obliterated. It was obvious how terrifying Yang Yi's attack was, but she was completely unharmed. Yang Yi held his sword with both hands. No matter how hard he pushed, his sword couldn't move down even a little. Yang Yi decisively abandoned his sword, and then an expanse of saber energy instantly enveloped her. Madness Saber Technique. Swing after swing was completely like a flash of lightning, and without even the slightest gap between them. However, every swing of Yang Yi's hit nothing but air. Every single one of them missed. It was like she knew where it would strike. So Shed moved before they even descended. So only saber energy and the sound of space being torn apart resounded. 2 breaths of time later, Yang Yi stopped. The woman was still standing before him. Her position hadn't changed at all. Moreover, she still had the Sword Supreme clamped between her hands. A wisp of ridicule curled up on her lips. Is that all? She flicked the Sword Supreme, and it shot forward. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly, and he caught the Sword Supreme with both hands. However, the powerful force it carries instantly blasted him away, and he flew over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi's arms cracked open and blood seeped out from them. Moreover, another wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Geniuses? Monstrous geniuses? Meanwhile, the woman suddenly laughed coldly. During my era, there were too many like you, and countless geniuses like you died at my hands. This is my final clone, and it will vanish in 2 hours. After that, nothing I left behind will remain in the Immortal Estate. Come, let me see what other trump cards you have. Confidence. She was absolutely confident when facing Yang Yi, both in how she spoke and mentally as well. Of course, she had the right to. After all, they weren't from the same era. It could be said that Yang Yi hadn't even been born when she commanded great respect all those years ago. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. At the instant he did that, a ray of sword energy flashed. A moment later, the sword energy appeared above her. One swing, two swings, three swings with the sword domain. Yang Yi's ultimate limit. At the instant the third strike descended, the space above the immortal estate was instantly obliterated and turned completely pitch black. Moreover, the powerful sword energy caused the estate below to start collapsing inch by inch. It was truly capable of obliterating the world. Boom. In the sky, a beautiful figure was blasted almost 3 kilometers away. It was the founding ancestor of the immortal estate. At this moment, her body had become quite ethereal. As for Yang Yi's body, it was cracking apart inch by inch, and blood was seeping out incessantly from him. In just a short while, he was covered in blood. But in just a short while, the blood vanished because it had been absorbed by Invincible. It was absorbing his blood? The woman glanced at her palm, and there was an extremely deep cut there. It had cut open her palm and damaged her clone. A moment of silence ensued, and then she looked up at Yang Yi. At this moment, she thought of something. The man before her was only at the true Tao realm. She restrained her thoughts, and then she started walking slowly in his direction. I have to admit that you have some skill. However, it's just a little. She waved her right hand once she finished speaking. Bang! A wave of powerful energy instantly blasted Yang Yi over 3 kilometers away. Mouthfuls of blood sprayed from Yang Yi, and the cracks throughout his body grew wider. While his body had cracked open earlier, the primordial violet energy within him had been healing him madly, so it wasn't lethal. Now, after suffering that attack from her, it wasn't just Yang Yi's body that cracked open. Even his internal organs had cracked open. She didn't stop and continued toward Yang Yi. I'm not interested in slaughtering an ant. However, I'm quite interested in slaughtering you. Isn't your recovery very fast? Come, let me see if your recovery is fast, or my destruction is faster. She raised her right hand and was about to attack again once she finished speaking. Suddenly, she frowned slightly and looked up into the sky. A ray of dark light shot down, and her expression changed slightly. She swiftly slammed her right fist at it. Bang! A wave of powerful energy rippled out toward the dark light, but the dark light blasted it apart. An instant later, a petite girl appeared before her. Moreover, the girl was holding her by the throat. The petite girl looked her in the eyes. Slaughter him? Who do you think you are? As soon as she finished speaking, the girl squeezed down slowly, and the clone of the immortal estate's founding ancestor instantly turned ethereal. Chapter 2342 You Deserve Death. Chapter 2342 You Deserve Death. Void Spirit Energy. The immortal estate's founding ancestor stared at the petite young girl who had just arrived. Who are you? The girl ignored her and just hurled the immortal estate's founding ancestor. Bang! The woman was hurled into the estate down below, causing it to explode apart. The girl didn't attack again and just gazed at Yang Yi. As soon as she saw Yang Yi, the icy coldness in her eyes vanished. She suddenly turned around and said, "All of you deserve death." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of dark light that vanished into the immortal estate. Bang! The entire estate collapsed, and countless shrill cries resounded from within. In just a short while, it was transformed into a pile of rubble and dirt. A ray of dark light appeared in the sky, and it dispersed to reveal the petite young girl, and the immortal estate's founding ancestor was in front of her. A ray of dark light coiled around the immortal estate's founding ancestor, completely immobilizing her. The founding ancestor of the immortal estate closed her eyes slowly. Now, I finally know what it's like for a wandering dragon to be toyed by a prawn in the shoal. The young girl revealed a cold smile. Aren't you just trying to say that your main body isn't here? I'll give you a chance. Bring it here, and let's see if I can kill your main body too. You. The woman gazed at the young girl with undisguised ridicule in her eyes. The young girl ignored her and walked over to Yang Yi. She squatted down and placed her hand on his forehead, and then a strand of profound energy immediately converged into Yang Yi. Meanwhile, a fluffy little head emerged from Yang Yi's chest. Snowy's eyes instantly opened wide when she saw the young girl, and then she flew over to the young girl's shoulder and ceaselessly rubbed her head against the young girl while crying. The young girl was none other than the queen of the Void Spirit race in the large universe, the Void Spirit Maiden, Tianxiu. Tianxiu rubbed Snowy's head while a rare wisp of gentleness flashed through her eyes. A short while later, Snowy seemed to have thought of something. She quickly pulled Tianxiu's hand and gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi was in an absolutely horrifying state, and Snowy's tears flowed like torrents as she gazed at him. She was devastated. Tianxiu rubbed Snowy's head and said, "Don't cry, he'll be fine." Actually, Tianxiu's face was quite unsightly too. If Shed arrived just a moment later, Yang Yi would probably be beyond saving. With the primordial violet energy and Tianxiu's void spirit energy healing him, Yang Yi's injuries gradually healed. Around an hour later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. Tianxiu. Tianxiu nodded slightly. "How do you feel?" Yang Yi cracked a smile. "I'll survive," she said. "Then stand up." Yang Yi stood up slowly, and then he looked down below. At this moment, the estate below was in ruins, and the founding ancestor of the immortal estate was completely immobilized by a strand of dark light. Tianxiu suddenly said, "Kill her." Yang Yi gazed at her with a puzzled expression on his face. Tianxiu said, "I kept her for you." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and said, "I want to kill her with my own strength. While I can't accomplish it now, I will in the future." Tianxiu said, "I'm not trying to make you borrow my strength to kill her, but there's a strand of soul within this clone. Devouring her is beneficial to you." "Devour her?" Yang Yi was stunned. "I can do that?" Tianxiu replied, "My void spirit race has a secret technique called Soul Devourer. It can be described as an evil technique that focuses on devouring the souls of others. The stronger the soul, the more beneficial it will be. I didn't teach it to you because I was afraid the path you took would be too extreme, but I never expected you to have already taken a very extreme path. Once you cultivate this technique, you'll devour the souls of all you kill, and in the end." Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "What happens in the end?" Tianxiu glanced at him and explained, "They will be stored within your body, and you can use their strength when you need it. Either to improve yourself, or to use them against your enemies. They will work well for both. If you devour enough souls, you can use them to temporarily improve your realm of cultivation. Just like this person before us, if you devour this strand of her soul, it's sufficient to allow you to temporarily attain the true void realm." Yang Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. He knew it was an awesome technique. After that, he glanced bitterly as he wished that Shed taught it to him sooner. Tianxiu seemed to know what he was thinking and said, "It's too cruel, and if you rely too much on it, it'll be disadvantageous to you. Moreover, I'm afraid you'll stray into the wrong path, infuriate the cultivators of this place, and get attacked by them all. But I never expected you to already be hunted by them all." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She didn't say anything else and just flicked a strand of dark light into his forehead. A moment later, a strand of information appeared in Yang Yi's mind. It was the soul-devouring technique. A long time passed before quite a strange expression appeared on Yang Yi's face. Just as Shed said, it was quite cruel. Devouring a person's soul represented that person wouldn't even have the chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. That person would truly vanish from this world. But he liked it. Cruelty? That depended on the person. If you didn't act cruelly against your enemies, they would be cruel to you. He firmly believed that if the immortal estate was given the chance, they would definitely take reincarnation away from him. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and walked over to the immortal estate's founding ancestor. The latter stared at him. Her clone had grown much more ethereal, and it would vanish very soon. Yang Yi didn't insult her, and he was about to act when she suddenly said, "We'll meet again." Yang Yi nodded. "We definitely will. The next time we meet, I'll beat you up like a dog." "I definitely will." Yang Yi raised his palm and pressed it upon her. Bang! The clone instantly exploded apart, and countless fragments of her soul dispersed toward the surroundings. Yang Yi waved his right hand slightly, and a ray of dark light immediately appeared at the center of his palm and sucked in all the soul fragments. Yang Yi revealed an intoxicated expression. It felt really comfortable. A long time passed before Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked down below. At this moment, the immortal estate was in ruins, but many people were still fleeing madly. Flee. The immortal estate could be said to be truly finished. This once enormous organization had practically lost all its experts at the True Tao realm, True Void realm, and True World realm. It could be said that it would gradually vanish from eternal border in the future. Suddenly, Snowy grabbed Yang Yi's hand and pointed ahead. Yang Yi asked, "There's something there?" Snowy nodded repeatedly. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Tell it to come over here." Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, blinked, and then looked over. After that, she pulled Yang Yi toward that direction. Just like that, Snowy led Yang Yi and Tian Xiu to the deepest depths of the mountain. Tian Xiu suddenly said, "The spirit energy here is very abundant." Yang Yi nodded. The further they traveled in this direction, the purer and more abundant the spirit energy was. He gazed at Snowy. Meanwhile, Snowy blinked, and then rubbed her paws together incessantly as if she was about to get something. Suddenly, Snowy stopped, and then she waved her paws at them to tell them to stop. Yang Yi and Tian Xiu exchanged glances, and both of them saw bewilderment in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Snowy jumped over to a mountain wall, sized it up, and then knocked it lightly. A short while later, her eyes lit up, and then she slapped her paws against it. Bang! The entire mountain wall shook violently, and then it cracked open. Strands of pure white hair gradually appeared before them. Tian Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and faint dark light flickered on her right hand. Snowy looked left and right. In the end, she grabbed a long hair with both hands and pulled hard, but she couldn't move it at all. At this moment, she seemed to have thought of something and inhaled. Hiss! In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy converged to her, and even the pure white hair suddenly started to turn slightly ethereal. Who did that? Meanwhile, a furious roar resounded like a thunderclap, and then the entire surroundings started to quake. Snowy was shocked and hurriedly leaped onto Tian Xiu's shoulder. The ground and mountain before them collapsed inch by inch, and countless strands of dust and dirt shot up into the air. Yang Yi and Tian Xiu moved around 3 kilometers back with Snowy. At this moment, as they looked down from high above, the entire ground was trembling, and then a head emerged from beneath the ground. A dragon head, a white dragon head. As for the white hair Snowy had pulled on, it was the dragon's beard. However, the beard was countless times larger than it had been a while earlier. Bang! The ground collapsed, and then a huge pure white dragon appeared in the sky. A spirit vein, and it was a sacred vein too. The eyes of countless experts who were watching from the shadows had turned red with greed. It was a sacred vein, and based on its size and purity, it seemed to be on the verge of advancing into an immortal vein. A sacred vein wasn't sufficient to arouse the greed of some powers, but an immortal vein was entirely capable of accomplishing that. It didn't take long for the space and the surroundings to tremble. Obviously, they were sending messages back to the powers they represented. Tian Xiu glanced at the sky with icy coldness in her eyes. Meanwhile, the white dragon suddenly roared with fury, "Who disturbed my sleep? Come and receive your death." Snowy suddenly transformed into a ray of white light that appeared before it. The white dragon was stunned when it saw Snowy. Snowy blinked, and then she sniffed lightly. Hiss! The spirit energy coming from the white dragon instantly reduced quite a bit. At the same time, its body had faintly turned a little more ethereal. The white dragon was stunned. Chapter 23:43 Like a God. Chapter 23:43 Like a God. The white dragon had astonishment in its eyes, and it flashed over 1 kilometer away. Snowy was stunned when she saw it retreat, and she hurriedly chased after it. The white dragon was at a loss for words. A short while later, Yang Yi appeared in front of Snowy and stopped her. She blinked, and then pointed at the white dragon. Yang Yi spoke softly, "Drag it into the pagoda. All right?" Snowy blinked and quickly nodded. Yang Yi moved aside and Snowy flew over to the white dragon. This time, she didn't absorb the white dragon's spirit energy and just waved her claw at it before pointing at herself. Obviously, she was telling it to go with her. The white dragon gazed at Snowy with extreme vigilance. It was quite afraid after Snowy absorbed its spirit energy earlier. Snowy glanced at Yang Yi when the white dragon didn't respond, and the latter shrugged to display that he couldn't do anything about it. Snowy gazed at the white dragon, and an ethereal axe appeared in her grasp. The white dragon moved 300 m back again while the vigilance in its eyes deepened. Snowy suddenly charged at the white dragon with the ethereal axe in her grasp, and the powerful force of the charge caused her hair to stand on end. Obviously, since being nice didn't work, she planned to use force. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Snowy's tail. Snowy turned around and saw Tianxiu holding her. Tianxiu rubbed Snowy's little head, and then she looked up at the white dragon. "Do you have anywhere else to go?" The white dragon glanced at her, and then it looked down at the immortal estate below. At this moment, the estate had ceased to exist. The white dragon fell silent for a moment and shook its head. Tianxiu continued, "Then why don't you go with her? Your spirit energy may be good, but it's quite far away when compared to primordial violet energy. If you get to absorb primordial violet energy, it'll be a good thing for you, right?" The white dragon glanced at Snowy and said, "She's very dangerous." Snowy hurriedly put the axe away, and then she shook her head repeatedly to display that she wasn't dangerous. The white dragon was still hesitant. Obviously, it really feared Snowy, because Snowy had harmed its foundation just now. Tianxiu suddenly stretched out her right hand. In an instant, a wave of powerful dark light enveloped the white dragon. At this moment, it couldn't move at all. It was horrified. Tianxiu walked over to the white dragon with Snowy in her arms and said, "You'll like it there." She waved her right hand, and a ray of dark light instantly brought the white dragon into the primordial pagoda. Snowy's eyes lit up when she saw Tianxiu throw it into the primordial pagoda, and then she hurriedly went inside. The primordial pagoda was her territory. Yang Yi gazed at Tianxiu. "Tianxiu, won't using force arouse aversion in it?" "It won't, nor would it dare to." Tianxiu replied indifferently, "It's lucky to be able to be with Snowy." She closed her eyes slowly. Snowy was different. She was knowledgeable, so she naturally knew how extraordinary Snowy was. Actually, she was very surprised too, because she hadn't expected Snowy to become a sprite progenitor. Even she had never seen a sprite progenitor in her life and had only heard about them. But Snowy had actually started transforming upon arriving at Eternal Border. Of course, it was a good thing for Snowy, but it was probably not a good thing for Yang Yi. Yang Yi suddenly said, "Tianxiu, let's go." "What?" She closed her eyes slowly. "We can't leave for now." Yang Yi frowned when he heard this, and then he suddenly looked up. There was a speck of light in the sky, and it was growing larger and larger. In an instant, it appeared in the sky above the immortal estate. It dispersed to reveal the figure of a middle-aged man. The immortal estate's master, Yi Xian. Someone spoke softly in the shadows. "He's finally back. Unfortunately, the immortal estate is gone." Yi Xian. Many years ago, the name Yi Xian could be described as being renowned throughout Eternal Border, and it had been ranked at the second position on the Divine Martial rankings then. However, for some reason, he suddenly vanished. Not just Yi Xian, many other experts from that time vanished mysteriously, including the Nanli clan's Nanli Ming. While they'd vanished, their reputation hadn't vanished with them. Yi Xian glanced at the ruins of the immortal estate, and then he looked up at Yang Yi and Tianxiu. "Even my founding ancestor's clone wasn't able to stop this calamity. Looks like the heavens willed the destruction of my immortal estate." He gazed at Tianxiu when he spoke up to this point. "I know most of the experts in Eternal Border, but I've never seen you." Tianxiu raised her palm. 5 breaths of time. They'll give you 5 breaths of time to flee." Yang Yi gazed at her with astonishment and wondered if she was being a little too haughty. Yang Yi wasn't the only one. Many in the shadows were stunned as well. 5 breaths of time. For Yi Xian to flee? Confidence? Or conceit? Yixin gazed at her for a long time and chuckled. Come, let me see how you'll take my life. Swoosh. Meanwhile, a ray of dark light appeared in Tianxiu's grasp. Netherworld destiny. Bang. A powerful ray of dark light suddenly dispersed from it, and then Tianxiu vanished on the spot. Hiss. Yang Yi watched with astonishment as the entire sky turned ethereal, truly ethereal. Moreover, Yang Yi could sense that the space was dying. Truly dying, not shattering. Space was like a person, and it could be injured, then repaired. However, if it dies, then it would be lost. At this moment, the space here felt like it was dying. It couldn't endure Tianxiu's strength. When did Tianxiu become so strong? No. Suddenly, Yang Yi recalled that Tianxiu may have always been this strong. When she fought the patriarch of the undying race, Shed instantly shattered the space there, and she hadn't been at her peak then. How strong was she at her peak? In any case, had never seen it. Netherworld destiny shot through the sky, and the world instantly darkened. Moreover, a faint mist appeared in the surroundings. Yixin's expression had changed when Tianxiu attacked. His eyes were filled with shock. He hadn't even finished speaking when a spear had already appeared in his grasp, and then it swept toward the surroundings. Hiss, 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 hiss. Ray after ray of spear energy rippled out incessantly from it. In just an instant, the surroundings were covered in the spear energy. The powerful energy they emanated even pushed Yang Yi back repeatedly. Void return. Meanwhile, Tianxiu's voice resounded, and then the spear energy exploded in layers. Not only was the spear energy exploding, even the space above the immortal estate was collapsing and being obliterated at this moment. An instant later, a sharp spike pierced through everything and stabbed into Yixin's chest. Hiss. Yixin's body instantly turned ethereal. The surroundings gradually calmed down, but the space here was still dim. It had been completely obliterated, and if no expert was willing to repair it, then it would never be repaired. Yixin's eyes were filled with disbelief. Why, you're only at the true world realm. So why? The true world realm. Tianxiu was only in the true world realm, but Yixin was a world lord, a true world lord. However, he was dead. Tianxiu placed her hands behind her back as she stood behind Yixin, and then she closed her eyes slowly. Realms of cultivation? That's a standard to judge ordinary people. But I don't need realms of cultivation to judge my strength. Understand? Yang Yi had quite a strange expression when he heard this, and he felt quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Yixin closed his eyes. I understand. There were a type of people in this world, and they couldn't be judged by convention. In the past, Head thought that he was a person like that, but the cruel facts before him were telling him that he wasn't. Yixin's body gradually turned ethereal, and it didn't take long for him to vanish completely. However, Tianxiu stretched out her hand and grabbed, causing countless soul fragments to descend before Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to absorb all of them. As far as he was concerned, they were extremely beneficial to him. Once he was done, Yang Yi gazed at her. He hesitated for a moment and said, Tianxiu, you. Tianxiu asked, I'm very strong, right? Yang Yi nodded. Tianxiu put netherworld destiny away and looked up at the sky. During our respective primes, the undying race and my void spirit race weren't weaker to any one of the clans in this eternal border. The overall strength of the forces in the large universe were inferior to this place, but it wasn't that inferior. As for me, up until now, I've only encountered a single expert who's capable of defeating me at my prime. Yang Yi didn't say anything because Head guessed the person's identity. Tianxiu walked over to Yang Yi and said, Do you know how I obtained void spirit energy? Yang Yi shook his head. Tianxiu grinned. All those years ago, there were over a dozen who wanted it, and every one of them was much stronger than the person I just killed. In the end, all of them died at my hands. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Tianxiu closed her eyes slowly. They'll be leaving very soon. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, Why? She replied softly, There are some rules in this universe, and I must follow them. You'll understand in the future. However, I can still do some things for you before I leave. She waved her hand once she finished speaking. Hiss. Netherworld destiny shot through the air. H. A shrill cry resounded far away in the sky, and then a head descended from there. Tianxiu glanced coldly at the surroundings. If anyone dares to approach him while I'm still here, he'll annihilate everyone related to you. Chapter 23, 44 Longevity Sect. Chapter 23, 44 Longevity Sect. Tianxiu glanced coldly at the sky and gazed at Yang Yi. Let's go. Both of them vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Once they left, around an hour passed before a few powerful auras appeared in the sky above the immortal estate. Investigate her. A voice resounded. Meanwhile, a woman in a green dress unfurled the scroll in her hand and wrote, Void Spirit Energy, Void Spirit Maiden, the large universe. Strength. True world realm, but possessed the strength of the limit breaker realm. Once she finished writing, she closed the scroll, and then she looked in the direction that Yang Yi and Tianxiu had left toward. She said softly, This world is getting more and more interesting. Suddenly, Tianxiu shot a glance in her direction from far away. The woman was slightly stunned and casually smiled at Tianxiu. Tianxiu withdrew her gaze and vanished into the distance with Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the woman spoke softly, Amazing. At the same time, an old man suddenly appeared before her, and he cupped his fists at her. Senior Nanli. She suddenly waved her hand and interrupted him. What do you mean by senior? Don't make me sound so old. Call me Miss Ming. She was the Nanli clan's Nanli Ming. The old man's face stiffened slightly, but it immediately returned to normal. Miss Ming, you are very knowledgeable. So do you know that woman's origins and identity? Nanli Ming blinked. Do you want to know? The old man nodded while a bad premonition arose in his heart. Nanli Ming suddenly stretched out her hand. 5 pseudo-divine treasures, or 1 divine treasure. But I think that your freedom sect isn't willing to give me a divine treasure. So, 5 pseudo-divine treasures, 1,000 eternal immortal crystals, or an eternal divine crystal. What do you think? The old man was quite embarrassed as he cupped his hands again and said, Miss Ming, as expected of the all-knowing maiden of eternal border, I truly admire your ability. He hesitated for a moment and continued, Miss Ming, your price is too high. Nanli Ming replied indifferently, I really don't like hearing that. You make it sound like I'm a scammer. I, Nanli Ming, always carry out fair trades with clear prices. As for the price I requested, it should be nothing for your sect, right? According to my knowledge, you found quite a bit of treasures in the Eternal River, right? You seem to have gotten a mirror or 2 lately, and it's a divine treasure, right? The old man's face instantly turned cold while a wisp of killing intent flashed within his eyes. Suddenly, Nanli Ming raised her hand and waved it. Bang! The old man was instantly blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, Nanli Ming appeared before him again. The old man was shocked and couldn't be bothered to deal with the discomfort in his heart as he quickly retreated 300 m away. However, Nanli Ming was still in front of him. Nanli Ming glanced coldly at him and said, Now, I want to make a deal with you. The deal is poor, and I need 1,000 eternal immortal crystals. So, give it to me. Of course, I won't take it for free. I'm not that kind of person. It's payment to keep me quiet. If I don't get it within 2 hours, then I'll spread the information of what your freedom sect obtained. Moreover, they'll spread the information of every other treasure your sect obtains in the future. The old man glared angrily at her. You, what? She suddenly spoke happily. You think 1,000 is too little? All right, then 2,000. What? Is it still too little? Then, suddenly, a spatial ring appeared before her. Nanli Ming turned around, and a black-robed figure had appeared there. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure said, My subordinate was insensible and offended you. Please accept these 2,000 eternal immortal crystals as compensation. It was a female voice. Nanli Ming smiled. What are you talking about? We're one big family. It's no offense at all. I didn't even take it to heart. She glanced at the spatial ring and took it. The black-robed figure nodded slightly. Thank you for being merciful, Miss Nanli. Since you said we're family, I won't hold back. My freedom sect wants to know her origins. Can you tell us about it? Nanli Ming asked. That young girl from before? The black-robed woman nodded. Oh my. Nanli Ming suddenly patted her forehead. Sigh. I'm so sorry. I've been cultivating too much until my mind isn't really working well. I can't really remember anything about her. Meanwhile, a spatial ring descended before Nanli Ming. There were 1,000 eternal, immortal crystals within it. Nanli Ming blinked and calmly took the spatial ring. I think I remember a little now. Right, I do. I remember now. If I'm not wrong, she's the patriarch of the #1 race in the large universe from many years ago. The Void Spirit race's Void Spirit Maiden. Her most dazzling accomplishment in battle was when she killed over a dozen Limit Breaker realm experts at the Intent Spirit World. It was also during that time which she obtained the Void Spirit Energy. Of course, Void Spirit Energy wasn't its name at the time, but once she absorbed and refined it, it became her exclusive spirit energy. She grinned and continued, That's about it. The black-robed woman suddenly asked, What's her relationship with Yang Yi? Nanli Ming rolled her eyes. Sis, you're just making things difficult for me now. I'm not spending all my time investigating this random nonsense. I'm only interested in strong people, and strange things. The woman nodded slightly. I understand. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming added, Your Freedom Sect has no need to fear her, but I personally think you should avoid her for now. After all, the Void Spirit race is gone, so she has nothing left to worry about. If she attacks your Freedom Sect, your sect master is probably going to get a kick to the balls. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't use such language. It won't happen again. It definitely won't. She turned around and vanished into the sky. The old man spoke solemnly. Guardian Shao, she went too far. Why should we give her face? You fool. The woman spoke coldly. It could have been done with just 1,000 eternal immortal crystals, but you made it into a few thousands. Yet you still dare to speak about it? The old man's face was quite unsightly, but he didn't dare to say anything. She continued, Both her strength and background cannot be underestimated. Since she isn't targeting our Freedom Sect, we naturally should avoid offending her. If you didn't reveal killing intent toward her, she would have never asked us for those crystals. The old man fell silent. The woman continued, Don't even think that our sect is unmatched. There is always someone stronger in this world. Never underestimate anyone. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking, and the old man left soon after. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming was stopped by a middle-aged man on the way back to her clan. Nanli Ming sized up the man and asked, You want to ask about her background? The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. I want to ask about that sprite lord. Nanli Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The middle-aged man closed his eyes slowly. Name your price. Nanli Ming looked him in the eyes. A divine treasure. Bang! A wave of powerful pressure appeared here, and then a ball of light that emanated rainbow-colored light appeared before her. A divine treasure. A true divine treasure. How precious were they? It could be said that there were no more than 20 in the entire Eternal Border. Moreover, most of them had been brought over from other universes. Yet now, the middle-aged man hadn't hesitated to give her one. Just to verify something. Nanli Ming gazed at the ball of light for a very, very long time, and then she said, Haven't you already guessed the answer? Why waste this divine treasure? The middle-aged man opened his eyes slowly, and his hands were trembling slightly. A long time passed before he spoke softly. How inconceivable! We were only willing to sacrifice a divine treasure to be 100% certain. If we were mistaken, the slightest mistake may cause our downfall. Now that we've obtained your confirmation, we feel much more at ease. She spoke softly. Obtaining some things may not be a good thing. The middle-aged man spoke solemnly, but it may not be a bad thing either. She glanced at him, and the middle-aged man suddenly became quite excited. Miss Ming, my longevity sect has been passed down from 35,000 years, and we've had 8 sect masters throughout this time. Every single one of them was a shockingly monstrous genius, but all of them perished at the Eternal River. The middle-aged man closed his eyes slowly at this point. Hard work? Talent? At most times, they can't compare to a good background. Those who live in the eternal universe are blessed by nature. and they are born with spirit energy that's much purer than ours and resources more abundant than ours. If we want to get all of that, we must work hard our entire lives, and we may not necessarily succeed in the end. Now, she is an opportunity for us, and we'll risk everything for it. Nanli Ming took the ball of light and said, "That's your choice." She turned around and left. Meanwhile, the calmness on the middle-aged man's face gradually turned to excitement, then madness. After they left the immortal estate, Yang Yi and Tian Xiu arrived at a mountain range. At the peak of a mountain, and inside the primordial pagoda, Tian Xiu sat cross-legged with her eyes closed while faint, dark light surrounded her. Meanwhile, Snowy was greedily absorbing the white dragon's spirit energy, and the white dragon seemed like life was over for it. It had made an agreement with Snowy that allowed Snowy to absorb a little every day. Yang Yi was quite curious about this because Snowy's desire for spirit energy was much stronger than before. But Yang Yi and the others weren't aware that even someone seemingly invincible like Tian Xiu had gradually turned solemn when she noticed that the speck of dark purple in Snowy's eyes was growing. Chapter 23:45 Overbearing. Chapter 23:45 Overbearing. In the primordial pagoda, Tian Xiu sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Just like that, a long time passed before she opened them slowly and gazed at Yang Yi. "Come with me." She left the primordial pagoda once she finished speaking. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and left as well. At the peak of the mountain, Tian Xiu walked to its edge and looked up at the sky. "You have two paths. 1. I send you away from eternal border, and you never step foot in here until you've attained the limit breaker realm. 2. Send Snowy away, far, far away." Yang Yi frowned and was puzzled. "Why?" Tian Xiu replied softly, "Snowy may be able to advance." Yang Yi was still puzzled. Then why should she be sent away? Tian Xiu gazed at Yang Yi. "If she advances, she'll arrive at an extremely terrifying level, and you don't have the ability to protect her. Or to be more precise, she'll be fine, but you won't." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "It's very serious?" Tian Xiu replied, "It's not very serious, it's extremely serious. You came here from the large universe, so you've never heard of a sprite progenitor and don't know how special she is. It can be said that a sprite lord that will become a sprite progenitor can make countless experts go mad. Even I am probably unable to stop those experts." Yang Yi's face became absolutely solemn. At this moment, Head realized how serious the situation was. Tian Xiu walked over to Yang Yi. "You can't protect her with your current strength." She looked up at the sky and continued, "If it's up to me, you should give her up. Because even if you flee, you'll be running all your life. Your life has never been easy since you started cultivating. So it's really—" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "Tian Xiu, do you think I would give her up?" Tian Xiu fell silent. Yang Yi spoke softly. "I can't give up anyone by my side, including Snowy." Tian Xiu closed her eyes slowly. How could she not be aware of Yang Yi and Snowy's relationship? It was impossible to make Yang Yi abandon Snowy. However, if he didn't, the consequence was bound to be bad. After all, Snowy wasn't a true sprite progenitor yet. So not to mention protecting Yang Yi, she couldn't even protect herself. If she fell into the hands of someone else, she would be like a powerful official who relied on the king to give orders to the marquises. She would become someone else's puppet. Flee? The universe was boundless, so it was an option. However, she was very well aware that they would absolutely not give up on Snowy. No matter where Yang Yi went, they would go after him. A long time passed before Tian Xiu opened her eyes. "What do you plan to do?" Obviously, she was asking Yang Yi. What should he do? Yang Yi was stunned for a while, but it didn't take long for him to chuckle. He chuckled for a while before he looked up at the sky with an icy cold gaze. "Tian Xiu, I want to become strong, much stronger, even stronger than you, even stronger than the unfettered one. I want the world to cower when they hear my name, and I want no one in this world to ever dare think about targeting me. I want their hearts to shudder upon hearing my name." He turned to look at Tian Xiu at this point. "I want to be invincible, truly invincible. Invincible." Yang Yi had finally truly understood something. If he wanted to live as he pleased, He had to be invincible. When he was truly unmatched, no one would dare to target him or his loved ones. Bang! A wave of powerful intent suddenly swept out from within Yang Yi. Sword intent. It swept out of Yang Yi and rippled toward the surroundings. A short while later, the space throughout the sky started rippling like water. Moreover, his sword intent was soundlessly undergoing some sort of change. A profound change. A long time passed before it surged back into him. Yang Yi was stunned and gazed at Tianxiu. The latter patted him lightly on the shoulder. I finally know why he thinks so highly of you. Yang Yi was puzzled. The sword cultivator. Tianxiu spoke softly. The emotionless sword Dao stresses upon abandoning everything except the sword. His heart belongs solely to the sword, and his world only has the sword in it. It's a path that's much easier than the sword Dao of emotion, because the sword Dao of emotion requires you to experience life and death. You must experience everything. The path of emotion includes everything and the laws of all things, so it isn't that easily taken. But the emotionless path. A person who is emotionless isn't terrifying, but if a person has emotion, that is the rarest quality. She sat down slowly at this point. The heart. How many people once suffered and grew old with their children? How many lived dazzling lives and always abandoned the old for the new? And how many are willing to even kill their loved ones for their own interests and the path of immortality? Yang Yi fell silent. Had experienced quite a bit of the coldness of man all through his journey. Tianxiu continued, do you know why your sword intent suddenly underwent that change? Yang Yi shook his head. Tianxiu gazed at him with gentleness in her eyes. Those words you spoke were heartfelt. Invincibility, you want to be invincible, and the reason for that is because you want to protect those close to you. You've never stopped keeping them as the priority in your heart. Congratulations, your sword Dao of emotion has finally gotten on track. Sword cultivators actually cultivate the heart. As the heart changes, so does the sword. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. It didn't attain the true Dao realm. You're wrong. Tianxiu said, it's like the return of the prodigal son. At that time, it's naturally impossible for him to undergo a tremendous change. But his heart has changed. Once the heart changes, his future path changes. Your sword was once a sword of defending, and defending is always a little passive. Yet now, you want to be invincible. Can't you feel it? Your sword intent has gained a powerful offensive attribute without you realizing it. She glanced at him at this point, and then he spoke softly, the true heart of the strong. Offensive? Yang Yi immediately released his sword intent, and then the space in the surroundings started rippling once more. He hadn't ordered the sword intent to do anything, and it was doing it on its own. Come with me. Tianxiu transformed into a ray of dark light that shot up into the sky, and it only took a moment for her to vanish in the boundless starry sky. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to follow her. Far away in space, Tianxiu and Yang Yi stood in the starry sky while countless stars surrounded them. Tianxiu looked Yang Yi in the eyes. The true Dao realm required a true Dao, and it's the same for sword intent. Why isn't your sword intent true? Now, calm down and think. I guarantee that no one will interrupt you. Thinking was comprehension. Tianxiu was very well aware of Yang Yi's flaws. It was that he rarely comprehended. Yang Yi killed all his way here, and while such tempering wasn't a bad thing for him because it made his combat instinct and ruthlessness incomparable by anyone at his age, cultivation wasn't all about fighting and killing. Experiencing something for yourself was better than reading 1,000 books. But if a person doesn't even read a single book, then that person would be illiterate regardless of how much that person has experienced. Experience was necessary, but reading was important too. Now, she wanted him to comprehend. Calm down and comprehend his own Tao, and comprehend everything in the world. In the past, Yang Yi was either killing or on the way to kill. He was too busy and didn't have time to comprehend. Yet now, Tianxiu was acting as his bodyguard, so he could comprehend in peace. Tianxiu said, I sense another powerful intent within you, and it should be true Dao realm madness intent. Why were you able to comprehend it, and even allow it to attain the true Dao realm? It was because your hatred was true, your madness was true, and your insanity was true. Just like a piece of ice, What is it in essence? It is water. Water is its true form. Understand? Yang Yi didn't say anything and just closed his eyes slowly. Meanwhile, Oxy, Snowy, Wang area, and Sword Scroll appeared by his side. Tianxiu had called them out. Tianxiu glanced at them. In the end, her gaze descended upon Wang area, and then it didn't take long for her to frown. Wang area glanced at Tianxiu and spoke softly, Big sis. Shed met many experts like the primal demon, but only 3 had ever felt extremely dangerous to her. 2 of them were the sword cultivators Shed met in the village that day and Tianxiu who stood before her. Tianxiu glanced at Wang area and nodded slightly. Stop playing around with Snowy all day and cultivate more. Strive to stimulate your bloodline as soon as possible. Wang area was clearly quite afraid of Tianxiu and immediately nodded, all right. Snowy blinked. Playing around? Tianxiu gazed at Sword Scroll, and the latter glanced at Tianxiu. She didn't say anything. She'd seen the world, so she was very calm when facing Tianxiu. Tianxiu suddenly asked, because of her? Sword Scroll hesitated for a moment and said, not entirely. He's not bad either, right? Tianxiu's face eased up quite a bit. He's a pretty good person, and he won't let you down. Sword Scroll glanced at Tianxiu and didn't say a word. Meanwhile, Tianxiu gazed at the sword gourd on Snowy's waist. Snowy blinked and passed it to her. She was very obedient at most times. There were 3 people she couldn't offend. One was Yang Yi, then it was Zier, and then Tianxiu. Tianxiu was about to grab it, but it shook violently and transformed into a ray of light that dodged to the side. However, Tianxiu grabbed at it, and it fell into her grasp in the end. Tianxiu sized up the sword gourd and said, you are a pretty good treasure for him. Unfortunately, you're too proud. You're lucky his temper isn't that bad. If it were me, I would have blasted you into bits. As soon as she finished speaking, she casually tossed it aside. His temper isn't bad? Sword Scroll and Wang area had quite strange expressions on their faces. Yang Yi's temper isn't bad? Snowy hurriedly nodded instead to display her agreement. Yang Yi's temper was quite bad, because Yang Yi's temper never flared against her. Meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly vanished. At the 7th level of the primordial pagoda, in the void, an ethereal axe floated silently in the sky. Tianxiu glanced at the axe and said, you could have escaped a long time ago, yet you're staying here. Why? You think he'll drag you down with him? Or perhaps your target is Snowy, and you plan to take advantage of the situation in the end? The axe remained silent. Tianxiu raised 3 fingers. At the moment my last finger drops, and I still don't get a good answer, then I'll make you stay here forever. Bang! The entire 7th level shook. A powerful wave of pressure appeared here. Tianxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Try it. See if I dare to crush your spirit and turn you into a pile of scrap. Chapter 23, 46 Kill a few as an offering. Chapter 23, 46 Kill a few as an offering. The space in the sky gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, 2 of Tianxiu's fingers had descended. Right when the 3rd was about to descend, the primordial axe of creation spoke. Why force me? Force you? Tianxiu spoke coldly. I know what you want. You want Snowy. But you seem to have forgotten that Snowy is with him. You're staying with them, but you're just benefiting without helping. Nothing comes that cheap in this world. The axe spoke in a low voice. He has a sprite progenitor by his side, yet doesn't have the strength to possess her. But he isn't willing to give her up. If I choose him, the end I face will probably be death. Tianxiu walked over to the axe and said, you want to benefit but don't want the risk that comes with it. Nothing comes that easily in this world. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, leave and stop coveting Snowy, or acknowledge him as your master. Acknowledge him? The axe was furious. On what basis? Suddenly, Tianxiu stretched out her hand and grabbed, and then the ethereal axe in the distance was within her grasp. The primordial axe of creation stopped speaking. Tianxiu's gaze was icy cold. On what basis? Then let me ask you, why should he continue helping you grow in strength? Why should you benefit from primordial violet energy? Tell me why. He'll kill you if you can't answer me. The primordial axe of creation spoke angrily. Void Spirit Maiden, don't go too far. Suddenly, an explosion resounded through the sky. The space around the axe was obliterated in layers, and the axe itself shook violently as if it was enduring some sort of great pain. Tianxiu suddenly clenched her fist. Bang! The space around the axe exploded apart, and then a ray of faint dark light enveloped the axe. In the dark light, the axe was trembling madly. Tianxiu looked straight at the primordial axe of creation. A divine treasure? You think you're that great? If you weren't still a little useful, I would have crushed your spirit by now. I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to submit to him or not? If you do, you'll share everything with him. With Snowy by his side, your advancement won't be an issue in the future. If you're unwilling or have other plans, then I'll kill you right now. The surroundings fell silent. Was it willing? The primordial axe of creation was a divine treasure, a very powerful one too. However, it was just a divine treasure, so while it was powerful, the strength it could reveal was limited while not being used by someone. Moreover, even if someone used it, it would probably still be no match for Void Spirit Maiden. Just as Shed said, amongst the people Shed met in her life, only the unfettered one could defeat her. The axe was a divine treasure with a temper of its own, but she was worse. Either submit or die. The axe was certain that Tianxiu was absolutely capable of that. A long time passed before Tianxiu left. In the starry sky, the little fellows here immediately gazed at her once she arrived. At this moment, she was their pillar of support. Only Sword Scroll's expression remained solemn because she was very well aware that Tianxiu couldn't stay here for long. There were some rules that had to be abided by. Meanwhile, Tianxiu looked to the right, and everyone looked over too. Snowy blinked and looked at her. Wang Area licked her tonghulu and spoke softly, "Old man." Sword Scroll looked over but saw nothing. She wasn't the only one. Oxy couldn't see anything either. It was empty there, but Snowy and Wang Area could. Sword Scroll frowned slightly, and then she swiped her fingers over her eyes. A ray of sword energy appeared there, and then she looked up and saw an old man in gray robes. Tianxiu glanced at Wang Area. "Your grandfather asked you to stay with him?" Wang Area nodded. Big Sissy Shin too. "Oh, but I think Snowy is really nice, and I feel like staying with her." She passed her tonghulu to Snowy. The latter blinked and licked it. It tasted pretty good. So she took another lick. Tianxiu grinned. "Your grandfather is quite the man, and he has quite the vision." Wang Area was extremely happy when she heard Tianxiu praise her grandfather. Tianxiu nodded, and then she walked over to the gray-robed old man. It didn't take her long to arrive before him. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the old man's figure was quite strange. It seemed to be one with space, but it seemed to transcend the space here too. Just like Yang Yes Sword Domain. The old man cupped his fist at Tianxiu. "I'm the protector of this place. While you're at the true world realm, you possess the ability to break the limits. Every fight you get in reduces this world's lifespan by dozens of years. So, please leave this place." Tianxiu closed her eyes slowly. "I can't leave for now." The old man frowned. Meanwhile, Tianxiu continued, 2 months. They'll leave in 2 months. The old man shook his head and refused. Tianxiu gazed at the old man. "Then kill me." The old man was at a loss for words. Tianxiu took 2 steps forward and looked the old man in the eyes. "I want to stay here for 2 months. Can I?" The old man replied softly, "I know your strength is extraordinary, but you should abide by these rules." "This isn't a threat." Tianxiu replied, "I do not abide by other rules, but I will abide by this one. However, rules aren't alive. We are. It isn't a problem to let me stay 2 months, right?" "Oh, right. I'm from the Void Spirit race, and my race is gone." She was all alone. The old man's eyelids twitched. He feared people like that the most, especially those with extremely terrifying strength. Once a misunderstanding occurred between them and a battle broke out, he would probably not have a day of peace for the next few hundred years. A long time passed before the old man sighed softly. 1 month? You can stay for 1 month. We'll go into closed-door cultivation during this month, and we'll only come out after that." Tianxiu pondered deeply for a moment and nodded. "All right." The old man glanced at her and said, "Please don't get into too many fights." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. 1 month. Tianxiu fell silent for a long time, and then she gazed at Sword Scroll and the others. She gazed at Sword Scroll and said, "Which power is the most powerful in this place? And what other hidden experts are there?" Sword Scroll hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know the specifics. However, the Nanli clan's Nanli Ming should know. But she's a slave to wealth, and she won't tell you anything without giving her something good in return." "Nanli Ming?" Tianxiu asked. "Where's the Nanli clan?" Sword Scroll glanced at her and pointed to the right. Tianxiu nodded slightly. "You stand on guard here." She turned around and planned to leave immediately. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared in front of her and pointed at herself while anticipation filled her eyes. Obviously, she wanted to go play with Tianxiu. Tianxiu rubbed Snowy's little head. "I would have taken you with me even if you didn't ask. They'll all die if you stay here right now." She took Snowy and vanished into the sky. Wang Area gazed at Sword Scroll. "Big sis Sword Scroll, that big sister is really strong." Oxy nodded to display its agreement. Sword Scroll glanced at the dark ray of light in the sky and nodded. "Very strong indeed." Wang Area asked, "Madman Young will be fine now that she's here, right?" Sword Scroll replied softly, "Who knows?" Suddenly, Wang Area looked to the side. "Big sis Sword Scroll, there are people here." Sword Scroll glanced at the surroundings and said, "Ignore them. They won't attack while Snowy is gone." Just as Shed said, they didn't attack, but none of them left. As for Tianxiu, who dared to follow her? Sword Scroll's face remained extremely solemn. They knew how strong Tianxiu was, yet they were still here. This meant that they refused to give up on Snowy. Could Tianxiu stop them? Moreover, she only had a month. The Nanli clan. At Tianxiu's speed, it only took a while for her to arrive at the Nanli clan, and Nanli Ming immediately appeared before her. Nanli Ming glanced at Tianxiu and smiled. "My Nanli clan isn't targeting Yang Yi or that little fellow on your shoulder," Snowy blinked. "Little fellow on Tianxiu's shoulder? Is she talking about me?" Tianxiu glanced at Nanli Ming. "The Limit Breaker realm." Nanli Ming smiled indeed. "I gave those old geezers quite a few treasures to let me stay for a while. It really hurt." Tianxiu nodded. "I have something to ask you. Which power is stronger in Eternal Border, and who's the strongest expert?" Nanli Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. "What are you planning?" Tianxiu replied indifferently. "I plan to kill a few people as an offering to the heavens." Nanli Ming replied solemnly. "According to my knowledge, Yang Yi isn't from the Void Spirit race, so why get mixed up in this for him? Allow me to be honest, even you will probably die if you get swept into this vortex." Tianxiu looked up at the sky. "In the past, he treated me as a loved one and protected me with his life. Since he treated me with sincerity and like a loved one, I will do the same. I can't protect him forever, but if anyone dares to touch him in this month, he'll annihilate everyone they know." Chapter 2347. What is the Martial God? Chapter 2347. What is the Martial God? Loved ones. As far as Tianxiu was concerned, Yang Yi and Snowy were her loved ones, because they treated her as their loved ones in the past. Nanli Ming gazed at Tianxiu in silence. Tianxiu said, "I've been to Eternal Border in the past, but I didn't stay for long. So, I don't know much about it. Come, tell me what kind of hidden powers and experts reside here. We'll go pay them a visit." Nanli Ming pondered deeply for a moment and said, "On the surface, the Immortal Estate is undoubtedly the stronger. Of course, the 2 cities, 3 sects, and 6 clans aren't weak either. However, they've fallen into a decline lately, because no especially extraordinary experts have appeared amongst them in recent years. As for in the shadows, there are some powers too, but strictly speaking, they can't be considered to belong to Eternal Border anymore." Tianxiu patted Snowy gently and said, "Continue." Nanli Ming continued, "All of them are at the Eternal River, and they spend their lives preparing to traverse the river. There is the Longevity Sect, Freedom Sect, Creation Sect, and Lifeless Sect among them. They don't have many experts, but there are no weaklings among them. They only recruit the best geniuses of each universe. In the past, the patriarchs of the 6 clans have joined one of them, like the initial emperor joined the lifeless sect. Tianxiu suddenly asked, "What about you?" Nanli Ming grinned. "It's a small secret, but I can tell you that I didn't join any one of those 4 powers." Tianxiu glanced at her and remained silent. Nanli Ming continued, "The waters are very deep there, very deep indeed. Some of the old geezers amongst them have even traveled the eternal river. While they haven't been able to pass through, they survived. Over there, the more times you travel the eternal river and survive, the stronger you are." The eternal river? Tianxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. The wall between universes? Nanli Ming nodded and glanced at Tianxiu. "I think that if you've given some time, you have a very good chance of getting through. I'm not interested in that right now." Tianxiu continued, "Are there other powers?" "There's one more." Nanli Ming spoke solemnly. "It has been passed down for the longest time, and it's the most mysterious. It's extremely mysterious to the point it may not even exist." Tianxiu frowned when she heard this. Nanli Ming said, "The sovereign sect." Tianxiu asked, "The sovereign sect?" Nanli Ming nodded. "I've only heard of them, but even I can't say for sure if they exist. However, an expert did notice some traces of them while traversing the eternal river. Moreover, it said that a very, very long time ago, their sect master was able to travel freely between the eternal universe and eternal border. Of course, I don't really believe that. There's practically no one here who can break open the walls of the eternal universe with ease." Tianxiu asked, "Ignore the sovereign sect. Which of those 4 other sects is the strongest?" Nanli Ming replied, "They're on par." Tianxiu asked, "What about their experts?" Nanli Ming replied solemnly, "Senior Dream, the current top-ranked expert on the divine martial rankings. He resides in a violet bamboo forest by the eternal river. He remains aloof from the outside world. If he hadn't defeated Godless Heaven, a renowned expert from the immortal estate at that time, with just 10 moves, no one would even know that he existed." Tianxiu nodded. "I see." She turned around and left with Snowy. Nanli Ming suddenly asked, "Are you really going to stand up for him?" Tianxiu stopped. "Why?" Nanli Ming spoke solemnly, "Your strength is rarely seen, but the sprite progenitor will make them go mad, and you can't protect him forever. If I'm not wrong, the guardians of this world have spoken with you. So, you don't have much time left by his side. They will give you face while you're protecting him, and they won't touch him for now. But what about once you leave? The more you suppress them now, the worse it will be when they finally explode once you're gone. At that time, they will vent all their frustration and rage on Yang Yi." Snowy suddenly waved her paw on Tianxiu's shoulder while rage covered her face. Nanli Ming glanced at Snowy while her eyelids couldn't help but twitch. She truly wondered if Snowy really was a sprite progenitor. Tianxiu rubbed Snowy's head and spoke softly, "I can't protect him forever, but every day counts. It isn't his fault that he possesses a sprite progenitor, and it isn't this little fellow's fault either. It's this cruel world. Of course, he is at fault for being too weak. If he is given 10 years, just see if anyone in Eternal Border dares to target him. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that time." Nanli Ming spoke solemnly, "Allow me to be honest. If he's willing to hand the sprite progenitor over, then not only will he be able to resolve his problems, he'll gain a huge amount of benefits because of your presence. So long as he's willing to hand her over, he can raise any conditions." Tianxiu gazed at Nanli Ming. "Did the power behind you tell you to say that?" Nanli Ming nodded. "Sort of. However, allow me to be clear that we won't use force, and we can discuss the matter with him. Of course, I'm not interested in this little fellow, and am just asking on behalf of the people who stand behind me." Tianxiu gazed at Snowy. "Are you willing to leave Yang Yi?" Snowy was stunned for a moment, and then she shook her head repeatedly. Nanli Ming suddenly said, "There's a secret technique in this world that can extract memories." Tianxiu suddenly looked up. Bang! A ray of powerful dark light rippled out. Nanli Ming's expression changed slightly as she lightly twisted her hand. Boom! A ray of white light rippled out of her palm, and an explosion resounded through the sky. Nanli Ming was blasted over 300 m back. Tianxiu glanced icy coldly at Nanli Ming. If it wasn't for the fact that you gave me information earlier, I would kill you right now. Extract Snowy's memories? It was a very, very cruel thing. Regardless of whether it was a person or a sprite, incomplete memories represented an incomplete life. It could be said that once Snowy's memories were extracted, she would become another's puppet. Even if she advanced into a sprite progenitor one day, they would still be able to control her. And because she had incomplete memories, she would never be able to advance further. To be a little blunt, extracting memories was equivalent to cutting off a man's nether regions. While he would still be barely considered a man, he would never leave any descendants in this lifetime. Extraction of the memories. Snowy blinked and gazed at Tianxiu. Obviously, she was asking what it was, and if it was fun. Tianxiu rubbed Snowy's little head. I won't let anyone extract your memories. Void Spirit Maiden. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming suddenly said, as I said before, all of them are giving you face right now. But what about once you leave? If you leave, Yang Yi will die. While she'll be fine, based on her relationship with Yang Yi, no power wouldn't fear that. So, any power that gets her will extract her memories, causing her to completely forget Yang Yi and everything that happened between them. Suddenly, Snowy was furious. She glared fiercely at Nanli Ming while the primordial axe of creation appeared in her paw. If Tianxiu wasn't pulling onto her, she would have attacked Nanli Ming. Tianxiu glanced at Nanli Ming and said, as far as all of you are concerned, she's just a sprite progenitor and Yang Yi is a weakling, but none of you are able to see their future. He's a vengeful person, and hell repay the people of Eternal Border 100-fold for how they're treating him now. She took Snowy and left once she finished speaking. Nanli Ming closed her eyes slowly. He may not have a future. While she didn't want to get mixed up in the fight for the sprite progenitor, it was linked to too many things. It could be said that if Void Spirit Maiden hadn't arrived, Yang Yi would cease to exist in this world by now. A long time passed before Nanli Ming glanced at the thick scroll in her grasp and said, I've said what I should. I'm not going to get mixed up in this, and don't come looking for me. I'll say bye to all of you if you do that. She turned around and vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the scroll shook, and something seemed to be transmitted from it. Tianxiu returned to Yang Yi's side with Snowy. Sword Scroll heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Tianxiu. While Shed placed her bets on Yang Yi, if she were being honest, she would really be losing her entire bet if Void Spirit Maiden hadn't arrived. Tianxiu glanced at the surroundings. F***ck off. As soon as she said that, the hidden auras throughout the surroundings left like a receding tide, and it didn't take long for them to vanish into the starry sky. Tianxiu gazed at Sword Scroll. I remember that he had the Bodhi tree. Why isn't it with him anymore? Sword Scroll replied solemnly, it was taken. Tianxiu frowned. She didn't say a word, and just gazed at Yang Yi and walked slowly toward him. At this moment, Yang Yi was like a monk in meditation, and his aura was restrained and without any fluctuations at all. Tianxiu gazed at Yang Yi and pondered deeply in silence. Along with her silence, the atmosphere in the surroundings gradually became heavy. Snowy and Wang area were fine because they were two little fellows who were totally carefree, and Tianxiu wasn't worried about them. Their identities were special, so they could survive well even if Yang Yi was gone. Sword Scroll, the Primordial Pagoda, Oxy, the Primordial Axe of Creation, all of them could still live well without Yang Yi. Only Yang Yi. Snowy's transformation had pushed Yang Yi into a hopeless situation. A long time passed before Tianxiu opened her eyes slowly and spoke softly. How should I save you? In an unknown world, a ruin, a woman in a white robe squatted before a stone tablet, and a spear was stabbed in the ground by her side. A long time passed before the stone tablet shook violently, and then a voice came from within it. What is the martial god? A single thought can become many and transform into countless variations. I came from the eternal, and I traveled through countless universes to finally find someone who isn't bad. Tell me, what do you seek? The woman looked up slowly. I seek to be invincible. Chapter 23, 48 Destiny Cannot Be Defied. Chapter 23, 48 Destiny Cannot Be Defied. Invincibility. A moment of silence ensued, and then roaring laughter came from the stone tablet. The laughter lasted for a very, very long time before the mysterious voice said, "Invincibility? Who in the world can truly accomplish that? Even the mysterious and ethereal destiny that rules over everything dares not call itself invincible." The woman in a white dress glanced at the stone tablet and said, "If I don't try, how would I know? What if I succeed?" The stone tablet fell silent. A long time passed before it shook violently and exploded apart. The woman's expression remained indifferent. After it exploded apart, an extremely old man appeared before her. The old man was old to a horrifying extent. His face was covered in wrinkles that seemed like they were carved by a blade, and his skin was so dry it seemed to be completely devoid of moisture. Old, hunchbacked, and seeming like he would die in just a moment. The old man sized up the woman and said, "In the eternal dimension, there is a saying, destiny can be guessed, but it cannot be defied. Do you know what that means?" She shook her head. The old man said, "In the beginning, we believed that our destinies were in our hands, and we could overcome the heavens. But in the end, we discovered that the heavens were the heavens, and all things had their own destinies. All ends were predetermined." When he spoke up to this point, he walked to the side and looked up at the distant sky. "My martial Tao is encompassed in one word, defiance. Defy destiny and control the universe. It's a path of no return, a path Wu and I, took my entire life and am unable to go further anymore. If you're unafraid of it, you can become my disciple and take this path of mine." The woman looked up at the old man. "Are you strong?" "Strong?" He glanced at her and roared with laughter. His laughter reverberated through the world. After laughing for a while, he looked up at the sky and said, "Since the age of 30, I've been unmatched my entire life and have never been defeated. Even destiny fears me." Wu and I. Eternal border. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the room with his aura restrained within him. Comprehension. What was true? His sword intent was at the progenitor realm, but it was still half a step away from the true Tao realm, and it was because he hadn't comprehended the truth of sword intent. Just like that, days passed, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. 10 days had passed on the outside world. On this day, Tian Xiu went to the cultivation room, and she fell silent as she gazed at Yang Yi. Actually, Yang Yi's natural talent wasn't very good, and had really relied on his own hard work to get where he was today. As for being able to attain his current strength at such a young age, outsiders were actually unaware of the truth. If the time Yang Yi cultivated in this cultivation room was included, his age was far more than it seemed. While relying on the primordial pagoda was like cheating, which expert in this world hadn't obtained fortuitous encounters in their lives. Tian Xiu restrained her thoughts, watched Yang Yi for a while, and then left. Right when she was about to take a step out of the room, she suddenly stopped and turned around. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Yang Yi stretched out his palm, and then a strand of sword intent dispersed from his palm. True Tao realm sword intent. Yang Yi was quite excited, and he gazed at Tian Xiu. "Tian Xiu, during this time, I used the sword gourd to improve my sword intent," and then repeated that while using it as reference. Tian Xiu suddenly interrupted him. "You're very excited about that?" Yang Yi nodded. "Aye." She walked over to him. "Even if your sword intent attains the true void realm, you're still an ant before your enemies." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She turned around. "Come with me to see a person, and you've wasted too much time." Tian Xiu vanished on the spot. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and glanced at his palm. There was a blood-red glow there. Slaughter intent. This time, he hadn't just comprehended the truth of sword intent, had done the same for slaughter intent. Unfortunately, they weren't as strong as madness intent. However, madness intent required going mad, and that was a very depressing requirement for him. Madness intent was actually strong because it was equivalent to stimulating a person's entire potential and indirectly improved the might of his sword intent and slaughter intent. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. In the starry sky, Tian Xiu said nothing and just led Yang Yi to the depths of space. Tianxiu spoke softly later. If you want to use that axe, you can do so at any time. However, it's your biggest trump card, so don't use it unless it's a critical moment. The second is your sword gourd. It's very strong too, especially those 3 swords within it. Coupled with your sword supreme and sword precursor, you have 5 swords. As the sword gourd nourishes them, they will grow stronger and stronger. So, use them well. She paused for a moment at this point and continued. Both the axe and the sword gourd are things you do not possess the strength to subdue, and they are mostly staying with you and letting you use them because of Snowy. However, there's no need to belittle yourself, and don't think too much of divine treasures like them. If they are disobedient, just destroy them. Don't let them have their way. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Tianxiu hadn't kept what she said away from the others in the primordial pagoda, so the primordial acts of creation and the sword gourd truly had a blow struck to them, especially the sword gourd. It couldn't help but go close to Snowy. It was really quite afraid of Tianxiu because even Snowy would have to use her cuteness when that woman's fury was unleashed. Tianxiu added, Sword Scroll isn't very useful to you right now because you're weak, and she will replace the sword gourd in the future to provide incredible assistance to you. As for Oxy and Area, while Oxy's bloodline is inferior to Area, it isn't weak. With the primordial violet energy and Snowy's help, it has boundless possibilities. If you have the time, you can help it improve too. As for Area, she isn't ordinary, and I can't really see through her either. So, just treat her normally. If she leaves one day, don't stop her. Understand? Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at her and was about to speak, but she continued, Your sword domain is your greatest lethal move. When you have the time, try to study it more often. Your talent and luck will determine how far you'll be able to develop it. As for Snowy, she stopped and gazed at Yang Yi. There is nothing but a pure relationship between the two of you. However, the people of the world don't care about that. Snowy is too useful, and shed link to too many things. Your life is bound to never be peaceful while you have her. Of course, if you're able to survive until the day she becomes a sprite progenitor, your good luck shall arrive. At that time, all the enemies before you will be begging you to be their friend. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, Tianxiu, are you leaving? She didn't answer him and continued forward. While they were walking, they moved extremely swiftly. A short while later, Tianxiu said, During my fight with the Undying Race's patriarch, he fled in the end. Yang Yi frowned. He fled? Tianxiu replied indifferently, It was my mistake. I thought he would choose to fight me to the end. Unfortunately, he didn't. But it's fine. He won't be able to escape. She fell silent for a moment at this point and continued, Snowy, and you are the only ones I care about. However, I can't protect both of you forever, and I don't want to do that either. If a wolf doesn't temper itself, it'll never become a king amongst the wolves. Moreover, if the patriarch of the Undying Race remains alive, I would be disappointing all the members of my void spirit race. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, I understand. Tianxiu said, True Tao, true void, true world, and then its half-step world lord and world lord. The world lord realm is a lord of a realm. Actually, it's the formation of a small world within the body, and you are the lord of that world. Experts like those are still a huge threat to you. However, you have many treasures, so you still have the strength to fight them. It's those at the Limit Breaker realm who are a true threat to you. Yang Yi asked, The Limit Breaker realm? She nodded. The Limit Breaker realm is the ability to break through limits. The limit here is a critical point of this world. Every world has its own critical point, and so does the eternal border. If I attack it, my strength is sufficient to destroy the critical point of eternal border. In that way, eternal border would be destroyed. There are those who guard this world, and they won't allow anyone to destroy this world. Just like when my void spirit race was in the large universe, I protected the large universe. If anyone wanted to destroy that critical point, that person would have to go through me. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Expects like these cannot fight in eternal border, but it's not an absolute rule. So long as they don't damage the critical point of this world, the guardians of this world won't have a reason to go after them. Moreover, the ties between these powers is like a huge web, So even if their relationship with the guardians of this world aren't very good, it wouldn't be very bad either. So, those guardians will never take your side. So long as they give those people some allowances, you'll be finished. Yang Yi listened silently. Tianxiu continued, of course, that isn't the greatest threat to you. The greatest threat to you is the strongest people of this world. Just like me, they are able to ignore the rules on many occasions. If they act against you, you wouldn't have even the slightest chance against them. So, I'm taking you to a place to meet experts like that. Yang Yi asked, why? Tianxiu replied, so they don't act against you. Yang Yi asked, will they agree? Tianxiu glanced at him and said, they'll kill them if they don't. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Suddenly, Tianxiu stopped and said, we're here. She waved her right hand, and they vanished from the starry sky. Both of them descended to the ground, and a violet bamboo forest was before them. Every single bamboo was thick as a pillar, and they were very tall too. They were over 30 m tall, and they could simply be described as blotting out the sky. Tianxiu led Yang Yi to the bamboo forest and said, this is my brother. I've brought him here to seek a promise from you. She received no reply. Tianxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. The Void Spirit Race's Void Spirit Maiden would like to seek guidance from you. We shall decide both victory and death. Chapter 2349, Such a Sword Actually Exists. Chapter 2349, Such a Sword Actually Exists. Decide on life and death. Yang Yi gazed at Tianxiu with astonishment, and he wondered if she was being serious. Suddenly, the purple bamboo forest shook, and then they parted. At the same time, a bamboo leaf floated out from within. A purple bamboo leaf. It floated over slowly, light as a feather, and without any fluctuations of energy. It was slow and light. That was what Yang Yi felt. But his intuition told him that if he got close to it, he would die in an instant. Tianxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. She stretched out her right hand and clamped down upon it with 2 fingers. It shook slightly but was very calm. Just like that, this continued for a long time before Tianxiu suddenly flicked it, and it transformed into a ray of violet light that shot into the bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, there was no further sound from it, nor was there any movement. A long time later, an aged voice came from within, please come in. As soon as the voice resounded, the bamboo forest split apart, and then a small pathway appeared before them. Tianxiu led Yang Yi into the bamboo forest, and she spoke indifferently while they walked. Did you see the force that leaf carried earlier? Yang Yi shook his head. She explained, even if you used the primordial acts of creation and your full strength, you still wouldn't be able to stop it. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Tianxiu spoke softly. It's called Limit Breaker, a force capable of destroying a world. This expert before us can merge that energy into a bamboo leaf without harming it at all, and this proves that he's at the peak of the realm or even higher. Yang Yi glanced at her and remained silent. The expert in the depths of the bamboo forest was able to merge the energy sufficient to destroy a world within a single leaf, and it was obvious how strong that expert was. However, Tianxiu had been able to deal with it perfectly, and this showed that Tianxiu's strength was at a terrifying level as well. Yang Yi had undergone a tremendous improvement in strength after arriving here, but both the Unfettered One and Tianxiu were growing stronger too. Yang Yi wasn't the only one who was growing stronger. It didn't take long for Tianxiu to stop, and there was a violet bamboo house ahead. A stream flowed before it, and an old man was seated by the stream. His feet were in it as he allowed the water to slowly brush against his feet. The old man wore a gray robe that was very long and almost long enough to fall into the water. There was a tea table to his right, and 2 white cups and a teapot were on it. The old man waved his right hand lightly, and one of them appeared before Tianxiu. Meanwhile, Snowy emerged. She glanced at the white cup, sniffed it, and then gazed at Tianxiu. Tianxiu glanced at the cup and spoke softly, Bodhi-do, a pseudo-divine treasure. A normal person's body would undergo a tremendous change upon consuming it. It'll truly cleanse their bodies. She glanced at Yang Yi and continued, you can forget about it. Even a divine treasure may not work on you. Yang Yi was quite embarrassed. His body was frequently being nourished by primordial violet energy, so normal divine treasures really couldn't compare to it. Tianxiu didn't drink and passed the cup to Snowy instead. Snowy immediately drank it all, and then she licked her lips and seemed to still be unsatisfied. It didn't take long for her to look at the old man, or to be more precise, she gazed at the white teapot. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi and pointed at the teapot. She was clearly asking him to go get it. Yang Yi's face darkened. He glared at Snowy and said, "Go get it yourself." Snowy glanced at the old man and was slightly hesitant. Her instinct told her that this old man wasn't a nice person. Meanwhile, the old man waved his right hand lightly, and the teapot flew over to Snowy. "It's for you." Snowy's eyes lit up. She didn't know what being courteous was at all, and she just grabbed it and started drinking. Tianxiu walked over to the stream and said, "Don't have much time left?" The old man nodded. "Every time I try to traverse the river, I lose thousands of years of lifespan, so I don't have much left to lose." Tianxiu asked, "Is it very difficult?" The old man replied softly, "Very." Tianxiu said, "It's our own effort that determines our success." The old man grinned. "What about you? When will you be going there?" Tianxiu shook her head slightly. "Not for now. I have many things to do." The old man fell silent. Tianxiu suddenly asked, "What do you think about my brother?" The old man fell silent for a long time before he said, "He can be considered to be outstanding." Tianxiu closed her eyes slowly. "I'm here to ask for a favor. I wonder if you'll agree." The old man fell silent. Tianxiu spoke softly. "You still have 100 years of lifespan. Just 10 years. Don't act against him for 10 years, and you can do as you please after that. All right?" The old man said, "To be honest, even I can't avoid being tempted by a sprite progenitor." However, the old man stood up slowly and gazed at Yang Yi. "I'm willing to give you the favor, but I want this young brother to return the favor in the future." Yang Yi unconsciously asked, "How?" The old man smiled. He didn't say anything and just entered the bamboo house. "Let's go." Meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly spoke and walked away. Yang Yi hurriedly followed her. "Tianxiu." Tianxiu said softly, "Remember that if you survive, and this little fellow advances, then if he comes to you, help him if it's within your ability." She paused for a moment and continued, 10 years. While it's 10, you must remember that if you can't deal with the other powers, then it's very likely that he will act against you." Yang Yi was about to speak when Tianxiu added, "Perhaps you're wondering why I'm not helping you deal with those powers hiding in the shadows. They dare not act against you while I'm here, but if I act against them, they will join forces. Coupled with those guardians of this world, the outcome will be one where both sides suffer severe losses. What I mean is they will die, but so will you. I can take Snowy and leave now and attract their attention for you, but they will definitely use you to threaten me and make me bring Snowy back." She stopped and looked back at him. "I can take you with me too. If Snowy hadn't been exposed, taking you with me would be an option. Yet now, if I take you with me, they will still join forces to stop me. Moreover, those others from the large universe, including those friends of yours, will die. They will use them to force you to show yourself. If that sword cultivator isn't included, I won't lose to anyone here in a one-on-one battle. Even that old man from before, I can still kill him. But I would have to pay a small price. However, if they join forces, then coupled with those guardians of this world, even I would find it difficult to keep myself alive." Yang Yi fell silent. Tianxiu continued, "We've formed a balance right now. They dare not attack while I'm here because they don't want to go down with me. As for me, if I want you to survive, then I cannot choose to take them down with me. In the end, I've dealt with the strongest experts for you, the experts at the Limit Breaker realm. However, you have to deal with the rest of them." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "I know. I must walk my own path." Tianxiu nodded. "I have some time, so let me take you to the final place." She vanished on the spot with Yang Yi. The sword ruins. Tianxiu led Yang Yi to the sword ruins, and Jian Yu had a solemn expression on her face as she gazed at Tianxiu. Tianxiu glanced at Jian Yu and said, "I want to see that sword." Jian Yu fell silent. Tianxiu looked toward the depths of the sword ruins. At this moment, Her gaze had pierced through the sword ruins. In the end, she saw what she wanted deep within the area. Tianxiu's face gradually turned solemn. A long time later, Tianxiu withdrew her gaze and closed her eyes slowly. Such a sword actually exists. Jian Yu gazed at Tianxiu in silence. Tianxiu gazed at Yang Yi. Don't think about it. Just cultivate well here. I'm going out for a while. Perhaps he'll return. Perhaps I won't. If I don't return, do everything you can to survive. Tianxiu turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. Tianxiu. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared before Tianxiu. She gazed at him in silence. Yang Yi rubbed her head lightly. They'll live well. So you live well too, all right? Tianxiu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, It isn't difficult for a person to live in this world, but to live with dignity and freedom is very difficult. Your character is one that would rather break than bend. You would rather die than cower. So, your life is even more difficult. No matter what, live well with Snowy. Tianxiu's figure gradually turned ethereal. She's left. Tianxiu had left again. Yang Yi looked up at the sky and was quite bewildered. He wondered if he would ever see her again. His intuition told him that this parting might last for eternity. A long time passed before Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Jin Yu. 2 weeks. He'll leave in 2 weeks. She fell silent. Yang Yi walked over to a nearby tree and sat down cross-legged. A short while later, he entered the primordial pagoda. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi clenched his fists slowly, and then a wave of terrifying intent swept out from within him. Madness intent. Yang Yi had taken the initiative to release it. Once it appeared, Yang Yi wasn't normal anymore. But it didn't take long for his sword intent and slaughter intent to appear. Bang! The two intents immediately pounced at the madness intent. Balance. He planned to fully control the madness intent. It was very dangerous, and the slightest mistake might result in his death. But he wanted to give it a shot. He had to try. Far away in space, Tianxiu walked slowly. Suddenly, 6 extremely powerful auras appeared, and they immediately surrounded her. Tianxiu closed her eyes slowly. 6 Limit Breaker Realm experts. Looks like you still plan on trying. But that's fine too. I would have gone to you anyway. Even if I can't kill you, I'll cripple you all. Otherwise, how would someone young like him fight against old geezers like you? Boom. Something appeared in Tianxiu's grasp once she finished speaking. Netherworld Destiny. Chapter 23, 50 Fragments. Chapter 23, 50 Fragments. In the boundless expanse of space, a petite young girl held a spike that emanated a dark glow as she waved it through the air. She was fighting 6 Limit Breaker Realm experts on her own. Countless experts were watching from the shadows. Night break. Meanwhile, a low voice resounded. After that, a speck of white light flashed through the endless starry sky. Everywhere it passed, the darkness was dispersed, and the powerful energy it contained destroyed star after starry. Moreover, space was transformed into a void in its wake. It destroyed all matter. The strength to destroy a world. The white light was shooting straight at the young girl. The young girl was Tianxiu. Tianxiu's face remained indifferent as she gazed at it, and Netherworld Destiny was extremely calm. The white light was growing closer and closer. Suddenly, Netherworld Destiny vanished from her grasp, and then it emanated a long dark ray of light as it struck the top of the white light. Boom! The white light exploded apart, but the energy within it didn't disperse. A strand of invisible energy passed through Netherworld Destiny and arrived before Tianxiu. Tianxiu remained indifferent as she slapped her palm down. Bang! The energy was instantly obliterated. Suddenly, a silver spear shot out from deep within space. Hiss! 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 Everywhere it passed, tearing resounded throughout space. The powerful energy it carried caused the world to turn ethereal. The energy within it was too strong. So this expanse of space couldn't endure it at all. Thus, space turned ethereal and was gradually obliterated. The starry sky was pitch black, but the spear was still there. Moreover, a pitch black chain was creeping toward Tianxiu from behind. Besides that, the chains were multiplying. In the end, it was like snakes were all around her in the form of chains. At the same time, many powerful auras slammed down upon her like a tsunami. Tianxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. She ignored the chains and waved her hand lightly. Netherworld destiny transformed into a ray of dark light that shot forward and stabbed against the spear. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the spear was blasted away. As for Netherworld destiny, it returned to Tianxiu and floated quietly before her. However, the chains around Tianxiu suddenly formed a huge cage of chains, and they caged the space around her. Moreover, countless powerful auras surged incessantly toward the cage, and with the help of them, the cage grew stronger and stronger. In the cage, a ray of dark light surged up into the sky and slammed against the cage, causing it to shake violently. However, the cage wasn't broken open, and it was even shrinking more. 6 Limit Breaker Realm experts were outside the cage. 6 of them represented 6 times the strength to destroy a world, and the chains were a divine treasure called the Chains of Times. It was so strong that it could chain an entire universe. So, how could Tianxiu fight back against such a divine treasure and 6 Limit Breaker Realm experts? The cage of chains continued to shrink, and countless rays of dark light kept rippling out within it. Explosions resounded incessantly throughout the starry sky. Just like that, it went on for a very, very long time. Finally, a rumbling explosion resounded, and then countless chain fragments descended from the sky. However, it was replaced by numerous explosions, and every one of them shook the world. Suddenly, 3 more powerful auras shot over from far away, and they were so strong that the black hole of space here instantly started burning. It was burning. Black holes were made of dark matter, and dark matter was a sign of destruction that was at a certain type of border. Now, along with the 3 terrifying auras, the dark matter was being destroyed once more. 9 Limit Breaker Realm experts. Tianxiu's icy cold voice resounded. You decided to attack in the end. All right, bring it. As soon as she finished speaking, rays of dark light suddenly appeared in this expanse of space, and there were strands of water amidst them. What? Destroying your own essence? Have you gone mad? Meanwhile, an astounded voice resounded, and then shocking explosions resounded incessantly. Just like that, it went on for around an hour, and then the world there gradually calmed down. Once it calmed down, there were 3 corpses and a ball of dark light. A few breaths of time later, the ball of light gradually dispersed, and then a pile of fragments dispersed from it. Netherworld destiny. These fragments were Netherworld destiny. Meanwhile, a woman closed her eyes slowly. It was Nanli Ming. A long time passed before she opened her eyes, and then she opened the thick scroll and wrote, Void Spirit Maiden. She came from the large universe, and she fought 9 Limit Breaker Realm experts as a true World Realm expert. 3 were killed, 6 crippled, and a divine treasure destroyed. Such accomplishments are unmatched amongst women throughout history. A pity indeed. Nanli Ming shook her head and sighed twice before leaving. In the starry sky, the fragments of Netherworld destiny descended slowly and gradually arrived at the Sword Ruins. At the Sword Ruins, Yang Yi seemed to have sensed something, and he immediately left the primordial pagoda. He looked up at the sky, and then the fragments descended before him. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot when he saw them. A long time later, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky, and he followed the fragments into the boundless reaches of space. At this expanse of space, space had been completely obliterated. Starlight couldn't enter it, and it was just an expanse of deathly silence. Truly deathly silence. There were many chain fragments here too. Yang Yi just stared blankly at the scene before him. At this moment, it was obvious to him what had happened. A long time passed before Yang Yi gazed at the fragments in his grasp and muttered while seemed to have lost his soul, Tianxiu. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings with a blank expression in his eyes, and then 2 streams of clear liquid gradually seeped out from the corners of his eyes. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll appeared by his side. Yang Yi gazed at Sword Scroll. In the beginning, I was a nobody in profounder continent, but I was very happy. I had a younger sister and mother. Our family was very happy. At that time, my goal was very simple, and it was for my family to live a normal and peaceful life. Unfortunately, later on, I noticed how extravagant that was. He looked up at the sky and continued, "My mother died, in my arms. Elder Mu, who treated me as his son, died too. I watched him die, and I could do nothing about it. When I arrived at the large universe, I was stronger, and I got to know some good friends. But these friends, brothers of mine, died for me. Blind Maiden and my third sister died for me too. My father as well. The man who gave up his whole life for me died too. Now, Tianxiu is gone as well." Sword Scroll walked over to Yang Yi and looked him in the eyes. "You must remember that since the ancient times, the strong have become the strong by stepping over countless corpses. Those corpses don't belong to others, they belong to their own. What is cultivation? It is the cultivation of eternal life, invincibility, and freedom. Only with invincibility can you truly take control of your destiny and the destiny of others." She looked up at this point and continued, "In this world, you either control the destiny of others or have your destiny controlled by others." At this moment, she recalled the battle of the past. During that battle, she lost her main body, and countless years of cultivation was lost in an instant. Yang Yi sat down there, and he just sat there with the fragments of netherworld destiny in his grasp. 100 different people, 100 different destinies. So what was his destiny? What was his mother's destiny? Elder Mu's destiny? His brother's destiny? His father? Blind Maiden? Tianxiu? Was all of this meant to be? Yang Yi grew more and more bewildered as he thought about it. Suddenly, a few obscure auras appeared in the surroundings, and they approached Yang Yi slowly. Void Spirit Maiden was gone, so those experts would naturally not just leave Yang Yi alone. There were 3 divine treasures and a sprite progenitor in Yang Yi's possession, so how could they not covet them? Sword Scroll glanced at the surroundings and didn't say anything about them. She just gazed at Yang Yi, who was still seated there. She sighed softly and said, "Let's go." Yang Yi gazed at her. "You go?" She frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Yang Yi replied softly, "Leave. It's a good thing for you. I don't want to drag down anyone else. So, take Arya and Oxy and go." Sword Scroll walked over to Yang Yi. "Do you think we can leave?" Yang Yi was about to speak when Sword Scroll continued, "Do you know what it means to pull weeds out by the root? If we leave, they'll annihilate us all. Besides Snowy, everyone linked to the sprite progenitor must die. Everyone." "She's right." Meanwhile, an aged voice came from the side. "However, if you're sensible, you can die an easier death." Yang Yi suddenly stood up, and then an axe appeared in his grasp. An instant later, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and the space in the distance exploded apart. Moreover, huge cracks started spreading madly in all directions. Sword Scroll stared in that direction. Yang Yi had an axe in his grasp as he walked slowly in her direction, and there was a bloody head in his right grasp. Yang Yi arrived before Sword Scroll. There was a very, very deep palm print on Yang Yi's chest. Yang Yi looked Sword Scroll in the eyes. "I want all of them to pay the greatest and most painful price. I want blood to dye eternal borders skies red." Favorite. Chapter 2351, Northern Sword Sect. Chapter 2351, Northern Sword Sect. Dye the skies of eternal border red with blood. Sword Scroll gazed at Yang Yi in silence. This was no sword cultivator, it was a slayer. In Eternal Broder, there was a type of cultivator called slayers. Cultivators like those cultivated in the Tao of Slaughter, they took slaughter as their path. They killed their entire lives, and their lives never ended well. Yang Yi was on such a path. Yang Yi didn't say a word. He just tossed the head aside and walked off. There were many auras in the surroundings, but none tried to stop him. Yang Yi's attack just now had instantly annihilated a true world realm expert. The primordial acts of creation had submitted to Yang Yi. Now, experts below the World Lord realm were no match for Yang Yi. The sword ruins. Yang Yi went over to Jianyu, and the latter glanced at Yang Yi. "Where do you plan to go?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't know. I'll just take it one step at a time." She hesitated for a moment and said, Go to the Northern Sword Tomb. The Northern Sword Tomb? Yang Yi frowned slightly. What is that? Jian Yu replied softly, where my Jin clan once resided. It doesn't belong to Eternal Border, so these powers in Eternal Border don't have much influence over there. Yang Yi shook his head. With Snowy by my side, they'll have enemies everywhere, right? Jian Yu shook her head. The Northern Sword Tomb wasn't always called that. It was once called the Northern Sword Sect, the #1 sect of the Northern Continent. It's unlike any other continent as it's a continent that focuses on the sword, and practically 90% of its cultivators are sword cultivators. However, for some reason, it suddenly suffered a decline, and the once #1 sword sect of the continent was annihilated overnight. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, their sect master at the time wasn't any weaker to that friend of yours, Tan Xiao. His sword Dao was at an extremely terrifying level, and he was about to enter the Eternal River. Unfortunately, Yang Yi gazed at her. You're from there? Jian Yu replied softly, my Jin clan was part of the Northern Sword Sect. You may obtain great gains with Snowy by your side. Of course, the precondition is that you can get there. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yang Yi fell silent on the spot for a very long time, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Yang Yi shot through the sky on his sword. He didn't conceal himself because it was pointless. No matter where he was, there were people watching him. As for why they hadn't attacked yet, he didn't want to know. World Mountain. It was a place of teleportation, and it was linked to a myriad of worlds. The Northern Sword Tomb wasn't in Eternal Border, so he had to teleport via World Mountain. It could be said that World Mountain was a hub. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to get there. At the peak of World Mountain was an old man. He held a pitch-black cane with a dragon's head at the top, and he was looking at Yang Yi. A world lord. Yang Yi descended before the old man, and the latter was about to speak when Yang Yi leaped up and arrived above the old man. A moment later, an axe chopped down at the old man's head. The primordial axe of creation. Bang! The powerful force of it blasted apart the mountain beneath the old man's feet, causing a huge amount of dust and dirt to surge up into the air. Meanwhile, the old man was blasted away. However, at the instant his figure was blasted away, a pitch-black cane pressed against Yang Yi's chest. A muffled explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was pushed over 1 kilometer away. But while his figure shot backward, 2 golden flying blades flashed. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he clenched his fists and slammed them forward. Bang! Bang! 2 waves of powerful energy rippled out from his fists. However, those flying blades instantly struck his fists. Hiss! Hiss! A moment of silence later, 2 arms flew into the air. At the instant his arms were sliced off, the old man was horrified and retreated rapidly. Meanwhile, 3 swords shot out of the sword gourd on Yang Yi's waist, and they instantly arrived before the old man. All 3 swords didn't just carry true Dao Realm Sword intent, they carried true Dao Realm Slaughter intent too. 3 swords shot forward at once. The old man's pupils constricted when he saw them. Hiss! 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 The swords shot through the old man's forehead, chest, and abdomen. Moreover, once they shot through the old man's body, they turned around and shot through him again. In just less than a breath of time, they'd pierced him no less than 100 times. The old man's body was transformed into a pile of mush. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the swords immediately returned to the sword gourd. At the same time, the 2 flying blades returned to him as well. Flying blades and the sword gourd. Head used profound primal energy to control the flying blades, causing them to become much, much stronger. Coupled with their own special characteristics and the enhancement provided by his sword intent and slaughter intent, it could be said that even a true world realm expert couldn't resist them with ease. If the madness intent was included, then instantly annihilating a true world realm expert with them wouldn't be difficult at all. As for the sword gourd, it was even more terrifying. It was the first time Yang Yi had realized how terrifying the sword gourd was. Those 3 swords were growing stronger and stronger from the sword gourd's nourishment. Especially at the instant they left it, their might had multiplied by many times. If he used those 3 swords at any other ordinary time, he would be absolutely incapable of killing the old man. But when they left the sword gourd and were enhanced by both his sword intent and slaughter intent, they were entirely capable of killing a world lord. If the cultivation wasn't enough, divine treasures could be used to make up for the gap. The sword gourd was a divine treasure, and those 3 swords were pseudo-divine treasures. If the old man had a divine treasure, he would have definitely not lost to Yang Yi. Unfortunately, he didn't. Yang Yi restrained his thought and walked over to the old man's corpse. He stretched out his hand, and then countless soul fragments were absorbed into his palm. The soul-devouring technique could be considered to be one of his trump cards. So, he would never forget to absorb the souls of those he killed. The souls had absorbed were sufficient to help him instantly raise his cultivation to the true void realm. Moreover, they were sufficient to help him accomplish that more than once. If he could absorb the souls of more experts, then he could even force his cultivation to the true world realm. As far as he was concerned, if he attained the true world realm, his strength would definitely undergo a tremendous change. Once he finished absorbing the soul, Yang Yi started walking toward World Mountain. He knew that this wasn't the end of it, or it should be said that it was only just the beginning. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a middle-aged man and an old man to appear not too far away. Both of them were world lords. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, a sprite progenitor is a divine being of the world. You." Suddenly, Yang Yi hurled the primordial axe of creation at the middle-aged man. Hiss! The axe tore through the air, and space was sliced apart and obliterated in its wake. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically when he saw Yang Yi just attack without saying a word. However, his reaction was very fast, and he immediately stretched out his right hand. A white barrier of light appeared before him. Meanwhile, the old man immediately acted as well. A wave of flames swept out from him and rippled toward the axe. However, as soon as the flames came into contact with the axe, they were instantly obliterated. An instant later, the axe had torn through the air and slammed against the white barrier of light. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions resounded, and then the middle-aged man and old man were blasted over 300 m away. Especially the middle-aged man. His right hand had been blasted into bits. He had just one arm now. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. Or to be more precise, he gazed at the axe in Yang Yi's grasp. A divine treasure's might couldn't be stopped by human strength. Moreover, the weapon in Yang Yi's hand was no ordinary divine treasure. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi and was about to speak. Suddenly, 2 flying blades appeared out of thin air near him, and realizing their presence caused the middle-aged man's expression to change drastically. He stomped his right foot down and moved over 1 kilometer back. Hiss! Hiss! However, Head left 2 ears behind where Head stood just a moment ago. It was the middle-aged man's ears, of course. If Head been just a little slower, he wouldn't have just lost his ears, he would have lost his head. Fully equipped with divine treasures, the middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi while fear filled his eyes. Suddenly, the sword gourd on Yang Yi's waist shook violently, and then 3 rays of sword energy flashed out of it. They were like bolts of lightning that were swift to the extreme. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted from the sight of them. At this moment, he sensed the aura of death. Right at this critical moment, a speck of white light appeared before him. The white light exploded apart. Boom! Yang Yi's swords were instantly blasted back to him. They floated before him while still trembling. Yang Yi turned to the side, and he saw an old man in gray robes. A limit breaker realm expert. However, the old man's face was quite pale. Obviously, his condition wasn't normal. The old man stared at Yang Yi in silence. A limit breaker realm expert. A short while passed before the gray-robed old man said, "Yang Yi, my longevity sect has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and countless sect masters have died in the eternal river. Now, a sprite progenitor has appeared, and it's an opportunity for us and the other powers. Unless you flee to the eternal dimension, if you refuse to hand over the sprite progenitor, then people will be hunting you down no matter where you go. Allow me to tell you that the other powers have started to summon their experts at the eternal river. As for their objective, it's you. You have no chance." Hand over the sprite progenitor and flee yourself, then perhaps you'll have a chance to survive. Otherwise, boom. Suddenly, a wave of powerful aura swept out from Yang Yi. An instant later, Yang Yi's cultivation had risen to the true void realm. The old man frowned from the sight of this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had swapped the axe for the sword supreme, and then he started walking toward the old man. Flee? Did I tell you that I was fleeing? Bang! Yang Yi's sword intent instantly rose explosively once he finished saying that. The true void realm. At this instant, Yang Yi's sword intent had risen to the true void realm with the sword gourd's help. A moment later, a ray of sword energy flashed. Hiss! Hiss! The heads of both true world realm experts suddenly flew up into the air. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Chapter 23:52 My Lord. You're my lord. Chapter 23:52 My Lord. You're my lord. The true void realm. At this moment, Yang Yi's cultivation and sword intent were at the true void realm. His strength had multiplied many times. He could kill world lords with ease. The gray-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi, and then he suddenly tapped his finger forward. A gust of wind surged out from the tip of his finger. A gust of wind blew by, and the world seemed to have been struck by a sledgehammer and shook violently. The strength of a world. World lords formed a world in their bodies, but they didn't possess the strength of a world. But Limit Breaker realm experts didn't just possess that same world. They possessed the strength of a world. Besides that, they possessed the strength to destroy that world. One world strength. It could be said that there was a qualitative difference between the World Lord realm and Limit Breaker realm. Yang Yi's expression didn't change at all as he gazed at the gust of wind, and he just swung his sword with both hands. The sword domain. 2 strikes in an instant. Bang! The gust of wind was instantly obliterated while Yang Yi himself was pushed backward repeatedly, only stopping over 10 kilometers away. However, the old man's face was extremely unsightly. Absolutely unsightly. The strength of a world. Yang Yi had stopped his attack. So what did that represent? It represented that Yang Yi's attack has the strength to destroy a world. A true Void Realm expert actually possessed such strength. How monstrous was that? Void Spirit Maiden had been extremely monstrous, but they'd still underestimated her. However, they may have underestimated this young man even more. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared before the old man. Yang Yi's sudden arrival interrupted the old man's thoughts. He raised his right hand slightly, and space rippled. Meanwhile, a sword descended upon his head. The sword domain. 2 attacks again. As soon as they almost arrived at the old man's head, a hand grabbed Yang Yi's sword. It was the old man's hand. The old man had stopped Yang Yi's sword with his right hand, completely stopping it in its tracks. Meanwhile, the sword gourd shook violently on Yang Yi's waist, and then 3 swords shot forward. The old man waved his left hand lightly at the exact same moment. Bang! Along with a loud explosion, Yang Yi returned to where had been standing, and the old man had taken around 10 steps back. Suddenly, an axe flashed, and then it arrived before the old man. The old man frowned slightly and lightly slapped his hand at it. Bang! This time, the old man was pushed around 300 m back, and there was a deep injury on his palm. It was extremely deep to the point his bones were visible. The old man looked up at Yang Yi and was about to speak when Yang Yi leaped up and swung the axe down from above again. Crack! As soon as it descended, space in a huge area exploded apart, and everything in the surroundings started to turn ethereal, breaking the limits. At this moment, Yang Yi's attack with the primordial axe of creation was entirely capable of destroying a world. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly while solemnness appeared in them for the first time. An instant later, a powerful aura surged up into the sky. At the same time, an ethereal fist slammed against Yang Yi's axe. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away. However, the ethereal fist instantly exploded apart. Moreover, a wave of powerful force blasted the old man an entire 3 kilometers back. Their battle had caused the world here to turn completely ethereal. Obviously, if they continued fighting, the space here would be obliterated. The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "This is just the beginning." His figure shook and vanished on the spot. Once the old man vanished, a wisp of blood seeped out slowly from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. He wiped it off and glanced at his palm. His palm was covered in cracks. His injuries weren't very severe. However, these collisions against the old man allowed Yang Yi to realize something. Even if he used all his trump cards, he couldn't defeat a Limit Breaker Realm expert. Moreover, that expert from before was clearly injured, and they weren't light injuries either. If the old man was at his prime, then Yang Yi would be no match for the old man, even if he used all his trump cards. It was the gap in their strength. Even if he possessed divine treasures, the gap between them wasn't small at all. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he turned around and left. A short while later, he arrived at World Mountain. There were thousands of mountains here, and every one of them was a teleportation formation. Each of them represented a world or universe. The Northern Sword Tomb. Yang Yi's divine sense swept the surroundings, and it didn't take long for his gaze to focus on a mountain to the south. A moment later, a ray of light flashed and descended there. The mountain top was extremely flat, and there was a huge circle of light at its center. It was the teleportation formation. Besides that, there was a stone tablet by its side, and the words Northern Sword Tomb were on it. Yang Yi was about to enter it when an old man appeared nearby. The old man wore a luxurious violet robe and had a huge white pearl by his waist. The pearl seemed to move around like a living being. Besides that, there was a white jade sash above the old man's head. If one looked carefully, one would notice that it wasn't made from jade but an unknown bone. The old man sized up Yang Yi and said, 100 eternal immortal crystals per teleportation. 100 eternal immortal crystals. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and withdrew a spatial ring. There were 70 eternal immortal crystals in there. Yang Yi gazed at the old man. "I only have 70. Is that all right?" "No." The old man replied indifferently, "Not even one less." Yang Yi nodded. "Then let's fight." An axe appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. The primordial axe of creation. The old man was quite stunned when he saw Yang Yi withdraw that axe, and then his face turned cold. "Kid, you're brave. I've been guarding this place for 100 years, and I've never seen anyone so brave as you." Yang Yi walked toward the old man with the axe in his grasp. "I'm not an unreasonable person, but I really can't afford it. How about you give me a discount, or let me owe you? I'll return it in the future, all right?" "You must be dreaming." The old man spoke indifferently. "A mere true void realm cultivator dares to show off before me? Come, let me see what strength you possess." Yang Yi nodded. He was about to attack when a fluffy little head emerged from his chest. It was Snowy. Snowy glanced at the surroundings, and then her gaze descended on the white pearl by the old man's waist. A moment later, her eyes lit up, and then she waved her paw lightly. The white pearl on the old man's waist immediately struggled free of the old man and flew over to Snowy's paw. The old man was stunned by this, but it didn't take long for him to recover, and then he glared at Snowy. "Little fellow, what the heck did you do? Give it back to me." Snowy glanced at the old man, and then she pointed at the white pearl and pointed at the old man. OVL asterisk, Yang Yi translated. "She's asking on what basis you say that it's yours." The old man was stunned and replied, "On what basis? It was with me just a moment ago, so why isn't it mine?" "It was mine." Snowy blinked, and then she pointed at the pearl and pointed at herself. She gazed at Yang Yi once she was done. Obviously, she wanted Yang Yi to translate. Yang Yi said, "She's saying that it was with you just now, but it's with her now. So, it's hers. I think it isn't wrong. What do you think?" "Fuck you." The old man howled with fury, and then he slammed his right hand down at Yang Yi. In an instant, the space around Yang Yi shrunk, and a wave of powerful pressure caused Yang Yi's entire body to become tense. It felt suffocating and like his body was about to collapse. Yang Yi was quite shocked, and he didn't dare act carelessly. He immediately swung the axe with both hands. Hiss! As soon as it descended, it was like something before him had been chopped into bits, and then the pressure around Yang Yi vanished without a trace. Huh. Meanwhile, the old man exclaimed with surprise, and then he gazed at the axe in Yang Yi's grasp. That's the primordial axe of creation. You're Yang Yi. Yang Yi. Did anyone throughout Eternal Border not know that name? Meanwhile, the old man seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Snowy. Why, you're the sprite progenitor. Snowy blinked, placed the pearl on her waist, and then frequently shot glances at the jade sash above the old man's head. The old man was shocked by this and hurriedly put it away. A sprite progenitor. Now, he finally understood why his treasure had decisively chosen to abandon him. It was a sprite progenitor who stood before him. Staying with a sprite progenitor was naturally more promising than staying with him. Snowy was stunned when she saw the old man put it away, and then she glared at him. After that, she waved her paw lightly. In an instant, the spatial ring on the old man's finger trembled violently and was about to struggle free of him. Moreover, Snowy seemed to be quite angry, and she sucked in lightly, causing the spirit energy in the surroundings to instantly surge toward her. The old man was horrified by the sight of this and hurriedly said, Yang Yi, leave now. Take this great lord of yours and leave now. Hurry. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, You don't want any eternal immortal crystals anymore? No, my lord. You're my lord. Please take this little lord and go. Here, there's 100 eternal immortal crystals here. Please use it for your travel expenses. Hurry, please leave now. Go. The old man was on the verge of tears. Chapter 23, 53 A Storm. Chapter 23, 53 A Storm. The old man was on the verge of tears because the spirit energy here was rapidly vanishing. Of course, it wasn't really vanishing but entering Snowy's mouth. A sprite progenitor. The old man had some status and strength, but what could he do? Kill the sprite progenitor? Not to mention whether he had the strength to accomplish that. He wouldn't dare to even if he could. It was a sprite progenitor, so not to mention him, even those powerful organizations wouldn't dare to kill a sprite progenitor. They wouldn't even dare to consider it. At this moment, if this little fellow refused to go, World Mountain would be transformed into ruins. Yang Yi glanced at the eternal immortal crystals, hesitated for a moment, and said, That makes me feel bad. But since it's a token of your kind intentions, I have to accept it. Thank you. As he spoke, he took the crystals and gazed at Snowy. Let's go. Snowy blinked and pointed at the old man's spatial ring. The old man's face darkened. Yang Yi spoke softly. It doesn't belong to us, so we can't take it. Understand? Snowy shook her head repeatedly and pointed at the old man's spatial ring. Moreover, she gazed at him in a threatening manner. Yang Yi was about to speak when Snowy sniffed lightly, and the spirit energy in the surroundings grew even scarcer. Yang Yi's face darkened. He knew Snowy didn't want the treasures. She was just getting addicted to absorbing all this spirit energy. Snowy's desire for spirit energy was much, much greater than before. All right. Suddenly, the old man removed the spatial ring and flicked it over to Snowy. Here, it's yours. Snowy stopped, blinked, and pointed at the spatial ring. She was asking if he was serious? The old man almost cried. Yang Yi took Snowy in his arms and said, Let's go. He took Snowy to the teleportation formation. It didn't take long for countless rays of blue light to envelop them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi looked up at the sky, and he saw many eyes staring at him. Right when Yang Yi was about to vanish, a ferocious voice resounded from within the teleportation formation. When I, Yang Yi, return, it will be the day blood days the skies of Eternal Border red. His voice was filled with ferocity, killing intent, and a trace of madness. The old man sighed by the teleportation formation, glanced at the sky, and left. He was tempted by the sprite progenitor too, but he refused to take action. Even if he could obtain such a treasure, he couldn't keep it. However, he could still do favors. Even though he had given away many treasures just now, he felt that it was worth it. Even if Snowy didn't care about such favors, he knew that Yang Yi would. Once Yang Yi and Snowy left, two old men and a middle-aged man appeared at the peak of World Mountain. and there was an ethereal woman not too far to the right. One of the old men had a cane with a dragon's head on it. It was the old man who'd fought Yang Yi, and he was the sect master of the longevity sect, Li Changsheng. On his right was another old man in a block robe, and that old man was the sect master of the freedom sect, Odaozi. As for the middle-aged man, he was the sect master of the creation sect, Yuan Xiu. The beautiful woman was the master of the immortality sect, Han Feier. They just watched Yang Yi enter the teleportation formation and didn't stop him. They didn't attack for two reasons. Firstly, they were all heavily injured, and Yang Yi's strength had improved tremendously. He had the strength to destroy a world. Besides that, they were the only existences in their respective sects who could fight Yang Yi. World Lord were nothing before Yang Yi, but they didn't dare to act rashly right now. Actually, they may be heavily injured, but if they were willing to pay a price, they could still kill Yang Yi. The problem was that after they risked their lives to kill Yang Yi, it would benefit someone else instead. That was something they weren't willing to let happen. So, simply speaking, they still hadn't decided how to divide the spoils. They didn't want the other to gain from their efforts. Of course, it was also linked to Yang Yi's current strength. He wasn't that easy to kill now, and they would have to pay a huge price to kill him. Thus, they didn't dare to act rashly until more experts from their sects returned. Meanwhile, the master of the longevity sect, Li Changsheng, said, "Aren't you afraid he won't return?" "He will." Mo Daozi from the Freedom sect replied indifferently, "White Emperor City is still here, isn't it?" He glanced at the others and continued, "Allow me to be honest. None of our powers can keep a sprite progenitor on our own. Don't forget that there's the Sovereign sect too." The Sovereign sect. They couldn't help but reveal solemn expressions when they heard that. It was a power that had always remained a mystery. Even Nanli Meng knew very little about it. Many felt that they didn't exist at all, but these old geezers were very well aware that the Sovereign sect had always existed. It truly existed. Meanwhile, Mo Daozi continued, "Besides the Sovereign sect, there are some other mysterious experts and powers from countless other worlds. Everyone, even we, dare not look down upon some worlds and existences beyond eternal border. For example, the Northern Sword Tomb. How shocking was it when it was at its prime? Eternal border was like a hub, and practically all the experts and powers of countless worlds would arrive here. Because this was the only place that allowed access to the eternal dimension, and the eternal dimension was the objective of all experts. There was eternal energy there. Many powers would settle down in eternal border, but some wouldn't come. Just like the Undying race and Void Spirit race. They hadn't been any weaker to ancient powers like theirs. Besides that, many local experts, like those figures from the Primal era, were still here. For example, Eternal Village. Simply speaking, even if the eternal dimension was excluded, they still weren't unmatched. Li Changsheng gazed at Mo Daozi. "Then what do you think?" "Evel." Mo Daozi fell silent for a short while and replied, "We join forces. Of course, those three guardians too. We can only keep that sprite progenitor if we join forces, and only then can we avoid fighting and killing each other for it. What do all of you think?" Suddenly, a voice resounded, "I have no objections." It was the Immortality sect's master, Han Feier. The others gazed at Han Feier with a trace of fear in their eyes. During the battle against Void Spirit Maiden, all of them had witnessed each other's strength, and Han Feier was exceptionally strong. Because Shed suffered the least injuries. Just thinking about that battle aroused a lingering fear within them. 6 Limit Breaker Realm experts and an ancient divine treasure. It should have guaranteed their success, but unexpectedly, Void Spirit Maiden's strength far surpassed their expectations. If it wasn't for the addition of those 3 guardians of this world, they would have been annihilated. Even with those 3 guardians, they'd still barely escaped being annihilated. There was a type of monstrous genius in this world, monstrous geniuses who couldn't be judged by their realms of cultivation. Void Spirit Maiden was one. Now, Yang Yi was almost another. "I have no objections." Meanwhile, the master of the creation sect, Yuan Xiu, spoke abruptly, "Brother Mo is correct. None of us can keep a sprite progenitor to ourselves. We'll only be able to keep it if we join forces. Moreover, once she advances into a true sprite progenitor, we can make her take us to the eternal dimension. Let's see who dares to stop us when we have her leading the way. Then it's decided, Emodaozi suddenly said. Summon all your experts from the Eternal River, and then wait for Yang Yi to return. Li Chongqing suddenly asked, will he return? Well, force him to if he doesn't. Emodaozi continued, the most important matter at hand is for our experts to return as soon as possible. All of us are heavily injured, so we may not be able to keep the sprite progenitor even if we seize it now. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the ancestors of the immortal estate, the 2 cities, 3 sects, and 6 clans should be aware of the sprite progenitor too. It's impossible for them to just ignore that. Li Chongqing nodded. According to my knowledge, the patriarchs of the 6 clans are already rushing back from the Eternal River. They aren't the only ones. Meanwhile, Han Feier suddenly spoke softly. Over 90% of the experts there are rushing here. It'll be a huge battle, and even our joint forces doesn't have a very good chance to win. So, prepare yourselves. She turned around and vanished once she finished speaking. The others exchanged glances and vanished as well. Right after they vanished, a black-robed figure appeared there. The figure glanced at the surroundings, a sprite progenitor. My undying race made a mistake. The black-robed figure vanished without a sound. At this moment, Yang Yi and Snowy were unaware that countless old geezers and mysterious powers were ready to make a move against them because of Snowy. A sprite progenitor. Divine treasures were trash before a sprite progenitor. Possessing a sprite progenitor represented possessing endless possibilities. Just like at Yang Yi. Why was he so wealthy? Because he had a sprite progenitor. He couldn't have obtained all those treasures without Snowy's help. In the teleportation passageway, Snowy sat on Yang Yi's shoulder while holding a white ball of light in her paws. There was a small ethereal figure swimming within it. Snowy blinked and ceaselessly played around with the ball of light. However, the figure showed no desire to come outside. A long time later, Snowy placed the pearl on Yang Yi's shoulder, and then an ethereal axe appeared in her grasp. She held it with both paws and placed it against the pearl. Snowy's intentions were obvious. Are you coming out or not? Chapter 23, 54 Sprite Ascension. Chapter 23, 54 Sprite Ascension. If all else fails, then use force. That was what Snowy had learned from Yang Yi. The white pearl shook violently from having the primordial axe of creation pressed against it. Obviously, it was afraid. Meanwhile, the figure within the pearl was moving about madly. It seemed like it wanted to come outside, but it couldn't. Snowy blinked, and then she raised the axe with the intent to chop the pearl. However, Yang Yi stopped her. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, but Yang Yi took the pearl and summoned Sword Scroll. He passed it to her, and the latter sized it up briefly before she said, "A sprite nourishment pearl." Yang Yi was puzzled. "What's that?" She replied softly, "A pearl used especially for nourishing sprites. There's a sprite within it." Yang Yi asked, "A natural sprite?" She shook her head. "No, it's the spirit of a divine treasure. A divine treasure spirit." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he asked, "A divine treasure spirit? Can it be extracted?" "Of course," she replied softly, "just like that axe of yours. If it went as Tian Xiu wanted, she could have extracted its spirit." Snowy's eyeball started to spin as if she wanted to try something. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll gazed at her. "Forget it. You don't have the ability to extract that axe's spirit." Snowy fell silent. Sword Scroll gazed at Yang Yi. "Keep it. It may prove useful in the future. Because if you can find its original body, the divine treasure it belongs to, then that divine treasure is practically yours. Even if that divine treasure has given birth to a new spirit, it won't be able to fight against the original spirit." A divine treasure. Yang Yi gazed at the pearl. "What kind of divine treasure does it belong to?" Sword Scroll replied, "I don't know. However, since it's a divine treasure, it shouldn't be weak. Just like the sword gourd and primordial axe of creation. Do you think they are weak?" Yang Yi nodded. "That's true. Equals." As he spoke, he passed the pearl to Snowy and said, "It's a treasure. Don't spoil it, all right?" Snowy gazed at the pearl, hesitated for a moment, and then blew on it. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy surged into it, and then the pearl started trembling violently. Moreover, the ethereal figure within it actually grew even more solid. Sword Scroll's face became solemn at the sight of this. Sprite progenitors had an extremely terrifying ability, and it was to improve the spirit of anything. After all, there was a difference in strength, even amongst divine treasures, because there was a difference in level between them, and that level was their spirit. The stronger the spirit, the stronger they were. The primordial pagoda, primordial acts of creation, sword gourd, and even sword scroll were actually gradually improving. Especially the primordial pagoda, it benefited the most. However, it was normal because it had a relationship with Snowy that transcended life and death. So, the primordial pagoda was a very, very good friend to Snowy, because it always didn't hesitate to take her side when anything occurred. Moreover, Snowy's ability didn't just stop at the spirits of divine treasures, it was extremely helpful to demon beasts too. Every demon beast took a very, very long time to advance once. But if they had the assistance of a sprite progenitor, then it could be quickened by countless times. Just like Oxy, it was showing signs of advancing after staying with Snowy throughout this time. That was why Oxy was always doing everything it could to stay by Snowy's side. Now, it was Snowy's little lackey, and it would do everything she asked of it. Sword Scroll restrained her thoughts and closed her eyes slowly. She knew that the little fellow would become a sprite progenitor soon. Snowy stopped after blowing for a while, and the pearl immediately rubbed itself against her waist. Obviously, it wanted more. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll suddenly gazed at Yangyi. Tell her to help Oxy and Arya. Moreover, if it's possible, tell her to recruit some primal demons. With Snowy by your side, there will be primal demons and divine beasts that beg her to take them. Yangyi hesitated for a moment and asked, "That sounds a little too exaggerated, doesn't it?" Exaggerated? Sword Scroll shook her head. Not at all. Can't you sense it? That stupid cow is at the World Lord realm. As for Arya, her aura is much stronger than before. Yangyi frowned slightly, and then he summoned both of them. Once they appeared here, Oxy immediately went over to Snowy's side and stood there quietly. Arya didn't intentionally get close to Snowy. She just licked the Tonghulu in her hand and said, "Madman? Oh, I mean, Big Brother Yang, do you need something?" Yangyi scanned them carefully, and then a solemn expression gradually appeared on his face. Arya's aura was slightly stronger than before, but it wasn't that obvious. As for Oxy, its aura was much stronger than before. It wasn't the aura of a true world realm expert anymore. Was it because of Snowy? Yangyi gazed at Snowy, and she was looking at him too. Their gazes met. Suddenly, Snowy pounced into his arms and kept rubbing her head against his chest. Sword Scroll's lips twitched from the sight of this. Damn, that's a sprite progenitor? Yangyi rubbed Snowy's head and spoke softly. Snowy, when you're free, help Oxy and Arya more. Right? Give them spirit energy so that they become stronger, and then they can help us fight. Arya's eyes lit up when she heard him. She loved Snowy's spirit energy the most. Just like the primordial violet energy, Snowy's spirit energy felt extremely nice when she absorbed it. Meanwhile, Oxy gazed at Yangyi as well, and there was a trace of gratefulness in its eyes. It wanted to absorb the spirit energy Snowy provided every day. Unfortunately, that little fellow only wanted to play. Now that Yangyi had said something, both it and Arya were about to welcome days of joy. The sword gourd too. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll suddenly said, "Your swords, sabers, and flying blades. All of them need it too. Especially your swords and sabers. With Snowy's help and the nourishment of that gourd, their strength will grow increasingly greater, and they may even transform into true divine treasures." Yangyi's blood started to boil when he heard her. If Hidden Blade, Invincible, the Sword Supreme, the Sword Precursor, the two Flying Blades, and those three other swords became divine treasures, how terrifying would they be? Just thinking about it made him feel excited. Yangyi looked down at Snowy. Hear that? Snowy shook her head with all she had. After all, she didn't want to do something that wasn't fun. Yangyi took her in his arms and spoke in a very serious manner. Once they become strong, All of them will be yours, all right? Snowy blinked. All of them will be mine? That sounds good. Snowy was a little tempted, and Yang Yi hurriedly said, yes, all of them will be yours. Mine is mine, right? Mine is yours, and yours is mine. It's ours, all right? Snowy's eyes lit up, and then she nodded. Sword Scroll shook her head. What a silly little fellow. They were always yours. If they were given a choice, then besides the Sword Precursor and Sword Supreme, the others wouldn't hesitate to choose Snowy. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Snowy agree. The little fellow was absolutely lazy, so asking her to spend days helping Oxy, Area, and all of those treasures was not easy. Fortunately, Shed agreed. Unfortunately, she was only willing to spend 2 hours a day on helping them. She wanted to spend the rest of her time having fun. While Yang Yi felt quite helpless, he still allowed it. As for Oxy and the others, it was absolutely good news. Besides that, the sacred vein within the primordial pagoda was gradually changing too. According to Sword Scroll, it was a matter of time before it became an immortal vein. While even an immortal vein couldn't compete with Snowy, the presence of that immortal vein would provide the world within the primordial pagoda and Yang Yi himself with endless spirit energy. Suddenly, Sword Scroll said, we're here. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw a barrier of light at the end of his vision. Yang Yi sent the others into the primordial pagoda, and then he sped up and vanished into the barrier of light. Once he entered it, Yang Yi felt dizzy, but it didn't take long for the dizziness to vanish and for him to open his eyes. A gray sky, muddy air, and extremely scarce spirit energy. It was a world on the verge of destruction. However, unlike the large universe, it could hold on for a few dozen years if no outside forces harmed it. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. There was a huge teleportation formation below him, and an endless expanse of mountains surrounded him. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. The northern lands. Using the directions Jian Yu had given him, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at the northern lands. Northern City. An ancient city that existed since the time of the Northern Sword Sect. It had once been a subordinate city of the sect, and the sect had frequently selected all sorts of geniuses from the city. Yet now, it was a free city, and there were all sorts of organizations within it. Countless people came to the city every year and went to the Northern Sword Sect in groups, hoping to find the treasures hidden within. Yang Yi had asked Jian Yu how the Northern Sword Sect had been annihilated, but she didn't give him a clear answer. However, according to her, it had obtained a treasure that it shouldn't possess. Just like the sprite progenitor Yang Yi possessed. Jian Yu's reason for telling him to come here was to try his luck. Anyone else would have no chance. But who was he? He had a sprite progenitor by his side. The little fellow had the ability to locate treasures. Yang Yi entered the city. There were people here, but not many. Moreover, all of them seemed to be in a hurry. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and was about to walk further into the city. Suddenly, a ray of black light descended before him, and it dispersed to reveal a black little fellow. It looked like a mouse. Its eyes were very small, but its nose was very long, and so was its mouth. Its mouth was like a pot's lid, and overall, it was very ugly. At this moment, it was staring at Yang Yi. That's a treasure-seeking mouse. Someone exclaimed. Whose is it? Huh. It's looking at that man. Does he have some sort of treasure? Countless gazes descended upon Yang Yi. Treasure-seeking mice were a type of pet, and these pets had extremely harsh tastes. They didn't fancy ordinary treasures, and it would take at least a pseudo-divine treasure to arouse their interest. While it was a pet, no one dared to take it, because it was obvious that it was impossible for any ordinary person to possess such a pet. Meanwhile, it suddenly sniffed, and then a greedy gaze appeared in its eyes. It stared at Yang Yi while growing incessantly, and it seemed like it was asking Yang Yi to hand the treasures over. Yang Yi felt speechless from the sight of this. Chapter 23, 55 Terrifying. Chapter 23, 55 Terrifying. A treasure-seeking mouse. More and more were gathering here. and their gazes immediately descended upon Yang Yi when they saw that the mouse was growling at him. Some were curious, some had ill intent. Creatures like the treasure-seeking mouse were only interested in good treasures. Obviously, Yang Yi possessed extremely good treasure, or even a legendary divine treasure. A divine treasure. Just thinking about that made the eyes of countless burn with desire. Yang Yi sized up the mouse and asked, "What do you want?" The mouse glared at Yang Yi and growled hysterically as if it wanted to eat him alive. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he raised his palm to reveal 3 swords. It was those 3 ancient swords, pseudo-divine treasures. The spectators were extremely shocked by the sight of this. Obviously, they'd recognize those swords. Even though they were just pseudo-divine treasures, it was quite terrifying to be able to produce 3 of them in such a casual manner. Moreover, even pseudo-divine treasures were extremely precious. After all, having just 5 or 6 in a single universe was pretty shocking. The mouse glanced at the swords, but it glared angrily at Yang Yi again and started waving its claws. Obviously, they weren't what it wanted. The gazes of everyone descended upon Yang Yi again. "There's more?" Yang Yi glanced at it, and then he withdrew the sword gourd. As soon as the mouse saw it, its eyes instantly opened wide. A divine treasure. The mouse wasn't the only one who reacted like that. The others' eyes opened wide too. A divine treasure. It was an actual divine treasure, because it made them feel an invisible feeling of pressure. Moreover, it felt extremely dangerous to them too. Yang Yi waved the sword gourd at it and said, "You want this one?" The mouse glanced at Yang Yi's stomach. Obviously, it had sensed something else, but it still nodded. Yang Yi shook his head. "I can't give this to you. It belongs to a little fellow. Right? I advise you to leave right now, or you're going to suffer." The mouse was furious when it heard Yang Yi, and it charged at Yang Yi. Obviously, it wanted to take it by force. However, a white little fellow appeared on Yang Yi's shoulder. Snowy. Snowy gazed coldly at the mouse, and her gaze had no emotion at all. Take from her? It actually dared to try taking from her? Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly transformed into a ray of white light that appeared before the mouse, and it hadn't even been able to react before Snowy's paw slapped its face. Slap. A loud slap resounded, and then everyone watched with astonishment as it flew off and slammed against the city walls. Bang! The walls collapsed. However, Snowy still refused to stop. She flew over to the mouse, grabbed its long nose, and then kept slamming it against the ground. Bang! 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 In just a short while, the area around Snowy was covered in holes. After slamming it around for a while, Snowy suddenly lifted it up and kicked its stomach. Bang! The mouse was kicked flying. This time, Snowy didn't continue. She patted her paws and went over to Yang Yi. After that, she glanced at the surroundings, and then pointed at the 3 swords and gourd before pointing at herself. Obviously, she was telling them that they belonged to her. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi hurriedly said, "They're yours. As long as you want them, they're yours." Snowy cracked a smile, and then hugged Yang Yi's head and kept rubbing her head against it. "Is that a sprite, Lord?" Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Yang Yi looked over, and he saw a man and a woman walking over slowly. The man wore a long embroidered robe, had hair that flowed down to his shoulder, and seemed very unrestrained and carefree. As for the woman, she wore a long dress embroidered with numerous flowers, and her face was concealed behind a veil. It was impossible to see her face, but her figure was very good, and she had nice long legs. The mouse was on her right shoulder right now. However, it was all beaten up. Yang Yi noticed that the mouse was staring at Snowy, and there was undisguised killing intent in its eyes. Evil, Snowy had clearly noticed that too, so she immediately glared angrily at it, and was about to charge at it. But Yang Yi stopped her. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and asked softly, "Is it strong?" Snowy blinked and shook her head. Yang Yi asked, "Is it ugly?" Snowy glanced at it and nodded. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and smiled. "Since it's not strong and ugly, and my Snowy is both strong and cute, then why make a fuss about it? You must be magnanimous and keep a low profile, understand?" "Keep a low profile?" Snowy blinked, and then she gazed at the mouse before glancing at her paw. Obviously, she still wanted to beat it up. Ugly? Not strong? Suddenly, the woman laughed with ridicule. You're truly short-sighted. Do you think it's an ordinary treasure-seeking mouse? It's a black-eyed treasure-seeking mouse, a king amongst its kind. It's rare to come by in 1,000 years, and its ability to seek out treasures can be said to be unmatched by any spirit beast or sprite. See its black eyes? They can see through everything. Even Limit Breaker realm experts cannot hide anything from it. As for its nose, it can smell any aura in a vast area of over 50,000 kilometers. The man smiled by her side and said, Sister Lien, the eyes of a commoner aren't able to distinguish such a spirit beast, so why make a fuss about it with him? The woman spoke coldly. It's not his fault that he lacks knowledge, but it's his fault for making a fool out of himself in public. She stared at Yang Yi as she spoke. Snowy pointed at the mouse, and then gazed at Yang Yi. She was asking him what it was. Yang Yi shook his head. I've never heard of it either. Meanwhile, Snowy gestured at the mouse to come at her. Obviously, she wanted to fight it one-on-one. Besides humans, Yang Yi noticed that Snowy didn't fear any sprites, beasts, or equipment spirits. Even if their strengths far surpassed her, she still didn't fear them. No, she did fear Zir, and she'd been taught many lessons by Zir in the past. Of course, it was mostly respect that she had for Zir. The mouse was furious from being provoked like that, but it didn't dare to fight Snowy in single combat. It could only send a pleading gaze to the woman. The woman glanced coldly at Snowy. A mere sprite lord dares to act so arrogantly? You're courting death. She was about to attack, but Oxy suddenly appeared beside Yang Yi. It glared fiercely at the woman, and then clenched its fists. After that, it gazed at Snowy. Obviously, it was waiting for Snowy's orders. Yang Yi shook his head. Oxy may seem to be bad at speaking and looked quite dumb, but that fellow was an expert at flattery. Snowy really liked Oxy too, so she always brought Oxy along no matter what she did. Snowy patted Oxy's horn to say that it did good, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Obviously, she was waiting for Yang Yi's approval. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy, smiled, and then gazed at the man and woman. Let me guess. Since both of you were able to attain the true void and true world realm at your age, your natural talent is definitely not bad. Moreover, since you dared to bring such a great treasure-seeking mouse with you, I presume your backing isn't bad either. If I kill you, the experts behind you will definitely show themselves, and once I kill them, even more will come. Yang Yi paused for a moment and said, I'm only saying all of this because I want to ask if you can just tell your greatest backing to show themselves, and then I can kill them. In that way, I won't have so much trouble to deal with. Silence. The surroundings instantly fell deathly silent. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi like they were looking at a monster. That arrogant? Haha. Suddenly, the man started laughing, and he laughed for a while before he gazed at Yang Yi. Needless to say, you're the most arrogant person I've ever met. You're right. Our identities aren't ordinary, and as for our backing, it's very strong. But why would we need any backing to kill you? Just I alone am enough. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. The man stopped speaking because a sword had pressed against his throat. Everyone here was stunned. The young man and woman were stunned too. One attack. He hadn't even been able to react. Yang Yi looked the man in the eyes. I didn't hear you clearly. What did you say? Can you repeat yourself? The young man gulped and said, Big brother, I was blind to offend you. Please show mercy and spare me like a piece of trash. Yang Yi was stunned this time. This fellow was really able to let go of everything. An instant later, Yang Yi smiled, all right. Yang Yi lowered his sword once he finished speaking and walked out of the city with Snowy. When he passed the woman, the mouse on her shoulder suddenly pounced at Snowy. It had a pitch-black dagger in his claws, and it was going straight for Snowy's throat. Right at this moment, something shocking occurred. The sword gourd on Yang Yi's waist shook violently, and then 3 swords shot straight for the mouse. An ethereal golden pagoda suddenly transformed into a ray of golden light that enveloped Snowy, and then a powerful ray of golden light slammed down at the mouse. Meanwhile, 2 golden flying blades shot off from Snowy's waist, and transformed into rays of light that shot at the mouse's throat and forehead. But that wasn't even the end of it. Yang Yes Invincible, Hidden Blade, and Sword Supreme instantly flashed out of the primordial pagoda and descended upon the mouse. At the same time, the axe in Snowy's grasp struggled free of her grasp and chopped down at the mouse. At this moment, Yang Yi was stunned. The spectators in the surroundings were stunned. So many divine treasures. So many pseudo-divine treasures. Chapter 2356, Take It. Chapter 2356, Take It. The most stunned was the treasure-seeking mouse. At this moment, it was utterly stunned. Truly and utterly stunned. It may have been stunned, but the woman wasn't. As the instant those divine treasures and pseudo-divine treasures attacked, her face had instantly turned ghastly pale, and Shed retreated over 300 m away. However, the mouse on her shoulder hadn't been able to leave with her. It was because a hand had grabbed it. It was Wang Area. Wang Area held it by the throat and questioned it. "What are you doing?" The mouse's eyes opened wide, and it was bloodshot. Obviously, Wang Area wasn't just squeezing down lightly. "Let it go." Suddenly, the woman shouted with rage. As soon as it heard her, Oxy leaped up to her and slammed its fist at her. The woman's expression changed drastically, and she slapped her palm at Oxy's fist. Sparks flashed on her palm. However, Shed clearly underestimated Oxy. As soon as they collided, the woman's arm exploded apart, and her figure was blasted away. Bang! She slammed against the city wall over 300 m away, causing it to collapse and cover her in rubble. Meanwhile, the man hurriedly charged over and pulled her out of it. He was about to leave with her, but she refused to leave and just stared at Wang Area. Let it go. Obviously, she was speaking about the mouse. At this moment, the mouse was shivering in Wang Area's grasp because numerous divine treasures and pseudo-divine treasures were aimed at it. Yang Yi glanced at the mouse and shook his head. Kill Snowy? That was no different than courting death. Could Snowy be touched? It could be said that if anyone dared to touch Snowy, the consequences of that would be very, very severe. Conversely, the consequences of touching Yang Yi wasn't that severe. Because if someone attacked him, these fellows wouldn't be this enthusiastic. Wang Area turned around and gazed at Snowy. What should we do? Snowy blinked, and then went over to it. At this moment, the mouse was beyond shocked, and it didn't dare look Snowy in the eyes. Snowy gazed at it for a long time, and then she opened her mouth and inhaled slightly. A short while later, the mouse was visibly in pain, and it howled madly while horror and a pleading gaze filled its eyes. However, Snowy didn't stop. A short while later, a wisp of white light flashed out of it and was swallowed by Snowy. In an instant, the treasure-seeker mouse seemed to weaken. Sprite devouring. Sword Scroll glanced at Snowy with an extremely solemn expression on her face, and there was a trace of fear there. Sprite devouring? Yang Yi was puzzled. Sword Scroll explained, the treasure-seeking mouse is a spirit beast of nature, and it's the heavens that bestowed its ability to seek treasures upon it. It's that very same ability that gained it respect from others. But Snowy devoured its spirit, so while it won't die, it will lose its ability. Moreover, its cultivation will plummet. In the end, it'll be worse than an ordinary beast. Snowy pointed at the weakened mouse with an innocent expression on her face. She was saying that it had wanted to kill her. Sword Scroll glanced at Snowy and spoke softly. Sprite devouring harms the balance, so refrain from it if possible. Of course, this mouse isn't worth any pity. You've been kind enough to spare its life for trying to kill you. Yang Yi nodded. If it were up to him, he would have killed it. However, Snowy merely took its spirit. But it was normal because Snowy had never taken the initiative to destroy anything. Yang Yi put all his treasures away and gazed at Wang Area and Oxy. Wang Area grinned. They'll just stay outside. All right? Oxy pointed at itself to say that it wanted to stay outside too. Yang Yi smiled. All right, let's go. He took Snowy in his arms and walked into the city. Wang Area casually tossed away the mouse, and the one-armed woman immediately ran over to get it. At this moment, The treasure-seeking mouse had lost the sparkle in its eyes. Sword Scroll suddenly went over to the woman and the man, and they instantly became visibly vigilant. Sword Scroll sized up the two of them and said, "Many want to kill him, but you and whatever powers that stand behind you don't have the right to kill him. Understand?" She transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. The woman's face instantly warped. "I'll kill them. Kill them." The man glanced at her and said, "Since he dared to reveal so many treasures, it shows he isn't afraid of trouble." "Sister Lien, she suddenly howled with fury at him. "Are you a man or not?" He glanced at her and left. She remained on the spot with resentment on her face. At this moment, the crowd gradually dispersed. Some left, and some had other intentions. Divine treasures and pseudo-divine treasures. So many too. Thus, they were naturally tempted. Since it was tempting, some would naturally take action. But Yang Yi wasn't worried at all. As far as he was concerned, he had too many enemies who wanted to kill him, so a few more made no difference to him. Moreover, he really didn't take the people here seriously. In the city, Yang Yi found a deserted pavilion and sat cross-legged on its roof. Cultivate. He was cultivating profound primal energy. The strength of his saber was determined by the strength of his arms and profound primal energy. But he was still at the initial level of both. Profound primal energy was divided into 3 levels, and he was only at the first level. As for his arms, he could only move mountains. But behind it was the realm of raising the earth and shaking the world. As for why Head stopped in the city, it was because he sensed that his profound primal energy was about to advance. According to his estimations, it may be related to his primordial violet energy. He didn't just have profound primal energy within him, he had primordial violet energy too, and the primordial violet energy wasn't just nourishing his body every day, it was nourishing his profound primal energy too. So, as time went by, it was gradually transforming. Something worth mentioning was that Snowy desired his profound primal energy a little, and she would occasionally absorb some of it while he cultivated. Profound primal energy filled Yang Yi's body, and they flowed incessantly through him along with the primordial violet energy. When Yang Yi circulated his mental cultivation technique, both types of energy would start to circulate, and the color of the profound primal energy gradually started to change. Snowy laid quietly on Yang Yi's shoulder while inhaling slightly from time to time, causing a little profound primal energy to escape Yang Yi's body. She seemed to feel guilty about stealing it from him, so she would immediately close her eyes upon absorbing some and act like she was sleeping. A short while later, she would sneak a glance at Yang Yi and inhale again. Just like that, an entire night passed. A ray of sunlight descended, and the city started to bustle. On the pavilion, faint golden light suddenly appeared around Yang Yi. It was caused by the profound primal energy that seeped out from him, and the light grew more and more solid. Just like that, it continued until noon, and then all the golden light vanished. Yang Yi opened his eyes and circulated his mental cultivation method. Hiss, 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 hiss. In an instant, countless strands of profound primal energy flowed along his meridians and blood. The second level, his profound primal energy was finally at the second level. Now, if he used his saber, he could improve its strength by at least 50%. Moreover, he could use the profound primal energy on his sword too. Besides that, after he cultivated the saber, Yang Yi had made a new discovery, the flaws and advantages between the saber and the sword. The saber's advantage was how it was used with large swings and overcame everything with sheer force, and the sword's advantage was how light and swift it was. Simply speaking, he was using the saber to verify his attainments in the sword. While he was only at the true Dao Real right now, if the sword domain and his treasures were included, then his strength was capable of breaking the limit. Yang Yi wasn't fully bound by his realm of cultivation. The reason it was only partial was because he still had to rely on external sources of strength like treasures. If he didn't have to rely on treasures like Tian Xiao, and he could do so with just his own strength, then he would truly be a person who wasn't bound by his realm of cultivation. The most monstrous geniuses of the world were those who weren't bound by their realms of cultivation. Yang Yi took a deep breath on the pavilion, and then he glanced at his hands. Presently, he had the strength to break the limits of a world. However, he had to use all his trump cards to accomplish that, and he even had to risk his life. Simply speaking, he was still quite inferior when compared to a true limit-breaker realm expert. Moreover, he could sense that he didn't have much time left. Yang Yi looked toward the north of the city. The northern sword tomb was in that direction. Yang Yi spoke softly. I hope I gained something during this trip. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave, but he suddenly turned to the side. An old man and 3 middle-aged men were there. The old man was at the true world realm, and the middle-aged men were at the true void realm. Besides that, there was a woman by the old man's side. She was the same woman Head met yesterday. Her arm hadn't been restored, and she was still a one-armed woman. Besides that, the treasure-seeking mouse was on her shoulder. At this moment, it didn't have the spirit it used to have, and its entire body was shriveled up as if it had been sucked dry. The mouse stared at Snowy with resentment in its eyes. The old man sized up Yang Yi and asked, Where are you going? Yang Yi told the truth, the northern sword tomb. The old man said, A demon beast of yours did this to my granddaughter, right? Yang Yi nodded. Oxy did that. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. How about you compensate her with those divine treasures, pseudo-divine treasures, and that little bastard on your shoulder? Little bastard? Snowy blinked and gazed at Yang Yi. Obviously, she was asking what that meant. Yang Yi rubbed her head, and then a ray of light flashed. Hiss! The woman's remaining arm flew up into the air. Everyone here was stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was still on the spot as if Head never moved. A moment later, a ray of light flashed. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he was just about to attack when a sword pressed against his forehead. The old man's body stiffened on the spot. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and then the sword gourd, the primordial axe of creation, the 3 ancient swords, and the 2 flying blades appeared before the old man. Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes. They're all here. Take them. Yang Yi pressed his sword a little deeper into the old man's forehead, causing blood to spray out of it. Yang Yi pressed his sword further in and said, Why aren't you taking them? I'm giving them all to you. Take them. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red glow suddenly appeared around him, and his eyes seemed like an ocean of blood. Favorite. Chapter 23, 57 Myriad Sword Formation. Chapter 23, 57 Myriad Sword Formation. The old man was beyond horrified from the sight of this. True Dao realm slaughter intent. How many people had to be killed to accomplish that? Who have I offended? The old man was about to speak when Yang Yi's sword stabbed through the old man's forehead. Hiss! The old man's head exploded apart. The 3 other middle-aged men and the woman instantly turned pale from fright. Yang Yi gazed at her, and the latter's expression changed drastically as she shot backward. However, a sword shot through her throat. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Moreover, along with 3 rays of light, the other 3 middle-aged men lost their heads. In an instant, everyone here was dead. Only the treasure-seeking mouse remained. At this moment, it was absolutely horrified, and it was shivering while curled up on the ground. Yang Yi walked over to the mouse, but Snowy shook her head at him. She pointed at it, and then waved her paws. She was saying that it was very pitiable. Yang Yi said, It wanted to kill you. Snowy clenched her paw and waved it at the mouse. She was saying that Shed punished it. Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Snowy hugged his face and rubbed her head against his nose. After that, she pointed at the mouse to tell him that it couldn't kill her at all. Yang Yi grinned. All right, let's go. Once he said that, he took Snowy in his arms and headed north. Meanwhile, a man gazed silently at the corpses from a corner. It was the man who'd been with the woman yesterday. A long time passed before he walked over to her corpse and said, Sister Lien, you brought this upon yourself. Not only did you cause your own death, you've brought death upon your clan. Now, your clan will probably be split up between the others soon. He shook his head, sighed, and left with her corpse. The mouse wanted to leave with him, but he slapped it away. Since that treasure-seeking mouse gained its black eyes, its heart had changed. It became extremely proud, and coupled with the woman there to spoil it, it could be said to have been absolutely haughty and looked down upon everyone. Moreover, others would give it face once they found out it was a black-eyed treasure-seeking mouse. After all, it was a spirit beast of nature, and it could locate divine treasures. So, as time passed, it grew even more arrogant. This time, it had clearly bitten off more than it could chew. Actually, it had felt some fear the moment it saw Snowy. Unfortunately, it was blinded by the treasures before it, and so it still wanted to take them after seeing Snowy. Thus, it suffered. As far as the man was concerned, keeping such a spirit beast with him would only bring misfortune and harm to him. After he killed them and left the city, no one looked for trouble with Yang Yi again. It didn't take long for him to leave the city and arrive at the northern lands. He could be considered to have entered the northern sword tomb now. Not long after, Yang Yi stopped. He looked ahead, and there was a huge sword standing there. The sword was like a mountain that towered into the sky, and there were 4 characters inscribed on it: the Northern Sword Sect, the former #1 sect of the northern continent. Yang Yi walked over to the sword, gazed at it, and then touched it. It was icy cold, and it emanated faint sword intent. A sect of sword cultivators never had a lack of sword intent. Since it had been in the Northern Sword Sect for so long, how much sword intent had it absorbed? Snowy touched the huge sword too, and then she shook her head. Obviously, she didn't take a liking to it. Yang Yi smiled and continued forward. It didn't take long for him to arrive before the entrance to the sect. It was huge, almost 300 m wide, and there was a sword stabbed into the ground before it. While it was huge, it was much smaller than the sword from before. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. "Do you sense any treasures?" Snowy blinked, glanced at the surroundings, and then shook her head. Yang Yi shrugged and continued forward. Searching for treasures? Could that treasure-seeking mouse even compare to Snowy? Of course it couldn't. Snowy wasn't just able to locate treasures, she could make them willingly go with her. That was something the treasure-seeking mouse couldn't accomplish. Yang Yi continued deeper into the sect, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before a white sacrificial platform. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll appeared before Yang Yi. She glanced at the platform, frowned, and said, "A sword offering platform. A sword offering platform?" Yang Yi gazed at her. She explained softly, "An ancient method of forging swords. It uses the lives of living things. I didn't expect to see one here. Looks like this Northern Sword Sect has some ability. It uses living things to forge swords?" Yang Yi was quite surprised. How? She glanced indifferently at him. "Aren't you using blood and souls to improve your sabers and swords too?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She glanced at the surroundings and asked, "Can you feel it?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "What?" She replied softly, "Sword resentment." Yang Yi was about to speak when Sword Scroll suddenly said, "Everything has a spirit of its own." The swords here were definitely extraordinary. See, there are so many fragments here, and they are the fragments of swords. Obviously, someone blasted them into bits. They were destroyed, but their resentment remains. Free evil. Oh, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, sensed the world around him, and sure enough, he sensed an indescribably aura. Sword Scroll suddenly gazed at the ground, and there was a wisp of surprise in her eyes. "This sect was much more amazing than I thought." Yang Yi looked down, and then a wisp of surprise flashed into his eyes. He noticed a sword formation underground, a complete sword formation. Yang Yi and Sword Scroll exchanged glances, and then they went underground. Around 300 m below the ground, they stopped, and beneath them were numerous floating swords. These swords were circulating in some sort of order. The entire underground world was filled with at least 100,000 swords. When looked at from above, they formed a circle, and it was a circle formed from the swords being lined up with their tips against another sword's hilt. Besides that, every sword had a symbol on it. Sword talismans. Sword Scroll's face was solemn. "I didn't expect this sect to possess such technique." "Sword talismans?" Yang Yi gazed at her. "Can you explain?" She explained softly, "It's an ancient technique. Over at the Eternal Dimension, There are a type of cultivators called inscription masters, and they enjoy extremely high status. It's because the symbols they inscribe are very, very useful, just like the symbols on those swords. If I'm not wrong, they are able to temporarily improve the strength of those swords to the level of pseudo-divine treasures. Pseudo-divine treasures. Yang Yi was stunned. 100,000 swords that were pseudo-divine treasure. What was that like? Tisk, tisk. Suddenly, Sword Scroll pointed down below the swords. See those dark yellow strands of energy? That's the energy of the earth. There's a formation here that's drawing upon the energy of the earth and converging it here. If I'm not wrong, once this sword formation is activated, it will be instantly enhanced by earth energy. Moreover, it would be an endless supply of earth energy, because a single formation would never be able to fully consume the earth energy of this continent. Even if it was used every day, it wouldn't be exhausted even in 100 years. In other words, if it has sufficient spirit energy, then formation will be perpetually enhanced by earth energy when it's active. Sword Scroll's voice had a wisp of excitement in it. Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Snowy. Didn't you say that there are no treasures here? Snowy blinked, and then she pointed at those swords and revealed an expression of aversion. Obviously, she was saying that they were trash. Yang Yi's face darkened while Sword Scroll suddenly said, "She's not wrong. As far as she's concerned, they are all trash. Perhaps only true pseudo-divine treasures and divine treasures can catch her eye now." Yang Yi glanced at the swords and felt quite helpless. It wasn't that these swords weren't good. It was Snowy who'd become too picky. Snowy didn't think highly of ordinary treasures. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Sword Scroll. Is this sword formation strong? She sized up the surroundings, studied it for a long time, and then nodded. It can kill Limit Breaker Realm experts with ease. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot when he heard this. Kill Limit Breaker Realm experts with ease? Sword Scroll pointed below the sword formation, and there was a huge ball of light there. Endless sword intent was seeping out of it. The sword intent was very powerful. Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. If I'm not wrong, this sword intent was accumulated over generations, and while it's only true Dao Realm sword intent, there's too much in there. If you absorb it all and refine them, you'll definitely be able to attain true Void Realm sword intent. However, I don't suggest doing that. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She explained softly, this sword formation would become much weaker if you did that. Yang Yi asked, can we take this sword formation with us? She shook her head. Taking it away means losing the earth energy, so its strength would be reduced tremendously. She suddenly gazed at Yang Yi at this point. Wait, there's earth energy in the Primordial Pagoda. The Primordial Pagoda? The Primordial Pagoda had a world of its own, and there was earth energy in there. Sword Scroll grinned, but it didn't take long for her to frown again. Wait, activating it requires a very, very large amount of spirit energy, and her face froze at this point. Spirit energy? What did Yang Yi lack the least? Spirit energy, of course. The Primordial Pagoda didn't just have a spirit vein that was about to become an immortal vein. Snowy was there too. Even if the spirit vein was insufficient, there was no need to fear a lack of spirit energy while Snowy was there. Yang Yi gazed at Sword Scroll. We don't seem to lack anything. She nodded. So, Yang Yi grinned. Take it. Favorite. Chapter 23, 58 Executor. Chapter 23, 58 Executor. Just like that, Yang Yi moved the sword formation into the Primordial Pagoda. However, there were many other subsequent problems to solve. For example, how to activate it and how to merge the Primordial Pagoda's earth energy with this formation. They were difficult problems. Fortunately, Sword Scroll was willing to study it. An extraordinary sword formation. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, it would be an extraordinary trump card for him if he could master its usage. Of course, the precondition was that Sword Scroll could fully study it. However, Yang Yi was confident in her. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and left with Snowy in his arms. On the surface, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and continued forward. It didn't take long for him to see stone stairs, and they extended all the way to a distant mountain. It was like a stairway to the heavens. EWOVL, Yang Yi walked over with Snowy, and as he walked, Snowy started to glance around. A short while later, Snowy leaped down and sniffed lightly. In a short moment, the stone stairway seemed to turn slightly ethereal, and it even started to tremble violently. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. A short while later, Snowy patted the stone stairway, and then a white little dragon flew out of it. A spirit vein. Snowy swiftly grabbed its claw and dragged it into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi's face froze on the spot. A short while later, Snowy appeared on his shoulder, and he hesitated for a moment and said, "Snowy, shouldn't you have asked it for its opinion first?" Snowy blinked, and then returned to the primordial pagoda. She went over to it, pointed at it, then pointed at herself. Obviously, she was asking if it was willing to stay with her. The white dragon glanced at the axe in Snowy's grasp and nodded. Snowy put the axe away, patted it on its head, and then returned to Yang Yi's shoulder. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Yang Yi sized up the white dragon. It was a spirit vein indeed, but it was much inferior when compared to the one they obtained from the immortal estate. Of course, it was better than nothing. Presently, he possessed a world, so he required such spirit veins. Yang Yi sped up with Snowy in his arms, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the mountain peak. There was a huge circular platform there, and it was floating in midair. A huge black sword stood above the platform. Yang Yi glanced at the stone tablet on the right, and there were 4 characters there. The Sky Sword platform. Yang Yi tapped the tip of his foot down and appeared on the platform, and then he gazed at Snowy. The latter blinked, and then hugged his face and kept rubbing her head against his. Yang Yi spoke helplessly, "Little fellow, I'm asking if there are treasures here." "Treasures?" Snowy shook her head without hesitating. Yang Yi pointed at the huge sword and said, "Look properly. Is there anything within it?" Snowy glanced at the huge sword and shook her head. Yang Yi was quite disappointed, and then he left the platform with Snowy. Suddenly, Sword Scroll appeared before him. She glanced at the platform, waved her right hand, and a sword descended onto the platform. In an instant, the entire platform shook violently, and then a ray of sword energy shot up into the clouds. Just like the name of the platform, it shot into the sky. More and more sword energy was appearing. A short while later, the sky was covered by countless rays of sword energy. Yang Yi gazed at her. "What's that?" Sword Scroll explained softly, "A sword formation, an anti-air sword formation. Once it's activated, any expert that passes above the Northern Sword Sect will be minced into bits. Even a Limit Breaker Realm expert can't dream of escaping it with ease." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "This sword sect really isn't ordinary." Yang Yi asked, "Why do you say that?" She explained, "Both these sword formations have ancient inscriptions on them. It's impossible for it to exist in this world. Absolutely impossible. Moreover, I just noticed that those 100,000 swords were nurtured with a special method, the sword nurturing technique. It's something that was possessed by the organization I used to belong to. Even over there, it was an extremely well-hidden secret technique. It was a core ability. It was very rare to see even over there, but it exists here." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "So you think the master of this sect was likely to have come from the eternal dimension?" She replied, "I'm not sure, but it's very likely." Yang Yi said, "I don't understand something. Both the sword formations here possess absolute strength, so why was the Northern Sword Sect still annihilated?" She glanced at him. "Always remember that there's someone stronger in this world. You may be strong, but there are those who are stronger." Snowy pointed at herself to ask if she was strong. Sword Scroll glanced at Snowy, thought for a moment, and replied seriously, "Yes, very." She wasn't just trying to compliment Snowy. Even in the eternal dimension, a sprite progenitor's status was very special. While sprite progenitors weren't fond of killing, if they did fight, it would be absolutely terrifying. But no organization would or dare to offend a sprite progenitor, because just a single sniff from a sprite progenitor could strip a sect of all its spirit energy. Snowy's eyes lit up when she heard Sword Scroll, and then she pointed at Yang Yi. Obviously, she was asking about Yang Yi. Sword Scroll glanced at Yang Yi and replied indifferently, no. Yang Yi was speechless. Snowy wasn't convinced because Yang Yi was undoubtedly the strongest in her heart. Sword Scroll didn't argue about that with Snowy. She glanced at the platform and said, move it in there too. It'll be very useful in the future. Snowy puckered her lips while aversion covered her face. Sword Scroll's lips couldn't help but twitch from the sight of this. She really wanted to curse because Yang Yi and her standards weren't on the same level as Snowy at all. As far as Snowy was concerned, only pseudo-divine treasures and divine treasures were worthy of her. Now, she may not even be so welcoming of pseudo-divine treasures. Yang Yi glanced at Snowy and shook his head. They weren't on the same level anymore. Around 10 minutes later, Yang Yi continued forward with Snowy after moving the formation into the primordial pagoda. This time, Sword Scroll stayed by his side because she was growing curious about the Northern Sword sect. A long time later, they stopped. There were 3 halls before them, and there was a huge black sword floating above each of them. The swords formed a triangular pattern. Interesting. Sword Scroll spoke abruptly. Another sword formation. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she spoke softly. Aren't you skilled at concealment? Use your sword domain and try going over there. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and concealed himself with the sword domain, and then he walked over with Snowy. As soon as he got close to the 3 halls, the swords above them shook violently, and then sword energy appeared all around Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly, and he immediately swung his saber. Hiss! The sword energy was obliterated. Yang Yi gazed at Sword Scroll, and the latter spoke softly, take it. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Sword Scroll said, it's a defensive formation, and anyone who gets close will be annihilated. While it's damaged slightly now, it doesn't matter to us. I'm confident that I can repair and even improve it. So, move it inside. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't refuse, and he immediately placed it within the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi took Snowy to the first hall, and there were 4 characters above it. Northern Sword Hall. Yang Yi walked into it with Snowy. The hall was empty, completely empty. Obviously, others had plundered it all. The Northern Sword sect had been annihilated, so others had definitely come to seek treasures. As for why the sword formation hadn't been taken, it was mainly because it wasn't active, so it was just an inanimate thing. Moreover, even if they could notice its presence, they wouldn't have the ability to take it. After all, activating a sword formation required the corresponding technique. If he didn't have Sword Scroll by his side, he wouldn't be able to use it either. Yang Yi glanced at the hall and shook his head. There was nothing here. He was about to leave when Sword Scroll suddenly went to the end of the hall, and there was a sword carved on the wall there. It was over 1 m long. Meanwhile, Snowy's gaze descended upon the sword, and she seemed quite curious. Sword Scroll's eyes gradually turned solemn. Yang Yi asked, what is it? Sword Scroll spoke softly. Now, I'm certain that this Northern Sword sect was from the Eternal Dimension, or I should say that their sect master was from there. Yang Yi asked, why? She replied softly, do you know what sword this is? Yang Yi shook his head. She explained softly, the number 1 sword of the Eternal Dimension, Executor, a sword that can execute the heart, emperors, and gods. Executor. Yang Yi gazed at the sword. It was over 1 m long, dark blue, and without a hilt or a handle. It was just a blade and body, and there was a hole on its tip. Sword Scroll suddenly asked, do you know why there's a hole in its tip? Yang Yi shook his head. Sword Scroll explained, according to legend, it was so strong even destiny feared it. So, it forcefully seized a bit of its tip, so its blade would never be whole. Yang Yi asked, who has it now? Sword Scroll shook her head. It's missing, and it has no owner. Its origins are extremely mysterious, and no one knows how it came to be. It's a legend in the eternal universe. Even my sect knew very little about it. The only records my sect had about it was, feared by destiny. Yang Yi was about to speak when Snowy suddenly appeared before the wall. She touched the sword while a trace of curiosity and bewilderment appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, at the sword ruins of Eternal Border, a weak sword howl resounded from within an ancient tomb deep beneath a mountain. It only lasted for an instant. Chapter 23:59 Four-Legged Snake. Chapter 23:59 Four-Legged Snake. In the hall, Snowy moved her paw away and turned to Yang Yi. She was about to gesture something when footsteps came from the outside. Yang Yi and Sword Scroll looked over, and they saw 3 people there. 2 men and a woman. All of them were very young, and they had swords on their backs. They were quite stunned when they saw Yang Yi and Sword Scroll. Yang Yi met their gazes, and then he nodded at them while they nodded back in response. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and took Snowy in his arms. "Let's go." He turned around and walked toward the exit with Sword Scroll. However, Snowy suddenly gazed at the woman when they walked by the group of 3. Or to be more precise, Snowy gazed at the white pendant hanging on her neck. It was in the shape of an unknown beast, and it seemed rather ferocious. Snowy's eyes lit up, and she seemed eager to take it. However, Yang Yi glared at her. Snowy pointed at the pendant to display that it was a good treasure. Yang Yi frowned, and Snowy immediately lowered her paw before hugging Yang Yi's head and rubbing her head against it. She was telling him that she didn't want it anymore. Yang Yi nodded and was about to leave, but she suddenly said, "She wants this?" Yang Yi gazed at the woman, and she was holding the pendant as she gazed at him. Snowy blinked, sneaked a peek at Yang Yi, and then hurriedly shook her head to display that she didn't want it. "Such a cute little fellow." The woman smiled. "It's an accessory my ancestor passed down to me. It may not be a treasure, but it has sentimental value, so I can't give it to you. However, you can play with it." Snowy's eyes lit up. However, she seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Yang Yi. Obviously, it depended on Yang Yi's decision. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. Just play with it? He wanted divine treasures too, and he knew that since Snowy took a liking to it, it was definitely not ordinary. However, he had his own principles, and there were things he would do and things he wouldn't. Snowy hurriedly nodded when she heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and gazed at her. "Thank you." She grinned and passed the pendant to Snowy. Snowy grabbed it, glanced at it, and a wisp of curiosity flashed in her eyes. A short while later, she slapped it lightly with her paw. The jade pendant shook violently. After that, a sword howl resounded from within it. The woman was stunned by this scene. Meanwhile, Snowy slapped it again, and then a ray of light flashed out from within it. The ray of light shot straight at Snowy, causing Yang Yi's expression to change, and he flicked his finger and blasted it to bits. However, he was pushed backward all the way out of the hall. A furious shout resounded from within the pendant. "How dare you disturb my slumber?" A short while later, an ethereal sword appeared before them. The woman gazed at it with astonishment, and then she seemed to have thought of something, causing wild joy to fill her eyes while she seemed absolutely excited. Meanwhile, the men exchanged glances, and there was a wisp of disbelief in their eyes too. The ethereal sword shook violently, and then it transformed into a ray of light that shot at Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned, and then a sword appeared in his grasp before a ray of sword energy flashed. Bang! The sword was blasted all the way out of the hall. The sword was furious and was about to attack again. However, Snowy suddenly grabbed the pendant and started slamming it against the ground. "Ah!" A shrill cry resounded, and then the sword fell to the ground. Snowy was about to continue when the woman suddenly appeared before Snowy. Snowy blinked as she gazed at the woman. She seemed to be asking what the woman wanted. She glanced at Snowy and spoke softly. "Stop hitting it, all right?" Snowy gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi walked over to her and said, "Give the pendant back to her." Snowy cracked a smile and obediently passed it to her. She heaved a sigh of relief and quickly took it. Meanwhile, the 2 men gradually relaxed their tight grips on their swords. Yang Yi was about to leave when the sword suddenly appeared before them. Yang Yi frowned at the sight of this while the sword floated over to Snowy. It was trembling. Obviously, it had probably recognized Snowy. Yang Yi ignored it and just walked out of the hall with Snowy, and the sword didn't chase after them. Once they vanished into the distance, the woman suddenly bowed respectfully to the sword. "Are you my ancestor's sword, peerless cloud?" The sword shook slightly, and then it transformed into a middle-aged man. He gazed in the direction Yang Yi had left toward for a long time, and then he said, "Tell the current patriarch of the Li clan to come here now." She hesitated and said, "He's in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid." The middle-aged man spoke softly, "Tell him to get here now. Just say it's the Li clan's final chance to rise up in the world." She was stunned speechless. The middle-aged man didn't say another word and just followed after Yang Yi and Snowy. Once they left the hall, Yang Yi walked toward the largest hall. It was the main hall, Desolate Sword Hall. In the hall, Yang Yi glanced at its top, and then he walked inside. The hall was empty, completely empty. Yang Yi was quite disappointed, but it only took a moment for him to smile. Actually, had gained quite a bit already. 3 sword formations. Once Sword Scroll figured out how to use them, just those 3 sword formations could stop numerous Limit Breaker Realm experts and even help him kill them. Yang Yi was about to leave when Snowy jumped to the ground. She glanced at it, and a short while later, she gazed at Yang Yi and pointed down. Yang Yi and Sword Scroll exchanged glances, and then they vanished from the hall. Yang Yi held Snowy in his arms as he descended through the ground, and they finally saw a palace deep within the ground. The palace was surrounded by 4 swords, for floating swords. Besides that, there was a jade statue before it. It was the statue of a middle-aged man with a sword in his grasp, and he was looking ahead. Yang Yi was about to go over with Snowy when Sword Scroll stopped him. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she looked into the distance for a long time before she said, "A sword form." Yang Yi was puzzled. What? She flicked a ray of sword energy at the palace. Right when it was about to get close to the palace, an ethereal figure with a sword in his grasp appeared before the palace, and then the ethereal figure's sword descended. Hiss! The sword energy vanished in an instant. However, the ethereal figure vanished as well. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face when he witnessed this. The Limit Breaker Realm. That ethereal figure actually had the strength of a Limit Breaker Realm expert. Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. The sword form is an ancient secret technique. Simply speaking, it's a copy. A copy of the main body made with sword intent. It's a new form of life, and you can call it a clone. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Someone capable of accomplishing that is absolutely not at the Limit Breaker Realm because it's impossible for a Limit Breaker Realm expert to do that." In other words, the sect master of the Northern Sword Sect was very likely to have been above the Limit Breaker Realm. But it's practically impossible for such an expert to appear in a small place like this. So, the sect master of the Northern Sword Sect was definitely from the Eternal Dimension. Yang Yi asked, "What are you trying to say?" She replied softly, "It's very likely that its destruction is linked to the powers of the Eternal Dimension. According to my intuition, it's very likely that we'll be swept into a web of enmity if we go over there. The destruction of the Northern Sword Sect was absolutely not ordinary, and if you're swept into it..." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "Sword Scroll, do you think I'm not in trouble now?" She fell silent. Yang Yi gazed at the palace. "I already have so much trouble. So what if I have a little more?" She remained silent. Yang Yi walked over to Sword Scroll and smiled. "There are only 2 paths in life. Either go along with it, or go against it. Obviously, I'm the latter." He looked into the distance and said, "There's endless trouble over there, but it may bring fortune to me too, right?" She nodded. "True. More trouble doesn't make a difference to you anyway." She gazed at Snowy. "You lead the way." Snowy blinked, and then she raised her paws to ask why. Yang Yi gazed at Sword Scroll because she wanted to know why too. Sword Scroll explained indifferently, "The sword form is considered a type of spirit too, so only Snowy can deal with it. Moreover, Snowy doesn't have any evil within her aura, so it won't treat her as an enemy." Yang Yi gazed at Snowy, and Snowy gazed at him too. Their eyes met, and then Snowy withdrew an ethereal axe and walked off into the distance. Yang Yi and Sword Scroll hurriedly followed her. It didn't take long for the sword form to appear again. Snowy hurriedly raised her axe. However, it suddenly moved aside. Yang Yi gazed at Sword Scroll. "Can I take that into the primordial pagoda too?" She glanced at him. "Don't do it if you want to live." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Sword Scroll continued, Its order is to protect this place. It will vanish once it leaves. Yang Yi spoke with a helpless tone in his voice. What a pity. Suddenly, Snowy left the axe and transformed into a ray of white light that entered the palace. Yang Yi and Sword Scroll's expressions changed drastically, and they were about to go inside too. However, Snowy came out again, and she was holding a fist-sized golden pearl. She placed it before Yang Yi, and then turned around and went inside again. Yang Yi was about to follow her, but Sword Scroll suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. That's a fucking Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball of a primal true dragon. Meanwhile, Snowy returned again, and she was holding 2 golden horns. She placed them before Yang Yi and went inside once more. As soon as he picked up those horns, Snowy returned again, and there was a golden 4-legged snake in her grasp. At this moment, it was struggling violently. At the same time, strands of powerful pressure were ceaselessly emerging from it, but Snowy ignored all of it. Sword Scroll gulped. Primal. True. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The little golden snake glared angrily at Snowy while waving its claws at her. Obviously, it was telling Snowy to let it go. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly withdrew the primordial axe of creation and placed it against the little snake's head. The little golden snake immediately fell silent. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.